374 teams started this competition on September 9th, and now 43 days later, we have finally arrived at the final day of competition. Only 4 teams remaining: Fisher Wisp, Northwood, Maryville, and Boise State. Which school walks away as Overwatch Collegiate homecoming champions? We find out right now. As we say, aloha, friends. Welcome inside of the booth. Clutchkey alongside Nerdy Bird with you for the winners finals. 3 games streamed here today. We'll get to the schedule later on. First, we take a look at the bracket. Only 4 teams remain here inside of this Overwatch Collegiate homecoming bracket. We were down from 8 yesterday. Bryan and Stratton falls down into the lower bracket, then runs into Boise State. That was one of the teams eliminated. Maryville University eliminates Rutgers earlier yesterday as well, 3-0. So Maryville's in, Boise State's in. Meanwhile, in the upper bracket, Fisher Wisp perfect so far with a 6-2 map record inside this double elimination bracket. For Northwood, a 6-1 after a 3-0 over Fishermen and 3-1 over Maryville. So 4 teams left to go: Fisher Wisp, Northwood University, Maryville, and Boise State. The schedule today runs like this: the upper bracket finals, the winners finals happening with you right now. Meanwhile, those 2 games to be determined are going to be your lower bracket finals coming up at about 12:30 Pacific time, and then at 2 o'clock Pacific time approximately, the grand finals to determine the Overwatch homecoming champions. So again, plenty of action for you guys here. 3 matches to go through, but first and foremost, 1 spot in the grand finals happening right here, Artie, between 2 teams. Fisher Wisp, Northwood, 26-2 between the 2 teams. Put your chat predictions in right now, 1 or 2 for Fisher or Northwood. But as I was saying, 26-2 between these 2 teams. Only 1 losses between each of the teams here, and this is going to be a really good matchup here coming up.
Yeah, and considering the competitive record of both these teams, I do predict this will finally be a full 5-game series for us on broadcast. And honestly, if it's going to be the victor gets their slot into those grand finals, well, they better be prepared for a full 5-game series, as we can take a quick look at the players that are battling out for the opportunity to win the grand prize.
We take a look at the rosters right now from Fisher Wisp. Lineups look like this: Lukewarm, Rocket, Riker, Lukewarm, Rocket, Riker, Neb, and Grapes. You take a look at all of these right now. Lukewarm, Rocket, all of these guys part of the summer series here, maybe in different affiliations, mostly with Wisp, which is why they're called Fisher Wisp. You have Lukewarm, though, that played for 03 Splash in the last summer series. And then also right now you have from the Afterlife team, Grapes in there as well from the spring series. So a lot of Contenders experience here for the Fisher Wisp, and the Wisp actually winning the Contenders part last season in the summer series. So really a lot of good talent here for Fisher Wisp. In the meanwhile, we take a look at Northwood right now. Lots of talent here as well, and lots of names you will recognize from the Overwatch League previously, one of which is Sam, Mikey, and Landon. All 3 of those have had affiliations with Overwatch League teams. Sam with 2 teams as Shock and Defiant, Mikey with just the Shock, and Landon with the London Spitfire. Otherwise, every one of these players also has the summer series experience, with mainly the only person that would not be, or only 2 that won't have that experience: Vega with the summer series only with the Saints, and then Boat coming up here with the summer series on 03 Splash as well. Do not have Overwatch League, but 3 players with Overwatch League experience from Northwood. You expect them to come out swinging, and that's exactly what Northwood did yesterday again, or in a 6-1 map record in the last day for competition.
Yeah, so I think having that Overwatch League experience is beneficial, of course, to anybody, because that means they're playing at the level that everyone dreams of getting to when you're a competitive Overwatch player. However, they're able to bring that competitive experience to hone in their team and be the type of cohesive unit that they have to be in these high intense situations. And from conversations I've had, apparently Landon is very much so a strong leader and shot caller for his team. So with that in mind, when you have someone who's that confident in their ability to direct and lead an entire unit, how do you post up against that? Well, of course, other teams have still struggled to answer.
Yeah, Landon, by the way, did not play in the Swiss stages round 1 through 8, but now is in for Northwood here. So plenty of action here, just swapping around, and plenty of depth as well on that Northwood roster. Lots of subs, at least 3 of them to go through, so they can swap around as we've seen before. I mean, Haven was also in for Northwood yesterday as well, and Cowman. So this roster can rotate any which way depending on the map. But speaking of maps, let's take a look at our very first map, which is going to be, well, I mean, where else could it be to start off our very first map of the winners finals? Lijiang Tower is going to be our very first map. And Artie, I guess, as we say before, this is pretty much Old Faithful.
It is, and considering who we know is going to be in on tank, we know it's probably most likely going to be an Orisa-centric comp coming in for Northwood. If we see Cowman swapped in, that's when we know we're shifting more to the spam compositions and rotating in with a Sigma. We can take a quick look as we're getting ready to drop into the map at what we might have players roll out on, but of course, we never trust anything until the doors are borderline about to drop because they baited us so heavily yesterday.
Yep, it was a bait yesterday. We could have had what we could have had a Doomfist to start. We could have had a Wrecking Ball to start. I think there were plenty of things that it could have been to start, but I mean, obviously nothing really doing there for right now. Team's loading in just a second, but again, Fisher Wisp 13-1. Some fun facts here for them. Basically, Fisher Wisp has really only seen 3 O's. I mean, current map record 41-4. I mean, think about that, 41-4, and where that one loss came from was a loss to Maryville back in the Swiss stage round 5. 3-2. Otherwise, have only dropped one other map than that, which was against UT Dallas in the Swiss stage round 4. So really a lot of good talent there for the Fisher Wisp. Meanwhile, for Northwood, wins against the Fisherman 3-0, and then against Maryville as well, 3-1 yesterday and that yesterday game was so intense. The score line was 3-1, but I mean, when you have the last 2 maps being Surdavasa, having Temple and Garden getting 100-99 on the last 2 maps, and then Esperanza coming down to the final couple of meters as well, maybe even the final fight. It was a very, very close map. Midtown as well, 3-2. I mean, that was absolutely nuts from Northwood. So Northwood coming back there 3-1 after losing the very first map on Lijiang Towers. So Northwood University might not have some good qualms about Lijiang Towers. They lost the first one yesterday to Maryville, but this time around, maybe their fortunes can change as we go right in, and we'll see what the compositions are in just a couple of moments. Mikey versus Riker will show up, and yes, it'll be Orisa's coming up.
And we are starting out on Garden. Northwood looking to be rolling out with the Bastion composition. Fisher, Lukewarm was an absolute domineering force on Sojourn yesterday. Not surprised we're seeing him roll out on Soj again. Rocket swapping to the Mei. Of course, the Pharah was just a bait. So we're going to have the Mei versus Mei, and then the Bastion that can nullify a bit of those Mei walls that might come out from the Fisher Wisps. However, Lukewarm's ability to off-angle and do it safely and get back to the team as needed can be extremely powerful for the Fisher Wisps. As you can already see, Lukewarm going to White Room, taking the off-angle very early on.
There was a javelin throw landed up onto Mikey. If you don't remember yesterday at the very beginning, there was a throw from Mikey with that Orisa that sent somebody off the map. This time it lands up on Riker, but Riker, being a tank, doesn't get all that much movement off of a javelin throw. Meanwhile, Lukewarm in so much trouble getting surrounded and getting swarmed on by the rest of this team from Northwood here. Northwood's just going to surround everybody on Fisher. Fisher has to back up already, and a quick start for the Timberwolves.
Rocket ended up sending himself off of the map. This is going to be Northwood taking the first fight and able to lock down the point. Early pick onto Neb during rotation phase. That's an extra 10% added to Northwood's percentile cap here. As we're walking up, we do see Landon and Neb both already passing that 50 percentile mark on their ultimates. However, Neb is leading the charge with 70%. Despite getting that secondary early elimination, we're going to battle out for Bridge. Disruption is on the left side from Sojourn. However, Soj is choosing not to fully take the off angle too early this time. However, gets dangerously low, forced to grab the mini. We have a wall go up from Mei. Spear spin is used, and we see Rocket get eliminated early.
And Vega actually knocks Neb off the map as well. Lukewarm's only going to get 1 kill in the process. Riker's only got a kill as well, but they really can't go in because they don't have a support line to do so, because one of them got tossed off the map back to the spawn room. So really, I mean, it's just a game of positioning now at this point. Riker falls so low, and what a stagger there, because now they're at 50%, but they lose their tank in the process.
Normally by this phase, we are into the third fight. Really, we've had one and maybe half of a fight, really, so you can consider that second one. The stagnation that happened from Fisher right at the edge of the bridge was capitalized on immediately by Northwood, using the boop abilities, throwing people off the map. If you're going to be bold enough to cross this bridge against the Lucio, you'd better be able to claim the space fast. Artillery strike is dropping down on the opposite side, trying to get out the immortality, is unsuccessful. Mikey already used a spear, so they can cross, is forced back with the spear from Riker. Terra Surge is online for Riker, and we've got Orisa charging in, trying to go for the battle of the horses.
Yeah, battle count is coming out. Terra Surge is going to come out as well, but there's going to be the cryo freeze to Brock. Mikey also gets out of it, and I think Riker maybe holds on to that a little too long because everybody's already out. Bold and Vega get their kills, and now Northwood down to about 5% remaining. It's going to be the Blizzard gets thrown on either end. Doesn't really matter. Fisher's not going to be able to get there in time, and it'll be a clean 100-0 on the Guardians as the Timberwolves start off the map 1-0.
We don't typically, at this level of competitive gameplay, see trickles that start to really cascade down into the remaining, into the fights that come thereafter, but it seemed like Fisher really struggled to get a foothold, collect themselves, and move his entire unit. They had a strong initial first fight, but then after that first elimination, things started to fall apart. Let's see if they can rectify this as we jump into Night Market. No composition changes just yet. We have seen some teams choose to run the Symmetra here over running either the May or the Sojourn, but most likely these are the comps they're going to roll out on. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
59% saying Northwood's winning so far. Predictions not a bad choice right now. 1-0 on your scoreline. Not a speck of dust back on Garden. They're going to go right on in. Same compositions on either side here. And they're just going to hold on by the lion statues for right now. Just kind of waiting patiently, seeing where the go button is, where the green light is, and they're just positioning themselves around the corner. Nothing really doing so far. Restaurant Alley, though, looks like it's pretty busy so far. Good Maywalls on either side. It's going to be Boat being able to get out with the crowd freeze, a quick one that gets them out. Boat also getting a kill onto Lukewarm with one of the icicles, and now it's just Sam running it down. Boat's just going to run it down as well. The DPS is doing absolute work here. 7 eliminations, 7 final blows for Boat, and it's going to be the run down as Northwood gets the first flip again.
I really thought Boat was in hot water. We saw that cryo freeze after the initial May wall, and typically that is, as you were talking about it, the go button for some teams. You can take a look right here. There's the May wall from Rocket. Boat forced into cryo, but the rest of the team, the cavalry posts up, comes in, forces enemy May wall. The secondary wall that came out from Boat locked down the escape route. So we're about to jump into the second fight. Landon already with the amplification matrix coming online. We're probably going to see that pop tier very soon as May cryo freeze from Rocket's used, but Landon is eliminated first, and losing a support's terrible.
Landon's gone first. Mikey also gone as well. So the Sound Barrier going to be invested here by Fisher Woods. Basically just to secure this, if anything. No ultimates used except for that Sound Barrier. Vega also using the Sound Barrier, but this is going to go all for nothing here. Northwood can hold on. It'll be the first percentages for Fisher coming up.
Interesting choice to choose to use the Sound Barrier from Grapes that soon, especially considering Landon and Vega for Northwood have both already fallen. We'll see if that comes back to be an Achilles heel for either of these sides, because Vega also, well, sorry, actually Vega responded with the beat and then ended up getting eliminated. We've got 4 ults online for Fisher Wisp right now. Lukewarm really want to pay attention to that ultimate. It's been absolutely deadly. Amplification Matrix on both sides used, as well as Wheels from Bastion. Sam will pick up Riker as well as Lukewarm using that Amp Matrix.
Using the Matrix to get 3 kills already, really no turnaround chance. Vega's just going to go off the map here. Grapes also punches in the air. Mikey's going to javelin spin Rocket off the map. And so, oh boy, and then Mikey just goes violent and tells Grapes, okay, you're not getting away from this. So flip back to Timberwolves in the meanwhile. 45%, 3 ultimates online for the Timberwolves, 3 online for Fisher Wisp. Nothing doing for the supports. This is going to be a tank DPS battle all the way through here. Now it's just a matter of what they can do with it, but 55% in rolling as they're just going to come right on in. Very speed-like here. 60%. Now the Blizzard's going to get thrown out immediately. Maywall comes up, and now it's just the trading Blizzards on either end. Terror Surge is going to bring them in to find anything, and it will. Oh. Mikey with the Terror Surge on a double kill onto Lukewarm and Rocket, and Northwood's going to hold on.
Northwood is pushing back Fisher through the choke point, back to spawn. Wall used to trap Grapes. Grapes gets eliminated last. It's a minor stagger. They should be able to regroup and hopefully get one more fight on point. This was much more back and forth than what we saw on Garden. However, still, you can see 80-90% versus the 34. Lukewarm and Riker better pop off with these 2 ults, and the Neb needs to clean up using the amplification matrix as needed, because Sam is gone to Lukewarm's overclock. Now Lukewarm's trying to find one more. Boat goes down. Grape gets eliminated by Mikey, though, with that last second touch on point.
Yeah, they do touch just in the meanwhile, but Lukewarm does find 2 in the process during that fight. The trade-off for right now, Vega and Landon both going down, which means Fisher's going to hold on and keep themselves in for at least another fight, 99 to 37%.
As we go into the next fight, we're going to see that we have Beat online, Amplification Matrix, Terror Surge, all 4 Fisher. Landon and Vega will have Amp Matrix as well as Beat as well. However, that 1 extra ult from Riker, that Terror Surge, we saw it from Mikey pick up a 2K. Let's see if Riker can do it without any DPS ults in tow in order to also return the favor in this next fight, because that extra ultimate can make or break this one.
Yep, we'll see if they can move right on in. They're going to actually go all the way around. Trying to go from one way, go in the other, see if that works out in their favor. Lukewarm falling a little bit low, but good thing that you've got good supports to get there. Fisher with the 3 online. Northwood coming up on 3 of their own as well. Mikey can probably build up that Terror Surge as well. Here comes the Application Matrix on a corner angle for right now. Application Matrixes will trade out, go simultaneously. Immortality Field having to be used as well. And Sound Barrier from Grapes and Vega also invested, so no more support ults. It comes down to the DPSs and the tanks. Riker's going to go ahead and use the Terror Surge. Is this going to find anything? It will not. Everybody clears it. Grapes knocks both off the map, but in return, Sam takes care of Riker. 90%. Final fight happening right here. Fisher fighting to see map 3. They might not get it. Sam finds 2 in the process to shred out. Mikey using the Terror Surge to get rid of Grapes. Nobody else can touch the point, and it will be Northwood 100-94, taking map number 1 off to a 1-0 series lead.
Night Market was much more back and forth than what we saw on Gardens. Only imagine what we could have seen on Control Centers. We were going to take a quick look at Mikey's POTG. I think it's actually the one with the May ultimate in tow. Yes, it is. Picked up a 2-piece and then shortly thereafter went and ran after Riker to help follow up and play cleanup crew for the remainder of his team. With that being said, I think possibly it was just the off angle that occurred here, exactly. Lukewarm early on before the point even unlocked. That off angle is so far away from your team, it makes it difficult for them to make sure you can play safe and get back to you as needed. You just have to run away and keep running towards health packs when you're that far off on Garden. So possibly it would have gone different if we had a different submap of Control Center to start, or Control Center was second, but unfortunately the game said no and we started out on Garden.
Yep. Started off there in a well done play by Northwood, actually. But yeah, you're right. Back and forth it did go earlier on in this map, I guess you could say, because it was all the way up to 99. Fisher holds on and then gets it all the way up to basically what was 94% before Northwood could flip it. But Northwood, I feel like, just had way too much damage coming out there, especially with Sam on that Bastion just ripping away, and at 9,937 damage, basically 3,000 above anybody else in that lobby. I mean, that Bastion just shredding away at everything it sees, and it doesn't help for Fisher when there's an Application Matrix that helps that out. So really, I mean, this Bastion composition shreds along with the Orisa, and now it's going to come up to Fisher for their pick in the next map of Hybrid Numbani, Midtown, Eichenwald. I mean, the assumption we've seen so far this weekend is that Midtown is probably going to get picked, but I mean, Numbani, Eichenwald still on the floor, but Midtown's been the popular pick so far this weekend.
With Midtown being popular, I wouldn't be surprised if teams choose to go Midtown. However, I do always think it's best for teams to have 2 maps that they have in mind to pick. If one's been very popular, then change it up and go to the secondary pick. With that in mind, we might end up seeing Eichenwald, though Numbani is one that is quite loved. If you think about it, that is a Sigma's playground, so with Northwood having Cowman, maybe avoiding Numbani is the better way to go. Obviously, we had Cowman absolutely demolish on the defensive phase of Midtown as well, so I think possibly looking at Eichenwald might be the better option here for Fisher, but it's ultimately up to the Wisps to decide.
Yeah, it'll be ultimately up to them to decide what map and where, I mean, really the play style that they want to go to, because yesterday, remember folks, we did see Midtown from Northwood, who did lose map number 1. This time they win map number 1, so it's over to Fisher. But on Midtown, there was a swap, and you're right, Cowman did play over on that Sigma earlier on Midtown, so instead it may not be any swaps. We'll find out here in a second. We do know the map coming up, though. It is going to be Midtown being played, so I mean, without King's Row in, there's got to be one Old Faithful, I guess you could say, in this composition line, and Midtown has been it. I don't think I've seen in I guess a variation on map picks other than Midtown so far this weekend. It seems like this is the popular pick, and like you were saying, I mean, it could have been Eichenwald, but I feel like Midtown with the Orisa combination and everything else going on is probably going to be it. There are going to be swaps coming in, though. Fisher will be on the defensive side, Northwood on the attacking side. Oh no, excuse me, Fisher's going to be on the attacking side, Northwood on the defensive side, but some swaps do come in for Northwood, and 2 players do come in, Cowman and Haven. So Cowman does come in with that 03/ Summer Series experience, and then Haven also comes in as well. So this is going to be a little bit of a swap. Probably going to see the Sigma, right?
Yeah, and Iron also is swapping out for Mikey on the tank role, so we could, I'm anticipating we're probably, going to be seeing the Sigma versus Sigma duel come out here on Midtown. And the one thing that I know a lot of teams dislike about the Eichenwald map is that second point, the push phase, having to deal with people up on the castle. So I think Midtown, even though it does have the second point pseudo high ground, it's a lot easier to path up there. It is significantly more open than Eichenwald during said pathing phase. However, teams don't struggle as much with Midtown, so it explains why we're seeing it more here as we can take a quick look at the entire Fisher roster.
I was going to say, looking at the Fisher roster as well, Fisher does also make a substitution. Instead of Mikey, Iron comes in. Or excuse me, Iron does come in instead of earlier on. So Iron on the Sigma now will come into play instead of Riker, excuse me. So it will be that going on. Meanwhile, for Northwood University, a little bit of a swap, like we said. Cowman and Haven both come in, and Haven with that summer experience as well, coming in from Afterlife on the Contenders summer series. So plenty of swaps here. 3 total subs, 2 in for Northwood, 1 in for Fisher. Midtown's going to come up next. And I mean, again, we keep talking about this map, how it becomes Oath Faithful, but now you're going to see probably Sigmas come in to play here. We've seen the Sigmas and probably trading Sojourns as well, because we know Lukewarm plays the Sojourn, and then we also know that Haven played the Sojourn last time as well. But Sam, on the other hand, we saw Sam on the Echo earlier on yesterday as well, so possibly an Echo maneuver here for Sam, or, I mean, what could it be, do you think, on the DPS side? Because I'm assuming it's a Sojourn, but will the May come out? Will the Echo come out? Who knows at this point?
I think for first point hold from Sam, we'll likely see a Bastion pick. Possibly for second, you can swap to Echo, but Sam's Bastion is extremely oppressive, and we do see that Sam's picking to go with the Echo. And Iron, as we mentioned, is going to be going with that Sigma pick. Cowman as well. Haven also on the Sojourn, just like Lukewarm. And similar to what we've seen when we're on these hybrid maps and we're playing the Sigma, we're running with the Baptiste Iati, Vega on the Iati. We did see Vega also swap Lucio yesterday as needed, so we'll have to wait and see if that swap comes to fruition here today, considering they're going against Iron on the Sigma as opposed to going against a horse. And we do have Neb and Graves, of course, rolling up on the Baptiste and Lucio for Fisher.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's find out here. 8 seconds of the point unlocks, and Sam bringing out the Echo like you saw yesterday, doing some good work. Rocket on the May as well, so this will be no Bastions, but it will be the Sojourns instead. Sojourns we've seen a lot of Sojourn clips lately. We'll see if we can get some more here as doors unlock, and we're underway. 350, and a lot of teams will opt to go for the side and back alley. No, Fisher's gonna be like, okay, we're gonna walk up in the front and we're gonna walk underneath the subway. Too bad that this doesn't land up in their favor. It's a complete team wipe, not even 30 seconds in, and Northwood University puts up a fence already.
That is typically why you path left side by Mega Pack as opposed to attempting to just rotate to their high ground through choke point. I mean, Haven's getting free poke damage, Iati is off angling, and you're playing spam as though it's a brawl. As we're approaching the second fight, they're doing the same rotation. They attempt to wall off some damage. They do eliminate Cowman first, though. It's going to be Rocket finding the first elim for Fisher in fight 2.
Yep, Rocket finds the first elim, so good start here for Fisher if they want to come underneath the start. They basically have swapped places, honestly. Northwood's now in that back alley area. Fisher's on point. Has already gotten the first free tick, and now just trying to make sure that they can come back in and contest. Cowman is going to go on over to the Doomfist instead to try to contest. Haven gets a kill onto Neb, which is big for them, and now the fence can even start to be put up here because now it's a 3v3 man game here. Rocket's going to get 2 kills in the process, but Landon finding a total of 3 means Northwood shuts the door on them again.
You pointed it out, and I want to talk about it because I love seeing teams do it. It was the flip. If you lose someone early or you need the rotations when you're playing these Sigma spam compositions, it is a tug-of-war space. You cannot just be up in the enemy team space. So what you do is you flip the point. You act as though you are now the offensive team if you were on defense, and that's exactly what they did. They bided their time, waited for their tank to come back. And now we've got Landon, who got that final kill now with Ant Matrix from the high ground. Return Ant Matrix from the other side as well as Captive Sun coming from Vega.
Captive Sun used, and now it's going to be just basically trade fights here. Sam is going to go ahead and use the duplication onto the soldier and chase down Neb, and Neb's got no chance of escaping that. It's just a stagger out now for the Sigma here. Oh, Iron's just not going to have a good time here, just staying alive. 1 minute and 47 seconds. Oh boy, yeah, this is just the stagger of a lifetime, and you want to stagger that Sigma because that's a lot of time gone. Only 90 seconds are going to remain.
Stagger, but don't stagger to the point where we saw yesterday where the attempt to stagger resulted in the other team all coming back. It seems as though people have learned their lesson, getting rid of Iron after they saw the spawns all come back for the side of Fisher. Now, as Fisher's walking up into this next fight, waiting on Iron just a little bit longer. We've got Mail, Overclock. We'll have Gravitic Flux as well as Beat. There was a lot of ults used last fight from Northwood. Northwood will have a Sigma Flux as well, but Haven's going to intro using the Overclock after Cowman goes down to Neb in company.
Yep, 2 kills already here for Fisher. It's looking good already. Just got to get rid of the Yachty, who has the healing pylon, but it's not going to last for much longer. 3 kills already coming up for Fisher, and they should have a second tick. Question is if they want to fight for the 3rd here, and they will not because Sam's not even close to it. They'll add 3 ticks. They'll add another 2.5 to the bank. Fisher unlocks for the fire truck.
Stop the payload.
And our taxi service, our resident bus driver, is going to be Grapes. Standard Lucio protocol. You get to see the payload for most of the map. Lukewarm coming up has this overclock. Neb with window. Grapes still has Beat. Cowman has Gravitic Flux, but it's most likely going to be countered by Beat unless they find an early elim on Cowman or Grapes as Cowman goes down. Iron now pushing into the faces of what remains of the backline for Northwood University.
This is what you talk about, creating space with your tank. Just push W, just try to go in, make some space, as the Lucio is the one that's kind of being the payload princess, but it's going to get underneath the tunnel pretty easily here, considering how much space is being made by this team of Fisher right now with only 2.5 minutes left to go. You need as much space as you can get. And great Maywall to cover up Cowman for right now. Cowman using the Great Flux as well as the Captain's Son. Good thing you've got a sound barrier from Grapes to trade that out. So 1 ult for 2, and now Lukewarm's going to go ahead and use the overclock. Takes care of Vega in the air. And now it's just a runaway game for Northwood. Has to back off of that small room because you don't know what Lukewarm can do. Lukewarm's overclock does run out in the process, but 2 minutes and 12 seconds left to go. Gonna have to try and find a way to get back up here. Sam versus the Lucio inside. Focus beam down. They trade. Sam and Grapes inside of the small room just trades out. But what could that mean for either side? Landon having to use the Immortality Field already for the team. Immortality Field also comes out. It's going to be too late for Iron to get inside of it, and that's going to send Fisher Wisp back to regroup.
Okay, I think anyone could agree it's much worse losing a support than it is losing a DPS, so Sam getting that trade was absolutely massive. As we look into this next fight, we are in last 2 fights, but losing Neb could mean we get maybe a fight and a half now for Fisher Wisps on their attack. Haven's gonna have overclock, Sam with copy, Landon of course has window, Neb will likely get window if this fight lasts long. We are running the Sigma, so it can extend the fight periods. But Rocket with this mailed, and there isn't a whole lot to save Northwood if they aren't careful. They predicted this mailed is here. They may spread out, play a little bit more passive, and wait for it because they're not going to have the escapability considering they don't have a Lucio.
Yep. Got to try to get out, but now they have the Great Flux. No defensive ults here, but they got to use the Immortality Field. It's not going to be enough though. Haven and Landon both going down in the back line means that Northwood University's got not a lot of space to work with here. There is Sam that duplicates into really Neb's Baptiste, but this isn't going to do much of anything considering where this payload is and where Sam is at the current moment. I don't think anybody's going to touch here, and nobody will, so it's another 90 seconds out of the bank. It's 2:10 to get it all the way done.
The copy makes sense after losing Landon early coming from Sam with that Echo copy. However, being so deep in the back line, you've copied the support, you give your team the support back, but the issue is your team's not with you, and it was kind of all for naught. Now we're having to brawl it out against Vega and Sam, and it looks like Iron will meet Haven's rail shot coming in after overextending just a little bit too far. Vega again with Captive Sun, Landon, Amplification Matrix, Cowman, Graphitic Flux, and Haven with Overclock. We're gonna have Lukewarm have Overclock, Rocket have Blizzard still, Neb with Window, and Grapes with Beat. Lots of counter ability here coming on all of these ultimates, but I'm really scared for Northwood considering, again, they don't have those defensive ultimates. They have to rely on positioning and using their cooldowns properly.
Gravitic Flux is going to come up. It's going to find a lot of people inside of it. Sound barrier way too late to save Rocket. And that sound barrier may just be enough to turn this fight, though, because Neb and Grapes getting their kills, especially on the Cowman. No more shield. Sam is up in the air. It's just going to find anything. It probably won't. They're just going to hide up there for right now. The focus beam falls also low. The Grapes escapes. Now we're in the home stretch here. 57 seconds. What could be considered a final fight territory here. Fisher Wisp is going to have 2 ultimates online. Northwood with 2 of their own. Cowman now on to the Doomfist instead of the Sigma. Blizzard's going to be used first from Rocket. See if this finds anything. It's going to be the Captain Sun from Vega. Vega's doing enough damage. Lukewarm trades that out, though. But like you were saying, you'd want the DPS over the support, but 2 supports down for right now. 1 on either side. Haven does have that railgun shot fired onto Rocket, onto Grape, and Sam's going to copy that as well. It's going to be the tank falling down. 25 seconds left to go.
Earlier when we had people on the upper right, top of elevator, it was, I believe it was I want to say it was Lucio in conjunction with someone else up on the, no, it was Lucio going after Sam and Landon. And Grapes was like, I saw this happen before, I'm not doing it again.
I don't think...
Backed off.
I don't think they got the touch. No, they didn't.
Wait, Rocket didn't get the touch?
Rocket did not get the touch. I didn't think so either, because Rocket got pooped off and then got killed before reaching that bubble that's around the escort, that's around the payload. So no touch whatsoever. And it's going to be Fisher that gets stopped at 2 points. But wow, I mean, we take a look at the highlights pretty quickly. But yeah, Rocket does not touch. And the Lucio does not touch either. As we take a look at some of the highlights, Landon started us off really well with a couple of triple kills to start off the map here. But Landon probably feeling very bloodthirsty right about now. I mean, but yeah, I mean, that's got to be tough for Fisher not being able to get that final touch there.
And there's the Duel of the Fates down inside the bottom of the train station.
Yep. You see a lot of damage being poured out right now from Northwood there, especially towards the end. And the big play was Sam and Haven both getting railgun shots, if you will. But this final point right here, just the Tracer not being able to touch. And yeah, even Grapes doesn't touch just in time. So yeah, that not a good situation if you're Fisher. It'll be Northwood's turn to attack. 2 points, 92 meters, basically completing the map to get their second point of the series.
I also want to highlight just the depth that these rosters have there, and some of these players have in their hero pools is so immaculate. It's perfect for this current state of the game. They have the ability to pull out these compositions that work seamlessly with what their strengths are, and they're able to work around the map. But we've got Grapes this time playing Brigitte as opposed to the Lucio, something we haven't seen in a while. Unfortunately, some Brig players get bored. Love her or hate her, she is a fantastic support. We'll have to see if Grapes does end up making a swap later on, but for now, rolling out on Brig for the first defensive phase.
See, this is where I thought Seams would start going to the back end first for the back alley. Calman's in a lot of trouble. Immortality field there. Can you save Calman? Calman's gone. But in the trade, Neb is gone as well. So a 2 for 1, 2 for 2. As Sam's in the back line, basically untouched here. Unchecked, untouched whatsoever. And Sam's just going to have free reign to go ahead and use the focus beam, which means Northwood can go ahead and just run right in to get a few ticks on this point. And yeah, Sam's just unchecked, unfazed whatsoever here as Sam gets all the way in the back line. Nobody can check it.
It seems like Calman was a sacrificial lamb on that engage just to let Sam go across scot-free and unchecked, as you mentioned, to do what Sam wanted. As they put so much pressure onto Calman, assuming they'd get the elimination. They did, but they spent so much, and Sam had a heyday in the background.
Yeah, so now they're just going to try and waste away this 5-minute and 25-second time bank that Northwood is going to get here. Lukewarm already gone, but Calman traded out. Too bad the spawn rooms are in favor of Northwood, so if you're Fisher, maybe back off scenario for them. And yeah, it might be a back off scenario, especially when you've got an application matrix right in front of you, and Landon on this Baptiste can go absolutely nuts, especially also when Sam, again, just unchecked in this scenario. And it's just going to be a rundown inside of the side stairs for right now. Sam falling to 169, and now this Brigitte just cannot, from the looks of it, escape. Has to use the rally. He's going to use the rally inside of the small room just to stay alive, if anything. Captain Sun doesn't hit anything. Gravitic Flux is up. The Gravitic Flux, I don't think, finds anything here. And now, yep, there's the main inside of the small room. Meteor Strike inside of the small room as well. Remember, folks, in small rooms come big problems. And big problems happening for Northwood in this fight right now. 2 people already fall down. Neb using the app matrix. It's going to be to no avail at this point as Northwood pushes on.
That fight dragged on for such an extended period of time. Payload has gone underneath entirely. Now at the top of the hill, it was just outside the room though, and everyone realized, wait, they just used rally. Wait, they committed flux. And then they all dove into the room to play cleanup crew. We're gonna have Rocket run on, drop the blizzard. No one's inside of it, but it does give enough space for the rest of Fisher to come forward.
But now it's gonna be Lukewarm as well as Haven. Who gets the better of the overclocks? Lukewarm up 1-0 on that. And already losing out Calman, I mean, it's a probably good back-off scenario, especially when you're going to lose your Iyadi at the same time. And yep, just a back-off scenario here. You're going to lose your support to stagger out. But good play there from Fisher. They've put up the fence. But they got a lot of time to waste away 3.5 where that payload is.
Neb also made the hot swap to Lucio just to rush out. It's gonna go back to walks back to spawn, is now back on Baptiste. We'll lose a little bit of ult charge, but not enough to really be upset about. Calman, though, is sticking with this Doomfist. I am surprised by this choice, considering you're going into a Mei, Brig, and Sigma. But Calman is thinking that it is the key to success. Coming up on Meteor Strike, we're going to also have Captive Sun and Amplification Matrix, whereas Grapes is the only one coming up on Ultimate here for Fisher Wisps.
Application Matrix is going to be used to start off here. Vega's already got a kill through the window onto Neb. Good start for Northwood here. Meteor Strike in the side room. That's going to target Grapes and Lukewarm. It's already going to be a rally to be popped off from Grapes. Neb back in the game here in just a couple of moments. 3 meters left to go. Somebody's got to touch, guys. 0.40 meters. And finally, Fisher starts to defend off as Northwood backs off. Captive Sun is out. Immortality Field already having to be used by Neb for a couple of moments. Trades that out, though. It's a trade fight. DPSs for DPSs. And now only 0.4 of a meter left to go. Landon using the Immortality Field, playing for blood, looking for blood, and Calman's gonna help that out. 2 kills for Iron and Neb. Landon's still alive. Landon will stay alive. Calman's find 4 and add another 90 to the bank of Northwood.
Okay, so we used Captive Sun, Meteor Strike. I think Landon even windowed very early that fight, but Landon and Neb gonna have their ults online next fight regardless. It's a cooldown, it just takes like 30 seconds. Lukewarm coming up on another overclock, a little bit ahead of Haven. Rocket again with this Blizzard, used it to zone people out to give his team a little extra time to get the foothold on payload. It paid off short term, long term, unfortunately, still we are, of course, passing that checkpoint. Iron Man with this Graphitic Flux, I'm looking to see who we're targeting. Is it going to be Immortality Force first, or are they just gonna ball for it as we have Neb pop Amplification Matrix to claim this corner?
Yep, claims the corner, so Northwood's just gonna go ahead and say, we'll kite around, we'll go upper and above. Try to rain down damage from above instead. That's what Sam's been doing all game long. Focus beam down, Immortality Field there. Lukewarm gets rid of Sam. But in the process, it trades out. There's the Graphitic Flux up from Iron. This won't find anything for right now. But Lukewarm's just going to go on a tear. Overclock comes out. Overclock finds a second. We'll probably find a third one onto the Iyadi as well. And Lukewarm adds on to the resume. Lukewarm puts up the fence for Fisher.
Calling it now. That's got to be play of the game. That has to be.
Maybe.
Well, let's see. Haven, can you get a 3K and then some to top it with another overclock that you have online, or is Sam's copy gonna do it? We also have Vega with the Captive Sun, Calman with another Meteor Strike, Rocket's going to have a Blizzard, Grapes with this Rally, which we've seen used extremely defensively, not really in a composition that's built around allowing to facilitate using these support ultimates, but Vega falling first spells Disaster for this initial engage for Northwood.
Yep, spells Disaster already. Meteor Strike from Calman. Calman's popped off for 4 earlier on. He's already going to get the kill onto Lukewarm. Neb going down as well. Sam's just waiting for the perfect target to duplicate here. Blizzard's going to come out from Rocket, maybe to stall out what they can. Try to deter them from coming on, as you're going to have Haven using the overclock in the process now. And it's going to be Iron just focus beam down and the DPS surrounding him. Rally's going to come out from Grape. Grape stunned out for a little while, but Grapes is going to get the kill onto Calman. That Rally might have just saved them here. And the Immortality Field is going to help out. Swing away they go. Lukewarm switching on over to the Widowmaker, gets rid of Vega. And I don't think there's a fight here left for Northwood, but they still keep pushing up with the DPSs, as it'll be Sam and Haven both on this DPS line trying to push up what they can. Seeing if Lukewarm can find something with this Widowmaker. Iron, though, gets rid of Haven, and that would probably signal that you're not in this fight. 1 minute 15 left.
We are just, we are around 20 meters. Quick math is not my thing. I apologize. Away from that checkpoint, though, so 14. I tried. Now, as we're coming up on this next fight, we've got Amp Matrix on both sides. DPS have expunged their ultimates. Vega's been getting this, has swapped over to the Brigida as well. But we lose Haven early. Even though we've seen Northwood lose so support early on, or DPS, they've still managed to rekindle the flames. We're in last fight territory with only 40 seconds remaining. I think they're waiting, trying to bide some time and wait for their teammate to come back.
Yeah, you still have time to regroup. If they had tried to draw out that fight, I don't think it would have landed up well for them. Calman back onto the Sigma in the meanwhile. Switched on earlier from off of that Doomfist. Only seen 2 tanks so far. Meanwhile, 25 seconds left to go. Final fight territory. Landon has the Matrix online. Fisher comes up with nothing unless it's the Graphitic Flux that comes up from Iron. So Landon's probably going to be the first one to pop an ult here in this mode. Wall comes up from Rocket already, so now they're just going to go right around it. Here comes the application matrix. As Haven finds Lukewarm already. Gravitic Flux comes up. Immortality Field still up, but above it, Rocket kills Landon, so Landon gets no shot at healing his team in this fight. 1 second left to go. Fisher looking to tie this up. Nobody touches the point thanks to the main wall, and nobody touches, which means Fisher Wisps tie up this game, and it's now from a best of 5. It goes down to a best of 3.
Cowman actually coming in with the POTG on Doomfist. Apologies, Cowman. I was not trying to underestimate your skill on Doomfist. Gets the initial pick on Neb. It's going to follow up and chase down. Yeah, this is where people start to get a little bloodthirsty. Picks up Lukewarm and Grapes thereafter. We can see a highlight here from Sam on this first engage after Cowman, like I said, was the sacrificial lamb for his team to facilitate Sam to do what he wanted.
Yeah, and Sam just getting absolute value with this Echo very early on the attack for Northwood. And all the highlights really coming in the small room here because there was just absolute craziness right here in the ticket booth. Because, I mean, you had ultimates being used, Rally, Meteor Strike, and all that. And then you get this final fight right here where Landon is just going to go bloodthirsty, just stays on the card the entire time. Normally, you wouldn't want your support position there. But Alan's like, okay, let's go in. And then Cowworm gets that 4K right there. But in this final point, Fisher looks all so good, especially when Lukewarm pops off like that in the final seconds, and then getting that very early pick onto Haven and then to Neb early on as well. I mean, Fisher putting up, what a door they put up there, especially with the time that Northwood had.
And we're about to hop into Flashpoint. Honestly, we could sit here and, you know, play the coin toss game a little bit and, you know, be like, is it going to be New Junk or Servasa? But honestly, there's one.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's Sudavasa or it's going to be New Junk City. Obviously, we've seen Sudavasa so far, but we'll find out what our next map will be. We will take a short break. When we come back, we will see the rest of the best of 3 now. No, folks, it's not a best of 5. It's 1-1, your scoreline right now between Fisher Wisp and Northwood. We'll be right back with the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming Winners Finals. Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth. Collegiate alongside Nerdy Bird with you. Fisher Wisp, Northwood 1-1. Your scoreline right now. Fisher losing the very first map on Lijiang Tower to Northwood 100-0 on Garden, 194 on Night Market. Midtown, though, would go the other way as Fisher would get their revenge and put up a huge door and a huge fence right in front of Northwood, 3-2 in that final in the final train station, Grand Central Station. So we now go to our third map, and it is going to be Flashpoint, the newest game mode to Overwatch. And to no one's surprise, I guess you could say if you've been watching all weekend, Sotavasa is going to be the next map. So Flashpoint coming up here, and we saw yesterday when Northwood was involved with Sotavasa. Fisher Wisps yesterday against Rutgers only saw 3 maps onto Market Garden and Ruins. Meanwhile, Northwood saw the entire map, all 5 maps. They would go on all 5 maps. They would play close with. They would win Palace, Ruins, and Garden. That's where their strength was yesterday against Maryville, winning that 3-2 on Sotavasa. So that was your map score there. Meanwhile, a couple of subs coming in. Fisher Wisp, as we take a look at the roster here, will put back in Riker instead of Iron. So we probably are going to see the Orisa combination one more time here as Riker comes back in for this next map.
I'm a little interested to, well, actually, I should say I'm not surprised that Riker is in because we saw Riker yesterday on Sotavasa. However, knowing that we're going with the Sigma matchup, I wonder if the anticipation is that Riker is just going to diff Calman on the Sigma with the Orisa instead. Now, at the end of the day, it's going to be not just up to the tanks, but it's up to everybody to figure out how they're going to work around playing the tank matchup between the horse and the Sig. At the end of the day, I'm excited, of course, and we do, once again, we're going to see Grapes and Neb on the support. I don't foresee Neb being on the Iari pick here, most likely back on Baptiste, just because of the nature of flashpoints. Grapes is going to be stuck on Lucio, as is Vega, most likely, unless we have some JQ Symmetra or a JQ or a Sim composition coming out for one of these teams.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like there's going to be really any switches here, for Northwood, as we didn't see any switches there anyways. But to be frank, if for Flashpoint, I feel like a Lucio is needed no matter what happens anyways, just because of the speed you need to get to the point and just to regroup everybody if somebody falls. So with Flashpoint here on Sotavasa, gonna be, it's a very interesting game mode. I know some people have their opinions about it. I have my own as well, but Flashpoint, one of those maps where it's basically Control, and I love the way you put this yesterday. Control on steroids, if you will. Control, that just goes a lot faster. And so first map going to be here on Market, as it always will be. And for the lineups, again, we're probably going to see Doomfist, or not Doomfist, excuse me, Sigma here for Calman, if Calman stays in, which it will be. But it's going to be an Orisa versus Sigma, which I'm very interested to see the matchup in. Unless Riker's pulling my leg right now and decides to go Doomfist instead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Riker's pulling your leg. Fisher was pulling our leg a lot yesterday. And Northwood also, we do see Sam did actually play Genji on Sotavasa for a bit yesterday, so I would not be surprised if we see either Genji or Mei at different points in time throughout this entire Flashpoint. As we roll out, we've got the Mei Orisa for Fisher, and then we're actually gonna have the Genji Sojourn coming out for Northwood.
Yep, so it's going to be the Genji Sojourn out for Northwood. Meanwhile, Fisher sticking to the Sojourn and Mei combination. Rocket's already stunned out because of the accretion there, but it's just waiting. These two teams, I've seen this so far. Teams are just going to wait in their respective areas until there's one go button. There's one green light. The wall is up. That's not going to be it. And now it's just going to be the dash right in to see if they could have finished that off. Sam's just going to try to dash right in and clean up house in the back line. Haven, though, cleans up Neb in the process. So Northwood already off to the right foot. Calman, though, trades out, so no more tank. But that might not matter too much if Haven's hitting shots and Sam's in your back line just dashing away here. Icicle deflection and also some damage onto Rocket as well. It's going to be Northwood cleaning up house and getting the first flip.
We saw yesterday on Sotavasa this first point, it did flip back and forth and get very close. I'm interested to see if that happens again. We've got Landon, of course, having window. Neb also having window. Sam, however, 66% on this blade. If they can force Nebs in more early like they did during the first engage, that can be, Sam can then go have a ball with this Genji blade. It also, barring the idea that Sojourn or that Lukewarm is either already used slide or so far off angle that they can't stop Sam.
Let's see, 50% already. I mean, this might be final fight territory the way this is looking already as 50%. It's going to be the Matrix trade out. Already Rocket using their wall, and Haven through the window is going to find Neb again. I mean, Neb's might have nightmares about that shot just all the way down. As Lukewarm falling oh so low. Everybody on Fisher falling oh so low here. Lukewarm and Rocket are the last ones up, 81%. And by this point, unless something big happens from Lucio, especially the way this point goes, it's probably going to be left alone by Fisher to move on to the next one.
Northwood decided to pick apart Fisher and force them into 1v1s or 1v2s and was able to capitalize on the chaos they created to secure this point. 100% to 0. We're going to transition into Palace. Personally, my favorite of the flash points here for Servasa, only because the fountain turns on after cap. Now we're going to have Overclock, Gravitic Flux, Beat, Blade, all for Northwood. We have Overclock, Blizzard, Terra Surge, and Grapes. Well, Grapes with the Beat, most likely getting forced here in conjunction with Blizzard.
Yeah, the Gravitic Flux does nothing though, especially when you get just speared out by Riker. And now the Dragon Blade's gonna get popped up from Sam. Sam's just gonna go ahead and dash away for at least one. We'll dash away on this Sojourn for 2. Will go up in the air for Grapes. That's a 3-piece for Sam, and this will be a team flip again for Northwood.
Take a quick look at the replay here from Sam with this blade. After getting, it looked like Neb's Immor and Neb borderline the same slash.
Yeah, might have been just the same slash that hacks away at that immortality field. So Fisher still not seeing a percentage point yet on this map. So they gotta try to find a way to fight this for right now. Here comes the overclock from Lukewarm. Is this gonna find anything? It does find Haven to start, and now it's a Genji versus Soldier in battle. Who's gonna win this out? Oh, and then Vega's gonna join the fight and says hello. Sam's gonna help that out, but Fisher will flip and see their first percentages as they push Combat all the way back. No heals to come up either, so Fisher will keep it.
Vega gets a little feisty, decides to do a team boop, but runs away. Also, I loved seeing Vega come running in to help Haven, well, to help Sam in that duel. Sometimes people get a little upset saying you have no honor, but it's the whole point of a support player to be able to do that sort of thing. It's a team-based game. I'm not gonna take a 1v1 with you if I don't have to. Play to have the advantage and never take a fair fight. So yeah, take the 2v1 as we see Neb go down to Landon's window. Immortality is used by Landon. The window from Neb also used, but Lukewarm, who stagnates, ends up getting eliminated by Landon.
68% and rolling down. Landon just doing some good work here. Lots of highlights you could pick from, especially in this game alone, especially on Midtown. You can go back to that very early fight and play on that. But meanwhile, Northwood gets the point back, 65%, but Fisher looking at 72%. Obviously, with the way Flashpoint works, Northwood is going to take the lead pretty easily, but this is most likely looking at final fight territory. As we see a backup already, kinetic grasp already being used. Haven's going to use the overclock and find Lukewarm, so no chance for Lukewarm to have their say in this. As now it's Riker using the Terra Surge to find nothing. Landon still finding kills, and the Haven-Landon combination here working out well. Sam will get in on the action, and it's going to be 2 points leading up for Fisher, or for Northwood, excuse me, as we go on to the next flashpoint. It will be in the temple.
Riker is choosing to pick up the Sigma mantle. We're gonna have the Sigma duel out on temple. Early pick from Lukewarm onto Landon. Fortunately misses the slide to get on top of the rooftop of one of the huts. Cowman will have lift, and we also have Blade online from Northwood. Graves will have beat to counter one of those. If they're used in conjunction, theoretically, Grapes can help their entire team sustain. However, the trade may actually come in with Rocket, again, dropping the Malt in response to the Sigma Flux, which is what we saw last time.
So now the Gravitic Flux is going to come up here. First point already flipped out for Fisher, but there's a Gravitic Flux up from Cowman. Finds nothing because Grapes already uses the sound barrier at the same time. And now it's going to be the Blizzard coming out from Rocket. See if this finds anything. It kites away Northwood for right now. But Rocket's in a really tough position here because Rocket's just in the back line. Can Rocket get out? Rocket does get out with the help of the heals and the immortality field. Here comes the dash away from Sam. Good thing you have help from the sound barrier of Vega as well. Sam finds one on the slash away, and it'll be turning back on over to Northwood.
Only one left standing is Riker is quickly disposed of. So we look at the ultimates online for the next fight. We've got Lukewarm Overclock ready to go. That one has been able to decimate the entire squad of multiple teams. We're also gonna have Neb with Amplification Matrix, as will Landon. It's really gonna come down to, I think, Lukewarm's ultimate that's going to be the change maker for this engage from Fisher. Riker might be able to get Gravitic Flux during this fight if it's extended, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, let's see here. This Northwood has to just hold on to this for 50 more percent, and they will have map number 3 and be on series point. Meanwhile, Fisher needing to, what you could call reverse map sweep here. Application matrices are going to come up. Lukewarm now has the ultimate, will have the overclock. Lukewarm pop off here, just trying to run this team down, run in their backline here. Vega's caught inside of it. Sam's going to dash away in the backline, though. Sam just deflecting the same, and Sam's actually got 2. Sam's got 3.
Gosh.
Sam's looking for more. Sam's got a 4th one as well, looking for the entire team to kill. Haven's going to take that final blow away, and the final blow happening to Fisher here on this map, 100% to 46, and the 3-0 Suravasa sweep, and Northwood on series point.
Take a quick look at the play of the game. It's going to be Vega coming in on the Lucio. I'm interested to see what this one is. It's the beat to allow for to facilitate this blade, then coming in, battling, dueling the Lucio, and finding and helping with the elimination on Grapes.
Yeah, and we see some of the highlights coming up here for Northwood and Fisher for right now. Is again this earlier on, this Genji just causing so many problems in their backline. Sam just going ahead and dashing away. Meanwhile, here for Fisher, one good fight as they were able to find a little bit of picks, but then you had Sam on this Genji doing some work at second point as well. The Suravasa sweep completed. As I mean, really just no answers for Sam on this Genji at all. Sam getting a good amount of kills and final blows, 25 limbs, 12 final blows as well, but my oh my, were the blades big, and the plays big when they needed it.
It just circles back to what I was talking about earlier in regards to this team and the players having just such depth in their hero pools allows for them to be very dynamic. And this Genji seems like no one was able to circumvent the amount of damage, and just Genji being in the backline, being an annoyance and a nuisance is needed, and then also just demanding that we pay attention to him.
Yeah, just demanding absolute attention. Every eye on a Sam right now. Fisher up 2-1 for right now as we go on to our next map, which is Push. And Push, same as Flashpoint, limited amount of maps that we go to. Coliseo, Esperanza, New Queen Street. But the question for Fisher as well is on the verge of a loss here. They couldn't make some switches. We saw Riker on the Orisa earlier. Do you go back to the Sigma that had basically success on Midtown earlier on when you got that, especially on a map like Push, where this is your series? I mean, it's not really the tournament life, because you can look at the bracket right now as, I mean, they may be up 2-1 right now, but if they lose, they drop to the lower bracket, and we may have an update on the lower side as well. Yes, Maryville Boise at 1-1 right now in that series, so they're all tied up. That is for their tournament lives. Actually, loser, they're eliminated. Winner moves on to the lower finals, which we will have with Richrad and Kenobi on the other side of this match. But Maryville, Boise State fighting for their tournament lives right now. Fisher and Northwood fighting for the first spot inside of the grand finals, with Northwood leading 2-1 here. But, I mean, for one of those 3 maps, what do you think you're picking here if you're Fisher?
Honestly, I would likely go Esperanza. We've seen a lot of Esperanza during this entire weekend as far as the push maps go. I say that just because there is a little bit more natural cover provided on Esperanza. There is pseudo high grounds that are given, and Esperanza as a whole also tends to be a little bit more forgiving than, say, Coliseo, where we're looking down an entire hallway for probably the first 5 minutes of the game, let's be honest. And in conjunction with that, if you are worried about a Sojourn, well, then you're probably also going to want to be worried about that Sojourn being able to transition over to a Widowmaker. And Coliseo is a hit scans playground in that initial phase. If you're not going to be playing the Sigma, if you're not, and you're choosing to go with the Orisa, you need to be weary of those hit scans. So don't go Coliseo. Go to a map that allows you to back off, still contest bot, and be in safe corridors, i.e. go Esperanza. You could go New Queen Street, But that defensive uphill battle that occurs after you lock down, well, the offensive and defensive uphill battle that occurs when you lock down that first checkpoint is so irksome and also very oppressive to hit scans. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, and remember, folks, again, first fight wins, first checkpoints are always going to be talked about, especially on this map, is when you push at least 20 meters. Win percentage is very high when you get to the first checkpoint, even higher. So you take a look at the map set right now, as for those of you who are just joining us, Lijiang Tower 2-0 onto Northwood. Fisher gets Midtown on a good defense, 3-2 as well. Sudavasa goes the way of Northwood into what we call the Sudavasa sweep, and it's not going to be Esperanza. Instead, it's going to be Coliseo that gets played here. And behind the scenes where you couldn't see the cameras, Artie's just like, oh, hand to face, like, oh boy, what's going on here with the Fisher pick here?
This is going to be a situation of chronically checking your heads, I believe. This is a bold pick also, I feel like. But with that in mind, it means Fisher's trying to facilitate most likely Lukewarm here and basically say, Lukewarm, go T-pose on Northwood for us, please. But with that, the flip side of that is Haven also demonstrated he's very capable on the Sojourn, so I anticipate we'll probably see the Sojourn matchup again, or as I also mentioned, possibly the Widowmaker. Sam, we might not see on the Bastion as much as I adore Bastion gameplay. I think people are starting to get a little sick of it, but Sam can play Genji. Sam can also play Echo on this point. You don't need a pocket when you play like Sam does. You don't need the nano when you play like Sam. And it actually, I'm not trusting anything I see yet, but that's just some of the things that I'm predicting will happen as we move into Coliseo for push. This is, the end of the road for Fisher if they don't clean this back up and Northwood walks away with the victory. They could send us to Escort. That's all up to Fisher in the next 8 minutes.
Yep, series on the line here for Fisher coming up right now as we head into Coliseo. And, I mean, we'll get to see the beautiful streets of Rome right now, but Fisher, more or less thinking about the series here, needs to win this to send us to Game 5 in the series. Northwood wins this, and they are the first in to the grand finals. We take a look at the starting lineup so far. No switches on either end. Riker does stay in, which means we're probably going to get that Orisa still. So again, either way, no switches. But Sam, unless this changes last second, maybe to an Echo, Sam's probably going to stay on that Genji.
I think the Genji pick is strong for the side of Northwood. The Timberwolves can capitalize on Sam either going with no attention on him and into the back line and then magically pulling said attention, allowing the front line to get a full engage. The only type of cover that Fisher is going to have is that spear spin from Orisa and Maywall, which is why having this Genji that can off angle can be very strong for Northwood's comp.
All right, here we go. Fisher's upper bracket lives on the line. Northwood looking for the series right here in a 3-1. 9 minutes, 30 seconds. Robot unlocks right now. Starts to head towards Northwood's way to start, but Fisher's going to go ahead and respond with the wall. Sam already falling down to half health. Good thing you have your Baptiste right there to help you out and just kind of crawl away, if you will, just over the top of the window and say hello and then come back. Riker falling oh so low, falls down to less than half health. Needs to use the immortality field already. It's all systems go here for Fisher. Lukewarm's already got a kill onto Haven. The push-up continues now as you're going to have the Battle Lucio coming in to take down Vega, but no. Vega's gone. Rocket gets 2 kills on them. It's just Sam left to go. Has to use the cryo freeze for right now, and Sam's in a whole lot of trouble. It's going to be Fisher winning the first fight.
Vega is transitioning over to the Artie, deciding the Lucio is not worth it. So we take a quick look at the respawns. Northwood not swapping anything else out. We are going to have Rocket with a Blizzard Online Cowman, Landon almost having Gravitic Flux in window, but Neb, the first person with a check mark, has Amplification Matrix online. They're engaging, pushing forward, using the Amp Matrix to try to maintain control on this bridgeway. Landon already uses Immortality. It's burned, but Cowman's going to go down first.
Catman goes down first already, and you're right. Like you said, switching on over to the Yachty. Maybe the Lucio wasn't really working out for them, but that does give more speed up to Fisher in the process. More speed or more damage? Which one would you rather have? If you're Fisher right now, we'll find out that answer. And Riker throwing the Javelin into the heart of Sam. Nothing doing there. It'll be the first checkpoint here. Northwood can't even try to spam for the checkpoint unless they really want to go for it, but they don't have enough speed to get there, I think. With 4 meters left to go, will they drop in? I don't think so. I don't think they have a chance to drop in. Yes, it'll be first checkpoint coming up for Fisher.
I know the question was rather redundant, but of course, as you say it, the next follow-up is they don't have the speed to do anything, and I think Lucio is always a safe bet to go as the beat counters Sam's blade. Sam gets eliminated. Countman responds, is going to use the Graphitic Flux. Also, Sam swapping to Echo, but that's both supports gone. And Riker, Spear Spin, looking for all possible Javelin, but Cowman and company are going to delete Riker.
Yeah, it's going to be the no immortality field scenario, unfortunately. Cowman just uses the Graphitic Flux upstairs, and goodbye, Ned, goodbye, Grapes. So 75 meters, a great push to start off for Fisher. 8 minutes and 50 to win the first fight, 7:50 on the clock to get the first checkpoint. And they do have that forward spawn already. Yes, it went past midfield, but everybody spawned by then as well. There's the Captive Sun out from Vegas. Just gonna find anything. Riker falls oh so low thanks to the focus beam. Sam cleans that up. You lose Haven, but you take down Riker, which means tank for DPS. I think you take the tank all day long there. And now you're going to have the Application Matrix try to fight this back. Here comes Lukewarm on the overclock at the same time. Lots of ultimates being used by Fisher. Riker's the only one that hasn't used theirs because they're back in the spawn room coming back. It's going to be Grips using that sound wave to take down Cowman. Looking good for right now. Rocket on the crowd freeze gets out. Rocket with the Icicle kill getting Vega. Looking very good for Fisher to take this one back. And they will, as it's a back-off scenario for Northwood.
It's got people fighting it out in the right side corridor. It was Landon and Haven against Lukewarm and Grapes. Landon and Haven forced back to spawn as Lukewarm's going to take control of Bridgeway once again. Haven has overclock. We're going to also see window online for Landon. Copy shortly thereafter for Sam. Now Rocket again has Blizzard. We also have Riker and Grapes with ults online. Are we going to see the Blizzard Terra Surge combination is Blizzard's used? Looks like everyone from Northwood will make it out alive, but they commit the Immor as Sam gets dangerously low.
Haven's gonna go ahead and use the overclock. Terra starts to do this at the same time. Riker falls oh so low. And now Riker gone. Comment also gone at the same time when Lukewarm's in your back line, causing a lot of problems on this Sojourn. Gets 2 kills already on final blows. Meanwhile, the duplication for Sam not gonna find anything here. Needs the sticky bombs to do something, but Lukewarm firing away on the railgun. And the robot with 5 minutes left to go. You might as well call it the home stretch.
Take a quick look at Lukewarm's stats on screen as 13 eliminations and only died once so far. So Lukewarm is feeling absolutely, is honestly in the groove right now as you mentioned, we're hitting the home stretch. We've got Rocket again with this Blizzard online. It's been a fight and a half. Rocket already has another Blizzard. Yep. Lukewarm has overclock. We've got Terra Surge for Cowman and Vega with beat, but Haven's gonna go down, and that means you need to start committing ults if you're Northwood right now because both your DPS are gone.
You have none. You've got no ultimates to use. Fisher's got everything on the board. They could complete the map right here, right now. 4 meters left to go. Nobody else is gonna touch. And if you like a longer match, you're gonna get it. Fisher's gonna take this all the way home. Fisher's gonna complete the map. And ladies and gentlemen, in the winners finals, we are going the distance. Two to two, your score. Fisher ties it up by completing the entire map of Colosseo with over 3 minutes to go. An unbelievable performance, an unbelievable comeback, and it all comes down to Escort, which Northwood will pick. But my, oh my, Fisher, Wisp look like they are back. They are hungry to stay alive.
All right, I'm gonna turn the table a little bit here on you, Clutchkey.
Sure,
considering what we've seen thus far, as demonstrated by all of these fabulous highlights coming out here from our Colosseo matchup, what map do you think we're going to see Northwood pick?
It could be anything, honestly. With the way this is playing right now for Northwood, if you like Sam on the Echo, I mean, you had open areas to play. If Echo could have been a little more value, you'd say a little more open areas like Route 66, or, I mean, for a Sigma map in Orisa, I don't know, Circuit Royale looking a little bit better if you're liking Sigma plays, so I would expect Circuit Royale could, I could very well be wrong though, Artie. You are the smarter one between the two of us, but I mean, what do you take here?
I mean, the guess of Circuit, honestly, pretty gosh darn good. It's just the caveat to the Circuit pick is that both teams have pretty competent Sigma players. We can rotate in Iron in substitution for Riker. However, one map that I would think we might end up seeing is Dorado, just because Echo can be very strong on Dorado, Sigma can be strong on Dorado. Orisa does find value on Dorado, but you have to play the rotations perfectly, so I'm leaning more into the Dorado pick. However, you know, it could be Circuit Royale. Based off what we saw on Coliseo, I don't think Northwood should go with Circuit Royale, just because Fisher was so domineering on a map that typically you do see snipers win on.
Yep. So, I mean, we'll find out what map it is going to be. We can talk about it all we want, but the teams are going to come up with their pick. Northwood map pick. We're going the distance, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 5 right after the break as you're watching the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming Winners Finals. We'll be right back. Oh, game 5, everybody. Welcome back inside of the booth for Fisher West versus Northwood. Clutchkey alongside Nerdy Bird here. We've got a lot of action to talk about, especially now that we are going to map number 5 to escort. We go to game 5, but first I want to take a look at the bracket real quick, and this will be very good to look at to see who the winner of this series is going to play, because right now in the lead in the other game of Maryville and Boise State is the Broncos. They are up 2-1 over Maryville at the current moment, and Artie right now behind the scenes, all I can tell you, fist pumps and all, knowing that the affiliation there for the Broncos working out well. Broncos up 2-1. Again, we will give you the lower finals coming up. Rich, Rad, and Kenobi on the other side of this match with you for that either Boise State and Maryville winner versus the loser of this matchup here in map number 5. And while we have a moment here, we will go into the next map that's going to come up here in just a second. But Nerdy, I mean Artie, you're feeling pretty happy that you now know that Boise State's going to be in the lead here 2-1.
I mean, of course I get to be biased. I'm not casting them right now. Bagel is competing literally in the next room over. I got to walk out during our break and he gives me this big old smile and goes, we're 1-1 right now. And then to walk in here and see now that it's 1-2, I'm just like, that makes me extremely happy. They were up super late last night. They did some extra VOD reviewing. I've never seen them so, adamant at coming out on top of a matchup. They really wanted to go hard against Maryville, but I digress. That's happening off screen and what's important right now because they are in the losers bracket. No offense, guys. We are in the winners bracket and we get to take a look, go into the final map. We're going the distance. Who deserves the right to go into the grand finals?
And we are going in to Route 66. This is the pick from Northwood University. It has been back and forth. You can see the scoreline. 0-2 for Northwood, 3-2 for Fisher, 0-3 for Northwood, 2-0 for Fisher. 2 meaning, yeah, that 2 is not normally there because it's a completed map. They only had 3.39 meters for Northwood in that map of Collegiate, one of the quickest I've ever seen in a collegiate matchup. But yeah, absolutely. Fisher completing the map, getting the first checkpoint, the second checkpoint, whatever you want to call it there, getting the 2 points for Colosseum. Meanwhile, we'll go into the rosters right now. Only one swap to talk about for Fisher. Riker out, Iron comes back in. Everybody else stays the same, which would signify that we're going to see more Sigma gameplay here. Obviously, Lukewarm Rocket still staying on the DPS side. Neb Grapes on your support side as well. But we start to head into Route 66 now. And Artie, what do you, as someone affiliated with the collegiate scene, what do you think about in a game 5 here? What's the mindset going to be like for these players as we head into what could be the final map, or what is the final map, and a spot into the grand finals?
Well, thankfully, we are kind enough to have production allow casters to have breaks, which in turn also gives these players a moment of reprieve. And during those moments, you have to shake off any feelings of negativity, any animosity you have towards yourself in moments that you messed up in previous maps, because it's very important you come in with a positive mental attitude and mindset. You're unfazed by what's happened in the past. This is map 1. Game 1, and you have to treat this as though nothing's on the line, because if you really put that pressure on yourself, it can negatively impact your gameplay. Focus on what's in front of you, focus on your task of completing the map and coming out victorious. That is the goal. Leave it all on this virtual field, because it is this or down to the losers bracket. You have to fight for your last stand to make it back into grand finals. Yes, you have a safety net. However, do you want to use it? No, you want to go in undefeated. Let's see which one ends up making it into the grands. Is it going to be Fisher or is it going to be Northwood?
Northwood made it to the championship playoffs last time Overwatch Collegiate played. This time, though, on the verge of dropping down to the lower bracket before trying to make it to the grand finals in this case. Fisher on the attack first, as we will see echoes being brought up by both sides. Rocket, we've seen it on the May all series long, opts to go for the Echo instead. And basically, like you were saying, mirror comp on the other side. 30 seconds gone, 3.5 remaining as everybody just playing around this Big Girls gas station for right now. Really can't do anything to it's really just looking for the go button. It's really looking for a green light here. But in the meanwhile, this payload's moving up to what is basically already the home stretch. If that payload backs up, you still got one fight left to go. They're not fighting around this corner. Instead, they're opting to give them a little bit of space to see if they can find an early pick. But again, the payload just keeps advancing on, already advancing into the straight of this road. So now with 3 minutes and 4 seconds left to go, Neb's already halfway to an ultimate, landed up to 66% as well. Neb's trying to find a pick here, just right in front. Nothing doing there for right now, though, as it's going to be Vega versus Neb, looking for their shots. Oh my gosh, Lukewarm falls oh so low. And as I say that, Lukewarm falls down, Haven falling low as well. But this is probably going to be a fight win here for Northwood, as Northwood getting rid of Neb. At the same token, it's just going to be just swarming into the gas station unless anything drastic happens here. Northwood is going to put up a fence.
You were talking about how there wasn't a lot of contest on payload coming out from Fisher. Well, they're both teams in this mirror matchup are playing compositions that thrive on having that extra space, and throwing someone on cart is basically throwing them to the wolves, so they had no choice but to wait it out. Also, if you wait on top of gas station, that last corner where the payload is currently at, you can actually contest payload from being on top of Big Earls. So they were waiting on that opportunity to contest from and inside Big Earls and then capitalized on that. It was perfectly executed. Yes, it does put it within one fight range. However, Northwood can now hang on. They regain the space because it's like, you have to come to us now. You have to come to the payload. So this is what they're looking for.
And that's exactly what it starts off as. Haven getting a headshot kill onto Rocket. So Fisher having to wait for their Echo to come all the way back. 4 ultimates online for Fisher. It's basically going to be every check mark here. If Vega and Lukewarm hit a couple of more shots, it's going to be every single ultimate online. Vega just got theirs online. Lukewarm 7% away. Who's going to be the first to pop the Q? And everybody's got a check mark on, but Vega's gone early on. Here come the Gravitic Flux up from both sides. Iron and Cowman both going to use their Immortality Field to drop at the same time as well. Now it's going to be the App Matrix to try to stave away Iron for right now. Cowman gets a kill in the process. Now it's going to be the Captive Sun used every single ultimate being thrown every which way. It's complete chaos right now, but somebody's got to find a pick. Somebody's got to come up with something here. Vega's going to use the Captive Sun. Hits Lukewarm, but Lukewarm's able to slide away for right now. No more damage coming to them, so that Captive Sun doesn't do much, but it actually does because there's a good sticky bomb start coming out from Sap. Vega and Cowman both getting their kills now. It's all systems go here for Northwood with what they've got left. Vega gets rid of Rocket, and with all the ultimates, every ultimate on the board used, Northwood holds on.
Holy cow. Okay, so at one point, there was 8 of 10 Qs hit. It was Vega with Captive Sun and Graves with Amplification Matrix. I was like, oh, okay, both are like gonna hold out a little bit longer. Nope, both hit it. However, Landon, Neb, both almost have ults again.
Yep, Landon, Neb, both having their ults. Final 15 seconds. Yeah, the 4 minutes went by quickly, especially when there's only been probably two total fights so far. 10 seconds left to go. Somebody's got to at least touch. In the last final 3 seconds, it'll be first up Iron to touch the point. Captive Sun already used out from Neb. Is just going to find anything? Goes the healing pylon for right now, but Vega's in a lot of trouble. Vega's the only one there. You has to use the outburst for Neb to get away. Application Matrix used from Landon at the moment. Route 66 looking good here for Northwood. They get rid of Neb's ult for absolutely nothing except the application matrix. Just trades left and right here. Switching on over to the Genji instead was Rocket from the Echo, and now Immortality Field having to be used very early on. Neb's healing pylon also got. So now Gravitic Flux is coming up from either side. We saw this before. Both teams have Gravitic Flux, but nobody touches the point because of the Gravitic Flux, and Fisher is stuck in their tracks. Not a point on Route 66. Northwood just has that much to make the grand finals.
Switching sides.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Iron instigated the Sigma Flux first. I knew Cowman had his sights set on using his as well, but Iron during the Flux was just in range of the payload to make contact, and then Cowman instigating his own lifted Iron out of the range of the payload. That was incredible. It's been a long time since I've seen a Sigma 9. I feel really bad for Fisher to have to experience it, but everybody does at some point in their career, multiple times. It just so happened to be on this day that Fisher ended up experiencing something they've done to other teams in the past. Now we can look at what compositions these teams are rolling out on. It is going to be identical. We've got the mirror matchup again. Probably going to see something similar to what we had earlier, but the issue now is Fisher, the win condition is set. Not even hitting that first checkpoint. Likely our first engage will happen around this corner where you can see people setting up. They're trying to create these angles and have this space early. They don't want to have this be a one fight and that is it. It is early engage. 3 seconds after payload is touched, we're going to drop down onto it, start making contact, start delaying the progression of this payload.
5,
Here we go.
4, 3,
Fisher, 77 meters.
1.
Northwood coming up on 4 minutes. And right now, Northwood just needing 77 meters to send themselves to the grand finals. It's gonna be close up and personal here, but Northwood already getting a kill with the focus being down onto Neb. Vega's gonna follow that up, and now because they played so close, they get another fight in potentially here. It's gonna be just Neb just trying to hold on, or Grapes trying to hold on, but right now Northwood wins the first fight. Fisher, 1 fight left.
Fisher didn't get staggered out too much. Grapes holding on was more like Grapes throwing himself onto the payload and saying, eliminate me and please do it fast. No one chose to stagger from Northwood, which does give Fisher one more fight. This is the last opportunity that they have. The concern here now is Sam coming up on this copy. Sam's above charge from everybody else, and we already see Neb's pylon's gone. Vega's pylon is also gone. I really want to keep an eye on Sam, though, during this engage. 80% and counting on copy will make this fight heavily favor Northwood.
Iron down to half health. Neb going down low as well, but Cowman falling even lower here. 2 minutes and 45. We get into the final few meters before that golden box of victory. Who's making the grand finals? Northwood on the cusp of it right now. Gonna be the immortality field being already used by Graves. Graves doesn't have that anymore. Application matrix almost being built up. Vega doesn't have the healing pylon anymore. Application matrices will go up. Graves is not gonna have a chance to use it. Rocket gets the sticky bombs out, but Iron using her gravitic flux might have just saved this with Cowman going down. They finally get the picks here. They will let them fall, and Fisher's got the fence with half the time bank gone.
Fisher's also gonna have Captive Sun, window, copy, overclock. Northwood will have lift, Captive Sun, copy, and overclock as well, but that lift is late in coming, being only at 80% as we speak. See, will Cowman be the one to hit the final Q button that leads the side of Northwood to victory, as Cowman's ult was the one that ended the previous round? Honestly, I think it's going to come down to who ults first and that which ult finds value as we intro with Vega's Captive Sun.
Captive Sun starts us off. Vega finds a little bit of damage. Not enough to make a difference, though. Application Matrix is up. Neb is going to use their Captive Sun as well. Hits a few in the backline, but that gets rid of the immortality field. Trade for trade, though. Freights is gone. Haven gone at the same time, so it's EBS for a support. Liking your chances on Northwood right now. Lukewarm having to pop the overclock, seeing if they can get any damage, but a kite away from Northwood. Means that Northwood's got man advantage here. Sam's duplication onto Yachty's going to go for nothing for an ultimate at the very least. Haven's got the overclock. Nothing for Fisher coming up. No ultimates online. Haven can be the hero if that overclock comes up. Focus beam slide away. Lukewarm gets out from the focus beam. 60 seconds left to go. And this is
Fisher's... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean...
Fisher's buying their time right now for Iron's ult.
Yep, so they're fighting their time. Iron, 82% to the ultimate right now. Neb, Lukewarm, both having their health go down to half, but they get it back up for right now. 40 seconds left to go. Sam trying to get something in the back line here, but Fisher, Northwood just advancing on. Northwood in the back line. At Matrix comes up. Landon finds Rocket. Now it's going to be the overclock from Haven. That's pop. Haven finds one onto Lukewarm, and Haven finds a second onto Neb. Northwood looking good to clear out. Haven might have just cleared him out. 2 meters left to go. Gonna have to be a clear out here. The gravitic flux up for Iron. Iron falls also low. Iron gets nothing out of the gravitic flux, and 2 meters left. That's it. Northwood reaches the golden box of victory with little time on the clock, and Northwood is headed to the grand finals. Oh my goodness, it went the distance. If you wanted a long match, it went all the way. Sure, it did not go to a 3-3, 3-2 extra game, whatever. It went all the way. It went to at least 7 minutes total on the game timer. But my, oh my, what a match overall. The highlight reel is going to go very long. Our production team doing a very good, nice job of putting it all together. The single line, like you were saying, that was one of the clips there. But man, what a final map. Fisher holding on to the door as long as they possibly can, but Northwood just slams right into it and gets the first spot into the grand finals. We'll either play Maryville or Boise, and Fisher drops down to play either Maryville or Boise State coming up in the bracket. But man, I mean, Fisher played a tough game and some momentum to take into the next one, maybe into the lower bracket. I mean, Fisher, if you're wanting a rematch against Northwood, I mean, man, oh man, this was a close one to talk about first.
I love how you said we went the distance, and then I'm sitting here and I'm like, yeah, but on escort we didn't go that far.
Yeah. It only went about 7 minutes and 45 all the way, but I mean, still an epic game overall. Went the distance, 3-2. I mean, what more could you want out of a winners finals? I mean, sure, you could have had more longer 3-3, 6-6, whatever you wanted for a longer game, but I mean, 3-2 still on the series score. What an epic series overall already.
was very back and forth, and keep in mind that Fisher, Wisps, they're just moving down into the second chance bracket. Yes, it is our losers bracket, but it just means their extra life is gone, no more green mushrooms. They're going to have to play off against whoever wins against Maryville and Boise State, as you mentioned. So they can come back for a rematch, and the caveat with this rematch is how hard did Northwoods throw down? Was that everything that they can bring to the table? Because now this is the opportunity for Fisher to rectify the mistakes that they made, go into the lower bracket, play cleanup, and come back into Grand saying, okay, we're fully warmed up, we fixed our mistakes, and we're ready to take you on again.
Yep, man. I mean, this is gonna be a great grand finals. Northwood already booking their spot. We're gonna get an interview in. We'll take a short break. When we come back, Sam from the winning team of Northwood joins us. We'll be right back on the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming in 2023. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. Collegiate alongside Nerdy Bird with you for the winners finals, and the winners finals turning into a grand finals appearance for Northwood as they win 3-2 here in the series after a furious 5-game series. Joining us right now over voice channels is Sam from Northwood. And Sam, thanks for joining us. We'll get to the highlights here in just a couple of moments, but I mean, what an absolute banger of a match. What's the team reaction after a 5-game series like that?
Honestly, pretty calm. I think we kind of knew it shouldn't have been as close. We started trolling a little bit. Kind of like got a little easy. Like we thought it was a little too easy, so I think we started like leaning back a little bit, but we sat back up and honestly could have lost, but happy we won.
So when you mentioned you guys started getting a little too silly with your gameplay, did that really kind of come to fruition on Coliseo when I think there was 3 minutes still remaining on the clock that Fisher ended up capping all the second point?
No, Colo was all them. I think that was comp gap.
All right, so the silliness was not evident on Coliseo, but there was just a little bit of more back and forth. What about Midtown then?
Midtown definitely 100%. I think that should have been pretty easy win.
Do you, not to throw shade at anybody, but could it have possibly been just a little bit of force in the Doomfist for too long?
Yeah, possibly.
I appreciate your candidness.
That was a factor for sure.
Big factor there. And again, we're talking with Sam joining us here as we go through the highlights you can see on your screen right now. But I mean, Northwood, you've got a lot of cohesion. Obviously, you have that competitive experience with a few of you guys in Overwatch League. You, Mikey, being on the same team on the Shock, and then there was Landon as well that comes from the Spitfire. I mean, does that Overwatch League experience help you guys at all and help you all? I mean, you guys have been in Contenders, but you guys have been more importantly in Overwatch League as well. Does that help you at all kind of like maybe decide on comms or basically anything in general when we come up to talking about communication and teamwork?
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, that's great experience to have. And then overall, just, I mean, going into the grand finals, you guys get a break now, a little bit of a break because you'll get to see the lower bracket finals here in a couple of moments. What are you guys going to be looking out for between your opponents, between Fisher, Maryville, or Boise State when we get to that point?
I don't know. We're not looking out for anything specific, I guess. We're just going to keep trying to like play our game, change what we need to change, keep what we need to keep, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, play your game you have been, and so far so good for you guys as you get a spot in the grand finals. Good luck in the grand finals there, Sam, and thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you. You guys have a great day.
You too. Thanks so much. Sam from Northwood University joining us. The Timberwolves move right on into the grand finals with a very, very good 3-2. Artie, I mean, we're going to take a look at this bracket one more time because we do now know a winner, and it's not good news if you're Boise State, unfortunately. Maryville leads on in with another game 5 as well, 3-2. But in favor of Maryville this time, going the escort way, going the distance. So 3 teams now remain. Northwood into the grand finals. Who will join them? Will we see the rematch of Fisher, or will we see Maryville play them in a repeat of the winners semifinals? This is going to be a great game and a great series overall. Special thanks to everybody at the OW Path to Pro team here, as well as the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming. We're going to wrap up right now, but do not go anywhere because on the other side of this, lower bracket finals, and then after that will be the grand finals. Lots of Overwatch gameplay to be had here. You do not want to miss it. Rich Rad Kenobi on the other side of this. We're going to take the break. When we come back, lower bracket finals between Fisher and Maryville. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
We return with more action for you at this Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming. We had a massive Map 5 banger with both Fisher Wisps and Northwood University. Major thanks to both Clutchkey and Nerdy Bird for bringing that action, as now we get to continue on. And we've got quite a game ahead of us as well, Kenobi.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any indication of like how the games have gone today, I think we're going to be here for quite a while, Rich.
Yeah.
I mean, not only the game that was just on broadcast that we saw between Northwood University and Fisher Wisps, but also the game off broadcast between Boise State and Maryville University down to the wire in a 5-mapper as well. So based on that alone, I think we're going to be here for quite a while with these close series and a lot of good chances for people to get those skins.
And we can take a look at how the rest of the broadcast is going to look here. We've got, again, Fisher, Wisps, and Maryville coming up next as ours. There's the predictions available for you. 1 for Fisher Wisps, 2 for Maryville. And again, like you touched on, we had the ability to look at what was occurring on the off-screen, the Boise State versus Maryville, going again to that Map 5. Boise State really throttling, taking the early lead 2-1, and then Maryville swinging it back, bringing in false, changing up the dynamic, and that adrenaline that was necessary to get them to this point that we're on presently to see who is going to be able to go up to face off against the waiting Northwood.
And I mean, we are on track for what appears to be, could potentially be, another Northwood University versus Maryville University grand final. I mean, that just feels like it's home for the collegiate region when you have these two at the top. But Fisher Wisps finally kind of cracking this championship Sunday. They haven't been able to in the past. Now with this new kind of roster that they brought to the table, one of 5 of them, but this one was kind of, I think, the one where it's like you have a lot of these players who were Contenders champs recently with the kind of Wisp integration into this Fisher team. They look very, very good in terms of like matching up with the two, I would say, big dogs when it comes to collegiate Overwatch, where it's like, it's as long as we've kind of been around, me and you and Collegiate, it's been always like Northwood and Maryville duking it out, but there's always been that like one team that kind of comes very close in third. And I think this is like one of the times where I'm like, any of the top 3 can very easily win this tournament, right? I think this is probably one of the closest tournaments we've had just based on what we've seen in the brackets so far. The level of teams that we've seen playing, this has been a phenomenal tournament. It all comes down to these last 2 matchups, and I can't wait because, again, if there's any indication about what the games were prior, we're going to get bangers. This loser final, going to be a banger. No matter what happens in grand finals, also going to be a banger.
Fisher basically joining in the Holy Trinity as the new triangle for this time around, and it's going to be a good one. And realistically, from what we've been able to see from them and the way that they play, really going the distance in that previous one, but unfortunately just falling to Northwood. We have watched, and I mean, you have to also think from a probability standpoint. I know we touched on the whole math dynamic yesterday, but when you have 5 teams among 32, you're very likely to have at least one of them go the distance, and this one's doing it, so they're just playing their cards right.
If there was one, I mean, that I could like pick from that group, it would have been this Fisher Wisps team. I mean, the team is just incredibly stacked with talent, as we'll be able to see the rosters a little bit later. Actually, we can see them right now taking it over there. And this is a team that, I mean, people should be familiar with not only through this weekend of watching them play, but just in general, if you've been around the Tier 2 and Collegiate scene. Finally, we're getting Rocket in Collegiate, something I've been wanting for a very long time. Loved his play in Contenders, now finally getting to play a little bit in Collegiate. It's not necessarily a meta that, like, I think suits Rocket the most, because Rocket is like a phenomenal tracer player, but the Mei has not looked bad. I think that one of the things that Fisher Wisps is so good at, though, is that Orisa composition. When Raker comes in, I would say that they're the best Orisa team right now. Orisa has kind of fallen out of favor to like Sigma and stuff like that, but if Fisher Wisps gets going on this composition, not a lot of teams can stop them. Northwood did, but it was very close. I mean, we heard from Sam even that like when the Orisa came out on Coliseo, it was just comptive.
Yeah, they realistically can admit that that was a challenge for them. And we saw it with such a, well, not only just a victory, but with a completion on Coliseo. We're talking with 4.5 minutes left. Like, that was a very defining moment for Fisher to show that they are still here to clap back, as we do have the opportunity to take a look now at their opponent. Again, Maryville, we are going to see False leading the charge, though, this time around. In that broadcast that we had off screen between Boise and Maryville, it was led with Dante for the initial 2, taking that shift of composition with False towards the end of it and really laying it on thick. False just so aggressive, and just this synergy we got to see as well, which I'm guaranteeing we're going to see going into this one. False and Tree together can be so dominant.
Yeah, I think one of the things that was really impressive about the match that we were seeing off the broadcast is that False has a very good understanding of like when to be aggressive and when to push the pace as a Sigma player in a matchup that's actually very difficult, because Boise State was playing a lot of Reinhardt in that matchup, in that series, and for them to be able to pilot around a composition like that as a Sigma, where it's like in ranked, if you're playing Sigma versus Ryan, you kind of feel bad, right? I mean, it's not a fun matchup if you're not all as a unit, but I think here for Maryville University, they really seem like in these clutch moments, they really, especially when you have someone like Tree, I think that's always kind of the defining factor. We go back to Run It Back and last year, the Tree factor and all that. Now that Tree is back on the DPS role, when Tree was in Contenders recently, it was on the support role, but now going back over to the Bastion, going over to that Sojourn, I think that Tree is someone who we even heard from, I think, Chosen yesterday in the interview with Boise State, where it's like Tree doesn't miss. And sometimes there are just fights where it's just a snap of the finger Thanos and then Tree kills 3 people. So that is something that I think Maryville has over a lot of the other teams, but I think that the teams are so well made that there is that ability to kind of creep up and match that as just team play.
And we're going to be heading on to Oasis first as our map selection for Control, as we are still riding that first to 3 methodology before entering into that grand finals, which is the first to 4. And I'm excited to see what sub-map we're going to enter on into first. And to piggyback off of, the Tree factor and what we've really been emphasizing, the Bastion play from Tree has also been really clean. The combination of utility of the ultimate alongside False with the Sigma play and just getting these really necessary eliminations onto the back line. We talked about it again, interviewing with Chosen, but also even what we got to see just earlier moments ago, that Chosen was consistently getting picked up, or the support line always being the focal point there. If False can either 1, get them out of position, or 2, be able to get a solid accretion onto a player in the front line.
And we'll see if that changes a little bit dynamically, because I think the way that composition operated against the Reinhardt is a little bit different than it probably will operate against something like an Orisa or in like the Sigma mirror. I think you have to, I don't know if we'll see the Bastion necessarily. Bastion kind of feels like a hero where if one team has it and the other team doesn't, it feels bad, right? And you kind of want to like have that mirror potential. But now I think if we're going to like Orisa, if we're going to Sigma mirrors, that's where we'll see a lot more of the Sojourn. I think we've also been seeing a lot of flex DPS changes. Mei has been incredibly prevalent, but also we've seen Genji. We saw Sam play Echo in the previous series.
Yeah.
That's kind of something you have to be on the lookout for as well. Ilari also poking up a little bit in priority too. I think from some of these teams, specifically actually Fisher Wisp is a team that's been doing that. So I think going into this matchup, there is that potential for some versatility in specific parts of the composition, but like with Raker in the lineup, this is Orisa. I don't think that there's any way that this isn't Orisa. Raker looked fantastic on Orisa. In Contenders, even looked fantastic. I mean, we talked about the Coliseo, that it was a full cap. A lot of that had to do with Raker just kind of grabbing the game by the scruff of the neck and just saying, yeah, we're just going to full cap this. Let's go to map 5. We'll see now. Maryville University, a team who's probably very adept at dealing with Orisa. We'll see if they have a way to deal with that.
Spear in one hand and scruff of the hair in the other as they're entering in onto this. Again, a few more seconds for you to get those predictions in. 1 for Fisher Wisp, 2 for Maryville. I'm really actually interested, more so in how this breakdown's going to be from the audience that's tuning in, because this one, I really feel could be a close one, unless there's a lot of, Fisher or Maryville fans out there that want to just tip the scales.
I think this is definitely going to be close. Fisher Wisp also got some fans, I think,
Yeah.
I don't have my army.
Well, they have, 20 players already from this in general that's already going to tip it?
They've got quite a bit of support from internally, let's say, from the Fisher organization. But as we start things out here in the losers finals, it's win, and you're into that grand final. Loser ends up going home with the bronze medal. And we'll see how these two teams are going to operate on this first control point in University. It is a little bit more enclosed. I think this is great for what Fisher Wisp wants to run, especially if the Symmetra is going to be here. If Lukewarm opts in to go on that, you could obviously just decide to play Sojourn or Bastion or something like that. But with how easily you can get the beam charged up, you could go the Symmetra, but they're opting in for that Sojourn, so offering a little bit more of that one-shot poke potential from far. That was very close to Raker going down.
Oh, it was. And oh me, oh my, what do I see in the back? It's a Tree on a Bastion, looking to take that team and force them off this high ground, dropping them below. Has that configuration up in just a moment as they look to round this stairway, potentially to find some extra value. Little bit of a split positioning, but a huge pickup comes in from False onto Neb, and now that's going to be disastrous here for Fisher Wisp as they have to retreat out of this position, and they're even split up amongst one another.
Yeah, there's no way really that Lukewarm can test here on that side angle. Maryville University, as soon as the Baptiste is taken down, that's just all the healing loss for Fisher Wisp composition, and they have to retreat. And what that also does is that gives Squid a huge lead in terms of that Ant Matrix. So Maryville University is going to know that they're going to have that over Neb in this next fight, and that could be something that breaks it open.
I do have to give credit, though. Neb is sticking a little close, despite them being picked up so early, only a few percentages behind to match against it, since there's so much influx of damage on this front line. Neb will be able to respond if they choose to after it's already been acted by Maryville. But the angle isn't the best. It's not finding maximum value as they retaliate with their own. Rocket low, almost to the Blizzard. Neb gets the elimination through the amplification matrix, and that's going to falter Maryville and force them to draw back.
Yeah, I think from Squid, that was just maybe a little bit of a panic ultimate there from the Baptiste, because it wasn't angled correctly like you mentioned, and then Neb completely does the good thing. They pull back, they wait for their own opportunity at that Ant Matrix, and then they completely obliterate False, who goes down, and now Fisher Whips has control of this point, going to start ticking up their own percentages. 4 ultimates available for them, about to be 4 coming in from Maryville University at the same time. The difference is that Blizzard in this enclosed area on the point is going to do wonders. Juby has to play very carefully to get this sound barrier off to make sure it negates that damage coming in from those frozen members.
Taking this side angle, nice javelin to force Tree into a deeper position. The Blizzard gonna hold the junction for now as the sound barrier comes in, but with Tree being hyper-focused by Lukewarm, it gives them an opportunity to once again push back Maryville, and they really haven't been able to gain a stable footing here on this second attempt.
Yeah, I think that sound barrier just a smidgen too late from Juby, not able to pick up Tree and help him out through that Blizzard and the engagement that we saw from Fisher Wisp. And now Fisher Wisp going to be a little bit more aggressive here as they're going to try and take these stragglers down, continue ticking up that percentage. Only 2 ultimates used from them in that last fight. Maryville University themselves also using 2 ultimates. But one of the big things here is that False doesn't have Terror Surge and Raker does, and Raker can combo that Terror Surge with Lukewarm. As soon as you overclock Body Shot twice, it's a free kill. So look out for that as a combo in this next fight.
Oh my goodness, but the rail shot's just gonna out the gate, gain the victory at least for this engagement, forcing them back. They're gonna have one last chance with 25%.
Last chance saloon here for this for Maryville University to try and get back onto this point, but they're walking into Lukewarm, who has this overclock ready and available. And I mean, Maryville University don't necessarily have the range to get onto Lukewarm. It's going to have to be King most likely getting into that backline with the blade and trying to force out pressure.
Oh my god, False has already used so many of their abilities. Everything is extinguished, but Tree comes in massive with that artillery onto 2 bolt supports. We've seen it and talked about it earlier, and it's still present, very much so by them in this one.
I think False deserves a lot of credit, though, especially like moving forward and pushing the members back into that Bastion artillery strike and also the blade. The backline just got completely messed up. You can see here, look how aggressive False is positioning, pushing all of those squishies back. And Fisher Wisp don't really find any value with something like this Ant Matrix from Neb, so that's one that they're going to have to kind of take back into the bank for this next fight. But Fisher Wisp still have 3 very key ultimates. Maryville University don't have anything to work with, so they're going to have to win this fight just in the neutral.
Lukewarm on the lurk with the overclock. The spear spin has been used, so it no longer can mitigate those explosive shots that are going to come through the side angle. Couple instantly onto the fortify, but there is more than enough coverage to keep False through it. King clipped by Rocket. The immortality field tossed into the back by Squid, giving them some extra fortification, but that Blizzard following up onto 3 will guarantee that Fisher Wisp is able to lock down Maryville, and with only 6% to go, are swapping it back and looking to take it.
I don't even know if there's a way back in for Maryville University to try and get this touch. I think King can potentially dash there if Fisher Wisp even lets him do that, but they're not going to do so. Taken out, booped away, not going to be able to touch and proc that over time, so it's Fisher Wisp who take a first sub round here of Oasis. And one of the things about this map as well, this is probably the one where if you are Maryville, you're like, we kind of just have to handshake the Orisa. Playing Sigma in that enclosed area it is something that would be very difficult to operate, even as good as False is, but against an Orisa, it's just like, it's almost suffering. Here would potentially be a map where I could see the Orisa swap off, because handshaking Orisa into this Fisher Wisp team, I think, is a dangerous proposition with how good they are at it, with how good Raker is, with how kind of practiced they are in a composition like this, going back to how they were playing in Contenders. But it looks like Maryville University going to be sticking to the tried and true.
It's also just understanding the shift in playstyle. With Boise State being so stuck on the Reinhardt type of London Spitfire composition, now they're having to readjust going into this and working with that focus of the Orisa via Orisa. Juby now already on the high ground, looking to see where they can get intel on this team from Fisher Wisps. A nice High-low two-prong attack. There is still the pressure from King down below, waiting to dive in onto this. Nice maintenance up top as Tree gets the elimination onto Neb and now continues to blitz forward and harass the remaining 3, now down to 2.
Yeah, fantastic positioning, I think, already at the setup from Maryville University. Right there, getting onto that high ground. Bastion, Genji, love having that high ground. And it's not something you want to give up to Fisher Wisp composition, especially with Lukewarm. You saw Lukewarm not really getting too much value in that fight because of the fact that they were all kind of enclosed in that area. And if you're a Bastion, you're sitting there just firing down, hitting those grenades, and eventually you'll find a pick onto Neb, and that's what breaks it open for Maryville University.
Couple of clutch javelins coming through, getting players low in the back. Neb needing to be very cautious and peeking out, but still giving a sufficient amount of healing to Raker. Immortality Field now having to be forced out. Even again, these shots are landing. They might not be the headshot, but the body shot is putting so much pressure onto Wisp as they enter into this, having the reduction of the cooldowns. Lukewarm up top, dominating in position as the rest of Fisher sweep through, but unfortunately lose 2 of their own. Rocket with a hope and a prayer from Fisher Wisps, wanting to divert back onto this point, slowing down the fleeing Juby with Lukewarm's assistance. They swap it over.
And this is going to be a great position for Lukewarm, who back in Contenders, I think Hurix and Dor talked about how he's starting to collect souls, right? When Lukewarm really starts to get cooking on Sojourn, it's very difficult to stop them. And now with this positioning advantage, Lukewarm is going to have a ton of area to work with. They're also going to have Overclock relatively soon. So Fisher Wisp, with the 5 ultimates they're going to have in their bank, can get Lukewarm into an aggressive position, potentially take out that backline.
Juby also getting almost picked up early, and that would have given a lot more time to Fisher for percentage gain, but a solid recovery. Keep them back into this dash to go through, but unfortunately Lukewarm has not been brought down and has the overclock primed and ready. Blade holstered for now. Neb already using the Immortality Field as the Ant Matrix gets a significant of value to push back Wisps. But artillery shells drop in 3, looks for the pickup and finds Lukewarm. Again, consistently landing at least onto 1 from Tree and giving them another life to try and push this back, but since they've lost False, Riker is still alive with a sliver of health and getting topped up at least by Grapes, but Neb eliminated. There's not a sufficient enough recovery tactic because the Lucio just can't supply enough of it.
It was just a fantastic Immortality Field there from Squid. You saw just kind of Riker was shooting directly at False. False wasn't dying because he was being covered out by that Immortality Field, and that just bought so much time that they were just trying to shoot at the Orisa that the rest of the team of Maryville University were able to swarm and get that damage done. Fisher Wisps have to recontest here. You're going to be looking at Lukewarm on the flank, has the rail shot. Juby doesn't hit!
Oh my goodness, that would have been devastating if they lost it, but nice evasion. And King now down. Lukewarm collecting even more of those souls as the overclock continues to dwindle in time. Finds a flanking angle, disruptor shot, locks them into the place, gets a second, now attempts for the third, but is brought down by Juby, sticking close and is able to punish.
I mean, they don't have Squid now, so this is a little bit of a tricky situation for Maryville. Juvie should be able to keep the rest of the members alive just now, but this is positioning that's going to have to be given away because of the fact that Riker is still here, but Neb isn't in this fight as well, so I think Rocket actually gets way too aggressive there, does not respect the incoming damage, and goes down.
Tree getting topped up, almost has the artillery once again for zoning and potentially landing onto a single player, as we've seen twice now on both rounds. Juvie flanking around, keeping an eye, looking for a boob, knocking them into it with the reposition, but there's Neb having a great Immortality Field to keep them alive. There is a third holstered artillery shell that lands onto Neb. Maryville able to persevere here in the second round, guaranteeing that they can see a third.
I think one of the things about Tree that's also very interesting about how he plays the Bastion is you'll see a lot of times Bastions just hit Q like 3 times, just very quickly, right? Tree is exceptionally patient with these Bastion ultimates, and I think is getting a lot more value than like some of these other Bastions who kind of just like spam down that artillery strike very quickly. He's patient, waiting for Immortality Strike, waiting for those cooldowns of mobility from a Sojourn, from a Baptiste, and then shooting those last 2, knowing that it's going to guarantee a kill. So I think that's something to keep an eye out for as Maryville University continue to go through. Is Tree going to kind of continually get these picks in the early stages with this artillery strike?
And I love the strategy of it because it keeps you on your toes. If you see, hey, instant 3 shot previously, hey, 1, 2, hold on to the 3, or 1, then hold on to 2. It's always this difference of use that really keeps your opponent on edge, especially because if you can force out the dash or heavy mobility, it guarantees a more executable opportunity with that third or second shell.
it's basically a mix-up in a fighting game. That's essentially what kind of Tree is doing in a lot of these scenarios as we go into our third sub-map here between these two teams. Tree is in wheels mode, just bouncing up into the air, but no damage done just yet for this team, but they do have control of the high ground. That's going to be a big thing for Maryville University here.
Helicopter Orisa as well, taking that elevator upwards, the chute to jettison them high. And now King gets booped back. It barely escapes the car. Would not want to have found themselves on the hood of that one at that speed. False still maintaining position here back onto the point. Really healthy at the moment. False needing some assistance as Neb is growing to this amplification matrix lightning fast. Lukewarm also being chipped away, but there is such a stellar job between Neb and Grapes to keep them going. The amp matrix should be able to amplify it, but King is still a thorn in the backside. Tree is traded out, so it's a 1-for-1 DPS, but Neb, patient play. Immortality field is out, but there is quick fixation by Juby to eliminate it so they can bring down Neb a second time.
Oh, and Matrix actually committed here from Squid, but Juby is down. Squid is also going to not be long for this world. And I think that might have been an ultimate of hope there from Squid, just thinking that they could buy back into that fight. But without False, it was so difficult, especially with Riker being so high health, that there's not really the amount of damage and survivability to deal with it. As you can see, Maryville University, Squid go over to the Moira just to kind of switch things up for just a second, get some play time, changed away from the Baptiste and go back onto it as Fisher Wisps. Grapes is going to be a little bit ahead in terms of that sound barrier here in this next fight. Juby will most likely get it in time, so we're going to have those matchups.
King fixated onto Lukewarm the second they're available, but Lukewarm punishes, guarantees that they no longer have that blade available, and great wall in conjunction with this to keep False in the front line away from the healers. There was so much damage that came in by Treats that removed that pillar, but now the ultimate starts stacking in, following up onto the Blizzard, pushing back at Maryville. They're unable to recover from that, and King gets here saying, all right, friends, I'm just going to put a pin in this one.
And I mean, that was Juby using Sound Barrier. Grapes didn't have to, and Neb is going to be up to an Amp Matrix as well, so Fisher Wisp, I mean, if you're looking at that fight, it's a complete ultimate economy win for them, because as King is going to come back with the Dragon Blade, probably comboed along with False's Terra Surge, and you've got a Sound Barrier ready and available to that. You've got a Terra Surge to pull King into the front-loaded damage of something like a Mei, so this is a great position for Fisher Wisp to be in, and we're almost at that last fight territory for them.
Curious if this blade is going to hit pay dirt. Up top, the high ground claimed by Maryville. Patience is a virtue. They have to execute this swiftly to be able to swap it back and have another life, but that's 4 ultimates online for Fisher Wisp. Down below, the amplification matrix finally online from Neb. Just patience. Rotating around the outside, might look for the dash into it with the blade. Can they deny it? The stun, there's a sound barrier and the immortality field, and even further with a pull-in. Maryville cannot weather just the sheer force of power that was banked up by Fisher Wisps as they are being picked off one by one, left onto the point. This is going to be Fisher Wisp able to deny them this first initial map of control, as there's only the stragglers remaining.
Yeah, King goes down there. I mean, that was just fantastically played at the end from Fisher Wisp. They knew the only thing really that Maryville University had was going to be that Dragon Blade, so they save all of their cooldowns. They position around the support, which is going to be the most important one, specifically around Grapes with that Sound Barrier, throw down Immortality Field, throw down Terra Surge. That Dragon Blade is going to get absolutely nothing, and then from there, it's just an easy turn at the rest of the fight. So really good ultimate economy understanding from this Fisher Wisp team at the very end there, as they're going to take a 1-0 lead with, I mean, the composition that they're kind of known for, I'd say right now. This Orisa composition is where they really, really thrive, and I would expect Maryville University. This map was kind of like Oasis. We might have to play it a little bit in terms of just the matchup, but I would expect going forward that Maryville University might try and just avoid the Orisa matchup as much as they can. Put False on the Sigma. That's really where I think you get a lot more of that value. It's also pretty map dependent to play Orisa, so I think that for Maryville University, they've got ways back into this series.
Yep. Absolutely, and with us deviating away from control, it opens up a lot more viability for them. The map selection, again, is going to be there since they did lose this first one, so there is more in store for them in preparation and strategy, and to counteract the way that this team has been playing. Again, Riker on this Orisa is just so punishing, and just the spatial awareness and understanding, and even just the ability, usage, and rotation and timing, and the trust that they have in their backline from both Neb and Grapes is so sufficient, and it really makes a difference with how these fights unfold.
Yeah, I think the Orisa is like, again, it's really what is the bread and butter of this Fisher Wiz team going back to when they were so strong in Contenders. And I wonder now, do we see some changes in the DPS is the other thing that I'd kind of be worried about, because like, I think the Bastion was like fine, and it's like, it's a good pick. I think it's very strong, but like maybe matching up the Sojourn, right? If Lukewarm is kind of left to their own devices in scenarios like that, you can see, start collecting souls. Lukewarm starts warming up on the Sojourn, doesn't have to be worried necessarily about anything like another Sojourn on the other area being able to one-shot them. It's very easy for Lukewarm to get that positioning to work with, and is that something going forward that we see Tree like start to match up on? It's like, okay, you had your fun. I was on Bastion one game. Now I'm going to be going to Sojourn, and we're going to try and fight this out mano a mano, because that is a matchup that is really interesting to look at between Lukewarm and Tree if they're both going to be playing the Sojourn mirror.
And if there's a player who can really slow that momentum that Lukewarm is getting and those souls that are being collected, it is definitely Tree. Because as
100%.
many have said, you cannot ever underestimate the microseconds or the small positional advantages that can be gained and finding those headshots. As we do have a confirmation that it is going to be Eichenwald, where we do go next for our map selection of Hybrid. And this one, again, I would agree with you. I think the Sojourn is going to be very prevalent here, utilizing it and taking as much value with it and really giving False a place of comfort to compete against this Orisa.
And well, the interesting thing would be as well is like, does Fisher Wiz change their tank line? Because you can just bring in Iron, who is very good at Sigma themselves, right? That is something that is possible. So it's kind of a catch-22 where it's like, okay, do we want to keep Riker in for like pretty much just Orisa only? Because while I would think Riker is like pretty okay at Sigma, it's not like Iron. I think Iron is like someone who would be like that very, very signature Sigma player if they were going to bring in an off tank, and Riker is there pretty much for the Orisa more so than anything else. And it looks like they are going to be swapping it up. Iron is going to be coming into line. So this tells me Sigma Mirror, right? This is screams to me Sigma Mirror is what we're going to be seeing here, and that's great, I think, for this Maryville University team if they can play more to their own play style. It felt like in map 1, playing Orisa into Orisa there, playing more to the play style of Fisher Wisps. Now it's Sigma versus Sigma, a matchup that Maryville is probably much more comfortable with, I'd say.
And I think that we'll start to know very quickly the influence that one or the other of these Sigmas is going to have, because False being such a more aggressive type of player, but you commenting also having that reservation when absolutely necessary, is this ebb and flow type of methodology in their strategies. And we'll see if Iron coming in is going to be able to do the same to compete against it. So as we enter in onto this map, curious to see who is going to be on the defensive side first and be able to set that mark and where the opponent has to complete.
And that'll be interesting as well. I mean, because I think we're seeing the mirror anyways, so I think it'll kind of go... The DPS is really where my eyes are, because if it is still the Bastion play versus the Sojourn, Lukewarm seemed to have a little bit of a lead in that matchup. Granted, it was an Orisa matchup, so the way this matchup operates with a Sigma is a little bit different than it would in like an Orisa v Orisa matchup. You have a little bit more cover with the Sigma being able to maneuver around with that shield and give you good positions as the Bastion. If you're playing with Orisa, you kind of have to play a little bit more for yourself, I'll say, which is weird to say for like a Bastion, but like now if you have like a Sigma, it's just like, okay, I can throw shield in front of you, I can throw grasp in front of you, and then you just, shoot those Legos out, because every person who's run Bastion so far this weekend has been rocking the Lego skin.
Well, as you could see, we came in with a lovely, thank you, observers, for panning onto the decrepit, grown-over Bastion bot on the ground there, because that's where we're going to leave it right now going into this specific map of Eichenwald, is it is going to be Tree opting for the Sojourn, King with that Mei, and I'm really excited to see how this is going to fend off between Lukewarm.
Yeah, this feels a little bit more like the Maryville University that got this far in the tournament, this type of composition, Tree on the Sojourn. King has been performing very well on the Mei. Not that the Genji's been bad, but Genji a lot harder to pilot, especially against compositions like this. So bringing in that Mei, being able to manipulate the terrain, offer yourself some of that long-range poke damage, the combo along with Tree, who if you just hit one icicle and then body shot off of the rail, it's a free kill.
Lukewarm looking for a couple of shots just around the center pillar. Can't quite land as they maneuver around the rubble. Iron sticking themselves out into the open, taking sufficient damage, but Neb and Grapes patiently keeping him topped up. as it is a wall active, rushing instantly onto King, forces out the cryo freeze, and the immortality field has to be committed as well. Overusage of mitigation might be problematic here as Maryville starts to take the advantage. They push forward, forcing Iron back. There is a recovery tactic, even a stun onto Iron, but Neb is absolutely fueling this team and already has the Ant Matrix.
Yeah, Squid not there just yet, and Lukewarm gets a huge pick on the Juby, and that means that there's no speed to get them out of the area of this Ant Matrix, and it's a 4v5.
Oh, the false locked in the wall. There's nowhere to run. The corner is where you shall stay. Dunce cap has been given, and that will be Fisher Wisps able to dominate with a very methodical play.
And you saw exactly what this combination of the Mei and the Sojourn does right there. You saw it with that first pick. Both the Mei and the Sojourn come up on this kill feed. Look, it's a body shot, instantly just taken down by Lukewarm. And Lukewarm is now in that position where, when we were doing Contenders, Rich, when they're on O3 Splash, he's collecting souls, he's starting to cook, and this is where I get worried for teams just getting completely run over by how good Lukewarm can be on the Sojourn.
The Lukewarm power! As the Flux comes in, Squid actually able to just get underneath that balcony, so the damage still comes through, but it denies them being fully exposed into the high ground for the shots to come out. Tree still follows up regardless onto Grapes, despite Neb being covered. And this is now 4.5 minutes to continue working forward. Those picks are necessary for Maryville to try and slow this, but unfortunately, Wisp will still be able to get the value out of this trade.
Oh, False is actually able to take down Neb, and it's just False and Tree who are alone here trying to do what they could, but not able to continue that defense. And a hefty 4-minute time bank already at the bridge right now for this Fisher Wisp team. And look at Neb, again, coming in so advanced when it comes to this Ant Matrix. It's something that I think Maryville University is not really expecting Neb to be this far ahead when it comes to that charge.
And you and I have been watching Neb for such an extensive period of time, met at Q, and just has always been a very prolific Baptiste player and just player as a whole, looking to assist. Unfortunately, False manages to get the pickup onto Lukewarm, and Tree has started to unleash power of their own and saying, I'm sorry, Lukewarm, you may be harvesting souls, but I'm gonna do so myself.
I mean, that's one that, like, if you're Fisher, you just tip your hat. You're like, okay, Tree had overclock. Not much you can do there. It's one ultimate. This is like a scary position to be in, though, because of the fact of how far your spawns are right now, and you don't have control of high ground. So it's going to take quite a while for them to get to these fights, and they only have, like, I mean, 3 minutes can disappear in an instant if you aren't winning these fights cleanly and correctly.
Neb holding the fort underneath with the squad until they can move up the stairway here. Engagement attempt, though, by Maryville. They're rounding positionally as they draw back to the bridge. Amplification Matrix down the choke point. Not really able to find it much because Fisher Wisp just says, let's just let it lie.
Yeah, I mean, and now Neb will come back in with their own Ant Matrix after this fight is over. If False can find Gravitic Flux, though, that could be huge to try and negate some of the damage.
Iron now, and the Ant Matrix down the choke. Big shot from Tree just out to the wings over by that archway. Now, the Blizzard from Rocket could be the opportunity, but with that many players down from Fisher Wisp, they're going to just abandon this. They don't want to overcommit because they know they've got another attempt.
Yeah, and I mean, look at already the time bank, right? That we started with about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, by the time we get to this next fight for Fisher Wisps, it's going to be about 1.5 minutes, potentially 2 minutes for them. So, again, winning these fights cleanly is the big deal for them, and winning them at all. I mean, if they get stalled here, it's a very difficult place to aggress onto. And look at what Maryville University is coming in with ultimates. You've got that Gravitic Flux. You also have a Mei Blizzard and Juby a little bit ahead in terms of that Sound Barrier. Grapes potentially can find a way to get it in this fight, but that might be the difference maker.
Flux active again. Nice reposition for one, but unfortunately Neb could not hide quick enough, so they are exposed in the high ground. And again, Fisher Wisp have been stifled.
Really good on, I mean, that was just really good target selection from Maryville University. So they see that Neb is caught. Everyone kind of just like fighter pilot aces, directly dives onto Neb. Can't go down into the immortality field, and that's a fight win with just a singular ultimate for Maryville University, able to farm up towards an Ant Matrix of themselves. And with Ant Matrix here, when Fisher Wisp is walking into them, are they going to know that there's going to be this Ant Matrix for that incoming burst of damage?
Down underneath. already having to use the Immortality Field for Fisher Wisp. They want to buy time to get themselves stable before this next engagement as we just approach that 60 seconds. Blizzard is active. This is a very, very congested room right now. Fleeing for their lives, getting accretioned and knocked down. Neb vulnerable a second time here. An attempt of a flux in return. Iron drops below on the opposing side of the wall, separate from the team. This is so disjointed. Fisher Wisp trying to dig deep to turn this back over as they eliminate Tree. Can they swarm back onto this and wall off False? They managed to get them separated, but Juby takes down Rocket, and this is still Maryville's fight.
Yeah, Lukewarm's going to go down too, and now we're looking at 30 seconds for this Fisher Wisp team. There's no way they want to stagger here. Grapes needs to get out of dodge quickly, manages to do so. Almost goes down a second time there, but this is last fight for this Fisher Wisp team. And look at Maryville University on this high ground tree with another overclock amplification matrix, false close to a Geritic Flux. This is going to be a difficult fight for Fisher Wisp to win. They have to find a pick in the neutral somehow.
Not only a fight to win, but also how are they going to get to the point? It's pushed back far enough that it's not an easy way to push through. They have to force themselves underneath this archway, but Maryville actually gives them the space. They get to recontest to push across the bridgeway. Bolt amplification matrix active. Accretion whizzing by as Neb commits that Immortality Field. False, though, gets the first touch onto Lukewarm and makes sure that they are shut down. Numbers dwindling here for Fisher Wisp as Maryville is able to hold the line across the bridgeway. You shall not pass, and that will be now a beautiful hold here for Maryville.
Yeah, really good patience from False in particular with that Geritic Flux, waits for the Immortality Field to come out, and then uses the Geritic Flux knowing that there's nothing to counteract it, and also I just give a layup to Tree for it to hit a body shot or King to hit a shot, and they're able to take that fight completely in their favor. So a valiant defense coming in from this Maryville team. But I mean, this is still a winnable position for Fisher Wisp to be in, right? I mean, with how we've seen that defense go, and we know, like, that was, I think, what, like 3 or 4 fights? Maybe that's all it takes for a time bank of about 4 minutes to get dwindled down. Like, it's not a terrible scenario for Fisher Wisp to be in, but I think Maryville is starting to finally find their groove with this Sigma composition, switching over to the May and the Sojourn. That's really bringing them back into this lineup.
Getting their sea legs wet, dipping the toes in, or in this case with the Sigma, keeping them just above water, as some would maybe say. But we take the swap of sides now, and on the defense, gonna be an adjustment here. Rocket coming out onto the Echo, and we've got Neb shifting to the Iliari.
Ooh, this is something that Fisher Wisp has been doing previously, is moving into that Iliari, offering a little bit more of that poke potential instead of the speed that you get with the Lucio and the utility. And Neb is very adept at this hero as well, right? This is something that Neb was playing back in Contenders too. I think Grapes is also someone who can cover the Baptiste, so is that incoming influx of damage going to catch Maryville by surprise? Luckily, they're on offense, so if they do see that this is like a big problem, they can just go back and swap if they would like to. Or they can continue to run this composition, and I think it's pretty easy for Maryville to kind of guess, like, okay, they're playing a little bit more of this like composition, because this is Fisher Wisp's thing that they've been doing a little bit throughout this tournament.
As we do see the initial damage onto Neb, couldn't quite find the necessary damage. Lukewarm threading the needle there, peeking out for Tree. Got away this time, but can't always hope for that to happen a second. King now rotating back. It's very difficult for Maryville to push into this because of the positional advantage and this ebb and flow that Fisher Wisp are playing, just consistently holding both sides.
It's the crossfire really that's like really making it difficult, specifically with the Iliari. You can put the Iliari on one side, put Rocket and Lukewarm on the other side, and Maryville University only can go one way, right? You only have one Sigma shield to put in one direction. You can't be everywhere at once, and you can see King actually going over to the Genji just to offer a little bit more of that poke potential, trying to get and deal with that cross angle, because Genji can play a little bit more to the side, more so than May.
And Maryville playing extremely carefully re-entering onto this. They knew they had to draw back. They had to reevaluate, let the abilities come back up for a second attempt here. Rocket getting chipped away once again. Nice job from the DPS line of Maryville. Squid keeping a lot of this front line dominance from False. Healthy. Though they're going to collapse onto it. The kinetic grasp is there. Can they isolate and separate it? Grapes is down, so it's all on to Neb. Iron brings False out of the fight and is able to hold on here. Defensively, Fisher Wisp are able to persevere, all on the shoulders of Neb, and just the mobility and illusion that they can until Tree finds a pickup, and now they dash through for a second on to Neb.
And this fight was completely on King, who was able to get into that backline and threaten the supports. If you can threaten these supports, taking down Grapes, taking down Neb, the composition from Fisher Wisp completely falls falls apart. So this Genji swap working wonders. It's going to be a point taken first for this Maryville University side. 4.5 minutes. We've seen large time banks kind of just go to the void on maps like this, but it's basically just get to the second point and you win. But Fisher Wisps have a lot of key ultimates here to try and make that stall.
And we'll see where the anchoring point is from Fisher Wisps. Iron dropping down to the lower position, allowing both Lukewarm and Grapes to stick up top, with Neb continuing to reposition on that pylon to guarantee that they have extra healing so they can focus down below onto Iron. But this nice separation again. King and Juby looking for a flanking angle. Captive Sun is alive. Will they be able to land it? The Sunstruck is active onto 2, but unfortunately Tree picks him out of the sky. You're not getting away this time, but there's actually enough damage before the execution gets it to proc the debuff, so it guarantees that Tree goes down.
I mean, the respawns are a little bit closer here for Maryville University, so they're going to get positioning, and that's going to be a complete wipe from Fisher Wisp. They're going to end up going down, and the ultimate advantage that they had just goes completely out the window. Great presence of mind from Tree to be able to use that overclock to take out Neb, who went on a very aggressive flank there, but you're kind of a sitting duck if there's rail shots available, and Neb goes down, Grapes end up going down later, and now for Fisher Wisp, they have no support ultimates to deal with this next incoming fight, and Maryville University have 4.
Lux comes in, left sky high as Tree once again having target practice, and a blade sweeps through from King. Now they are just in the home stretch here with only one last attempt from Fisher Wisp.
I don't even, is Fisher Wisp even going to get a chance to get back onto this one? I mean, you can
close,
see desperations for Fisher Wisp trying to go over to different supports right now. Gravitic Flux comes through,
forcing it out, guaranteeing that they are away from the payload. That few extra seconds buys enough time for Fisher Wisp to get onto the point to contest it, but King gets the elimination. That's going to be Lukewarm no longer available, and Neb alongside it. The healing has been completely eradicated. Grapes is not able to do anything, and Rocket falls to their doom. That will be a beautiful comeback here from Maryville University, making it a 1-1 map score.
Yeah, Maryville schmoving and grooving here, specifically King. This Genji swap really just completely, I think, took Fisher Wisp off guard. They weren't expecting the amount of pressure that King was giving to those side angles, because they were trying their best to kind of have Neb and have this crossfire, but when you have a Genji that can kind of just take that space for you and really make it difficult for an Alari to posture or a Sojourn to posture, you have a much better chance of Maryville getting through. I mean, look where King is in comparison to everyone else. He's in the backline threatening it. This was really just good understanding of where you need to be as a Genji and how to really make it difficult for these flanker types to operate.
Well, and we had a great obs angle with that overhead look, specifically in this portion of the map, where it was King and Juby off on their own, finding that backline pressure, looking to try and chip away and draw attention away from the main fight down below, and constantly always looming in the back line. The distance, just putting this extra tension, and like you said before, the overexertion of bandwidth, making it much more challenging for Fisher Wisp to feel in a confident position to fight against the aggressors.
And now, kind of going into the third map that I would wonder is, like, what do we do with the composition again? Because, like, do we go to, on a Flashpoint, do we go to a map that's, like, very Orisa favored, right? Because that would be something I would be looking forward to, because this was, I would say this was more convincing, the Sigma mirror for Maryville, than the Orisa mirror was for Fisher Wisp on Control. Like, this very much felt like Maryville had control of the game from the get. Yes, they let, like, the first couple of points on their defense go a little bit awry, but once they had control of the game, they never really stopped. I mean, since that one stop that they had right before second, it was just all Maryville from there on out. So now going into that third map, are we going to see Riker come back in? Are we going to see more of a swap to that Orisa composition? Because it feels like it's been a tale of two maps where it's been one team has had their style of play be the victor, and the other team has had their style of play be the victor in terms of compositions. And will that continue and we ping pong back and forth and eventually go to a map 5?
Apples to apples and oranges to oranges. I prefer apples, so I'll put Maryville in the one that had the better of the mirror, as you're going to all have to think about that one. There we go. We're winning together. But we'll give you a moment now that we've talked about food, because we're heading to a short break, so don't go anywhere, because we'll see you on the other side. coming right back at you, friends. Before we get this back underway, somebody said apples on pizza in chat. I cannot with you right now. It's been a long time since Kenobi and I have given in to the pizza discussion.
I can't even
that
defend
one was
it.
a zinger.
I can't defend.
That was a zinger.
Apples on pizza.
For the person that said it out there, you know who we're talking about. We're looking.
I mean,
at you.
well, it's like half a step away from pineapple on pizza. You know, I'll be nice.
That's
to
like a
chat
skip
bit.
and a jump away from pineapple on pizza.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I think. What's your favorite apple type? Because mine's Honeycrisp. I think it's like the best.
Mine's
apple.
Granny Smith. I love my tart apples.
That's true. Granny Smiths are good as well. Let us know your favorite apples, chat. As we do end up going into this next sub map, which we're talking about apples and stuff, because we already know what it is. Yeah. Obviously, it's going to be Suravasa. There's not really anyone playing New Junk City right now. As nice as fun as that map is, Suravasa seems to be the flavor of this tournament.
Yeah, nobody likes garbage. I mean, come on. That's why. I mean, just because Junk City, you know, there's trash, there's garbage. They're just looking at it. Yeah, like we don't want to be there.
You didn't
we
have to
want
explain that. You didn't have to.
I think
because
it
was fine. Like,
you know, just this is me just being in my old age where it's like, I want to make sure you get what I say. As we go again, yes, beautifully to Servasa. It's realistically, I think, just been one that all of these teams truly just lean into, and just the way that you enter in onto a lot of these points has been, I think, much more cohesive and easy to do so in comparison to some of the others when we do look at Junk City specifically, because there's a lot of those unique kind of elevated high grounds and low grounds where there's the rampant stairways that kind of, you know, move together, whereas most of them are pretty much a flat, consistent space that has their entry points that it's much more easy to manage.
Yeah, I think for the compositions that we're seeing a lot of, if it is like, you know, the Orisa, the Sigma, these maps do kind of this map in particular, Servasa, favors it a little bit more, because on something like New Junk City, it's like very enclosed and very brawly, and like, you know, I feel like Junker Queen would work there, or something like Reinhardt works there very well. Like, those are types of things that I would see on a map like that. Orisa still, I think, has an opportunity to work there, but speaking of Orisa, do have a swap, Rich, and it is going to be Raker coming in to play the Battle Cattle, as Nerdy Bird called it earlier, and what I wonder now is that this is where the rubber meets the road for me, because like this decides to me, is Maryville University gonna handshake again the Orisa comp, or are they going to play the Sigma? I think you know which one.
I'm so happy, Riker. I'm so happy, friend. Just continue to do it for us. I can always be happy whenever I see Riker playing, because I know that it's 10 times better than I'll ever be,
Orisa,
and something I can dream of being.
Yeah, it's your Riker's your spirit animal, I think, in terms of players.
Yep. Spirit streamer, that's what it is.
I just noticed, like, your background. How many Orisa paraphernalia do you have back there?
I have two. One's an artwork by my buddy, and then the other one was by a community member. I'll have to show the other one when we have another rotate. But yeah, no, I have way too much fun with Orisa. As we're gonna enter in on. Hey, we're out there. All those Orisa fans in the chat, rise up. Let's go. Battle Cattle for days.
All five of you.
Hey, Battle Blitzins. Let's go. As we're now going to be hopping in onto this again, looking to that initial marketplace, and we've seen some wild repositions for RNG, and who gets the favoritism after that initial one too.
Yeah, I think it'll definitely come down to a lot of that about like where kind of these setups are after the points are unlocked. But Maryville University doing what I was wondering if they would do. Are they going to be opting in for the Orisa mirror, or if they're going to go to the Sigma? They're just going to play the Sigma, and I love this decision from them, knowing that like this is what we're most comfortable with. There's no reason for us to handshake, so let's try and win with our style of composition. And it's going to be, I think, whoever wins this one is going to have a huge advantage, knowing that they can beat the best composition of the other team.
A threat emerges.
Look at that high ground already taken by Lukewarm. Pings coming through to get the dislodge. Great responsiveness by Tree with the disruptor shot to remove that high ground advantage. Though the Mei wall gives elevation to False to play from on high. Needs to be careful though, has the full shield for the time being until it's completely broken. As a javelin swings in from the backside, and King with a sliver of health remains. Now entering back into it, it is a bloodbath here on this point until finally Lukewarm is challenged and brought down. Immortality fields have been expended. Another javelin comes in, and King is sent packing. So this is a 1-for-1 trade. It's still in favor of Fisher Wisps, so they are gaining percentage here, despite Maryville looking for a recontest and push onto this point. Kenobi.
I mean, you can see how aggressive Fisher Wisps is trying to be to just get as much percentage as they can right here, but the damage is just not coming through from Maryville University.
Ant Matrix now attempting to try and modify and increase that damage necessary to turn this back 63% and continuing to climb. Neb viable and attempting to counteract this, but with Raker gone, that starts to really wear on this side of Fisher Wisps, as they will unfortunately no longer be able to capture and hold this point.
I mean, if you're Fisher Wisp, though, I mean, you got 77% for, not necessarily for free, but like kind of almost, where it's like you just kind of sat on point because you know you're Orisa, you have a little bit more of that stalwart presence on that point, and you're at a percentage where if you just win one fight, you're going to be able to take that flashpoint. But Maryville University, I think False did a great job managing cooldowns throughout that. Never let his shield break, was using them for the perfect moments to block key cooldowns, and now getting close to that gravitic flux and walking into this one, Maryville University has the ultimates to match Fisher.
Oh my goodness, Rakers, you getting out of there real fast, because you know you do not have the abilities necessary to fight against that front line. As you recontest back into it, having the ultimate available, the Terror Surge waiting to be unleashed as Tree gets a nice shutdown again onto Lukewarm, is starting to strip those souls that have been generated. The Flux now comes in onto 3. That sound barrier will not last long, with a free focusing fire in the back line from both Tree and Squid.
Oh, I love this idea of staggering Raker as much as possible, too. Now you just guarantee yourself that you're going to take this first flashpoint, and what you were talking about earlier is going to come into play here, Rich. Where is that spawn going to be? You can see all of the Maryville players kind of looking around. It's like, where is it? Where is it? Looks like it is going to be... Oh, it's going to be up by Temple. Okay, so it's kind of close in terms of who can get there first. It's actually going to be a race here, most likely, but look at Tree. Overclock at the ready. Same thing with Lukewarm on the other side. We've seen Tree on these flanks so far get some value. Can Lukewarm be able to match that?
The benefit of this neutral engagement is because you had Maryville lean towards that Palace Garden side, so they had to cross through Market. They still end up yielding this position first, though, so now they can hold the doorway. Tree in the back. Look at this aggression, though, by Riker up front, able to force them back with the spear spin, but you have to be super careful, Grapes, that you did not get clocked in the back, as there's a nice javelin again. They have really been landing onto King in the back, causing the cryo freeze, or these defensive abilities, so they no longer have it. Rocket has to be super careful with a cryo freeze, but Juby's still gonna get him regardless, so they've lost that damage, and Tree comes in big once again.
And I mean, this patience from Maryville is really kind of telling me that it's almost like they have the blueprint right now how to beat this composition, right? They're playing so well around the geometry, sending Tree onto these flanks, not panicking when these big ultimates come down and Raker is trying to be a little bit more aggressive. They're kiting away very easily as well from these fights. And Fisher Wisp, I mean, they need to find a different way into this one, because Maryville University feels like all of the answers for when Fisher Wisp try and make these engages.
The wall gets a separation. Instantly had to have Neb jump, but there is a beautiful Terror Surge onto Squid. But Tree, can you get more? No, you can't. Riker is here to stay, spin spearing and making that battle blitz in charge.
Maryville University going to lose this one, but getting it to a point where it's basically 1-5 victory, and they're in for the win, taking a 2-0 lead. But now Fisher Wisp have control of all of these angles, and it's their turn to use that geometry to their advantage. The blizzards are going to be the biggest thing here, especially because sound barriers are very close as well. Those two things are going to be incredibly impactful, because Grapes is going to have to make a decision here. Do I use sound barrier for blizzard, or do I keep it for gravitic flux? And if you're Maryville, you can just use one or the other, and then you know for sure that the other one is guaranteed.
Yep. Seeing what you can force out instantly, having those ultimates ready. Tree, a little scared there for a moment. Not expecting that damage to come in, as Juby now lines up with a third ultimate in their bank. False crossing the center. Kinetic Grasp has already been active, so the extra shielding is there. The Flux doesn't manage to land onto 2, but it actually gets Grapes in the back that we didn't get to see because he pushed so far forward. Tree also consistently applying damage when necessary for a 3-piece as they swap it back with a team kill, looking to guarantee the second round and waiting for the horizon of that third.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way for Fisher Wisp to get back into this one. Actually, Raker's going over to the Doomfist to potentially try and get back in time. Tracer also from Rocket, so they want to definitely touch and try and contest here.
Force the recall, and they continue to do so. They manage to keep it. The disruption shot already out, along with the wall. False on this Orisa, holding strong to contest against it. Rocket bobbing and weaving. We've been waiting and talking about the Tracer for years, and now looking to see if there's some kind of MVP moment to come back into this. Riker on the Doomfist, ever so quickly climbing to the Meteor Strike, despite Tree going down. Lukewarm as well. This is a battle that Fisher Chips is not out just yet. Pushed back though, nice javelin.
So
the damage is so much, the spear spin knocks him down. And that is Maryville able to claim the tank battle, but there is still few in the back. False able to step up here, rise to the challenge, and guarantees the second point.
A 2-0 now for Maryville University after they take down these stragglers, and Actually, the healing is going to be there for this Orisa, and these members of Fisher Wisp have to get out of dodge. If they get staggered here, that could be disastrous for this next fight. You can see Juby actually playing very aggressively to try and catch them out. Can the rest of Fisher Wisp reunite with their team? It looks like they are going to, but... Oh, this is actually...
Palace.
This is so good. This is so good for Maryville University. Fisher Wisp. Riker is there first. That is the biggest thing. Riker has managed to get here first, so that chase that Maryville University tried to do might end up coming back to bite them, but you can see this fight is a little bit disjointed, and Riker has to go help the rest of the team.
They're getting separated. They can't be divided here. If these picks come through onto the supports, that will be disastrous and guarantee that Maryville can look to get this 3rd point. Now with the separation, the wall has been there. They're looking to capture it. They've been able to do so by dividing and conquering. Fisher Whips are starting to take this fight, but they've opted to give a small margin of percentage to guarantee that they can cycle back with a full team to take it away.
And we'll see how long Maryville University is going to try and contest this one. It looks like King is still here, just trying to get as much percentage as you can. 30% or 25%. It's not going to be a bad, chunk of change for them getting it all the way up this high. This is definitely, I think, worth it for Maryville University. The scary part is that Fisher Wisp did that without having to use any ultimates, right? They won that completely through the neutral and those rotations, so now they're close to that 4 bank of ultimates that can just brute force their way into a fight win. The Blizzards, again, going to be incredibly important here, but Terra Surge a little bit closer for False, and if we go to the side area, Terra Surge in this very, very closed corner can do a ton of damage.
Will they look to try and take the stairway? False actually enters very quickly up towards the well in the center. Neb has to use that immortality field lightning fast, and the coverage as well from the sound barrier. Blizzard eaten by Riker. It denies King the value, and that is a huge win condition here, but there is a counterplay into the corner, potentially going to do some work with Tree, who's approaching the overclock, but it is still lighting up red in the kill feed as Fisher Wisp is able to take them down. King at least gets a little bit of damage, causes some bleeding. Well, do not overextend.
Overclock is available too for Tree. No immortality field. This is winnable. Tree takes down Grapes.
He's gonna blitz forward, having the disruptor shot to slow them out of it. Can't quite land the second body shot as Riker plays down below. They're into the 99 overtime. The biggest factor here is they at least guaranteed the 99. It's going to be swapped back to Maryville, and Fisher Wisp can actually get back quick enough if Rocket gets here with the movement.
Neb is positioned so well to give Riker all of this healing that he needs to be able to stay alive. Tree looking for that overclock potentially. Doesn't need it. Finds Lukewarm and now goes for it.
Looking to see if Rocket can do something on the 76 in the back line and onto the high ground, but everybody's playing on the opposing side of that well in the middle, so they don't have any free sight lines. Riker low. Neb with the increase in health and damage coming through with the amplification matrix is buying more time for Fisher Wisp, since it's still Maryville having to recover and be able to stay on this point. Wall is active, amp is down, looking for the damage, and it gets Riker. That might be able to switch it back and give this opportunity for Maryville to climb to the 99.
Lukewarm takes down False, but I don't know if there's enough for Fisher Wisp to try and continue to win this one. They do have a lot of ticking damage, but I think they have to retreat without this Orisa in their back pocket, and it looks like Maryville University is going to survive just a bit until these respawns come back in, and Rich, with where the percentages are right now, this is going to be last fight territory for both these teams, and with Rocket switching over to the Soldier, you don't have the May anymore, so that means no Blizzard, no Wall, and this is a free May Blizzard for King coming in.
Percentages practically mirrored for Ultimate Economy, Rocket ever being so slow behind. If this pick comes in by Rocket, and maybe a Helix Rocket combo, it will give the opportunity for Fisher Wisp to play forward. Attack visor available. Finding an off angle, taking a wide angle right behind it. Can they get the shots onto the support? The sound barrier comes out in time though. Juby gives coverage to let them move into this. Rocket gets completely obliterated with the sound barrier that comes in from Graves, and with King now up front able to deny Lukewarm from putting in pressure and gaining the overclock. Double Terror Surge onto one another. Riker gets one, but so does False. They trade back, mirroring one another, as we've already said before, but Tree and Juby able to light it up and clean this, as it will be a 3-point consecutive round win, making this a now 2-map score for Maryville.
Maryville University match point away from facing off against their eternal rivals in Collegiate, Northwood University, in that grand finals, and I gotta give an insane amount of credit to King. King didn't show up in the kill feed too much. The stats weren't fantastic, but King did almost everything right in terms of the May wall placement, the Blizzard placement. There were so many fights where King's walls just completely turned fights around by themselves. This was just a fantastic performance from this May that enabled False and enabled Tree to get these stats. I mean, Tree obviously is going to look good in the stats, but this doesn't happen unless King is playing as well as he is on this May.
Yeah, the influence may not be written out in a numerical form, but everything else surrounding it and the value that it brings is a monumental. And we saw it throughout this one and would not be surprised to continue seeing it do the same. And I have to give credit for Fisher Wisps and some of the adaptations that they made, attempting to swap onto the Doomfist for a recontest. Their understanding of that mid-transition to Palace specifically gave them an edge to where they held on to it. But it's just Maryville, again, digging in deep, getting into the grit of this and taking the advantage with everything they've brought to the table.
The other thing that's really incredible about Maryville too is that they don't feel like they're always so calm, cool, and collected a lot of the time. Like that's what I'm always surprised about, is that there are fights where it looks like they're completely down and out and they have no business winning them, even down members like 4v5s, sometimes 3v4s, where they'll just clutch things out. They have so much eternal trust in each other, it feels like, and that's something that I think is giving them that small edge. And now for Fisher Wisp, it's good that they're going to be going to it has to be Coliseum. I don't know if you would pick anything else here, given what happened in that previous series. But if you're Maryville now, you've broken serve essentially, because you're like, okay, we beat the Orisa composition. We beat it with our Sigma composition. We know how to play it. Even at the end there, false switching over to the Orisa had a good moment themselves. So I think if you're Fisher or Wisp, you have to figure out, like, do we want to continue to play this Orisa now that Maryville seems to have had the blueprint on how to beat it?
Yeah, downloading and being able to compete. But the one thing that for sure Fisher Wisp have in their pocket is that dominant Coliseum map that you and I think are very much leaning as we take a look even at our chat to make sure that we get that conversation. If they didn't, that'd be a wild decision making, and unless there's something we don't know. But you can even ask the question of which map. Like they could have something, an ace in the hole, you never know. But at this point, I truly feel, despite False being able to step it up and now start to get into this comfort place after facing off against Boise State, which was significantly different in comparison to what they're doing now, they've gotten that stride. They've downloaded the tactic, and we have confirmation. Where else are we going but Rome itself? Which, speaking of which, it was beautiful, by the way, when I was there.
Oh yeah, you did
recently,
go.
So
I mean, I loved Rome. It was so nice when I went. Look, you had gelato, I imagine, right?
oh my gosh, so much of it. You have no
much
idea.
of it.
There was
Lemon
like one
gelato
block and a
is
half.
like
There was a block
gelato
and a
in,
half
the
from my
summer
place.
is so good. Oh, that sounds so good.
Yeah, it was so good. But
gelato.
with us now starting to make you all start to water at the mouth and savor the food that is in front of you, we are going to be going onto a map that we saw absolutely rolled, you could say, from Fisher Wisp in the way that they did it with 4.5 minutes on the time bank. So again, Maryville in the wings, focusing so much on Boise State, might not know the level of ferocity that came out from Fisher Wisp, and they need to be extremely prepared for what's to come.
Yeah, I think they're probably like aware that like this was coming. Like they probably looked over and they're like, oh, okay, Collegiate was like a full push. Like this is definitely something that they're expecting, I think, in a moment like this. Whether that's going to be enough to beat, a team like Fisher Wisp, who has been schmoving and grooving very easily on these Orisa compositions, that's a different question, because we just saw the Fisher Wisp Orisa lose to not only the Sigma, but also the Orisa Mirror in that last round too. So I don't expect probably like another just complete wash like we saw, right? Like I think that would be very, especially against a team of the caliber of like Maryville, where we saw like Sam talked about this Coliseum and was like, yeah, it was comp diff, that was just how it was. Maryville, I think, is probably very aware about this happening.
Well, and the other part too is they had granted it wasn't Coliseum, but on their push map, they had also a completion as well, with a practically mirrored completion time bank in comparison to how Fisher Wisp was. So the dynamics of the push map really does lie specifically on just this map's specific differences, which you and I continue to talk about. There's that long neutral position. It's our podcast moment where we just have plenty of time, because no team ever wants to relinquish that initial neutral control because of the extended long-term macro value that it gives you on this map as a whole.
Especially with the fact that like we've been seeing so much Sojourn, like that really to me spells out like, okay, yeah, we're just going to be poking and prodding a little bit from the side, seeing who gets that first pick. And it looks like with these two compositions, we will be seeing a continuation of that. The big thing is that King is on that Genji, so the side pressure is going to be something to keep an eye out for. Specifically King on this side angle, looking for poke potential onto Neb, onto Grapes, maybe even finding the DPS too. It's something that Fisher Wisp has to respect, because if they get low enough, that means that it's a very easy layup for Tree, or King gets a dash in, insta kill, dash out.
Gladiators come to the arena. crowd chanting in the distance. As many of viewers here watching at home are those sitting in the seats in the present, with now an initial push to force that bot closer to the opposing side. Keeping a very keen eye, though, for a flanking angle by King, which has been really elevating themselves over that wall with that chip damage and just seeing what value they can get and maybe cause some disruption. But Tree hasn't been able to land the shots, and Riker gets the headshot to secure that elimination. And Fisher Wisps, right now, starting as they did previously, will be doing the same.
Fantastic spear from Riker, but also a great wall from Rocket, zoning off the healers, so that meant that there was really an easy avenue for Riker to push up and get this positioning that he wanted to be able to take down those squishies. And you can see King immediately is just like, the Genji experiment's over, I'm going over to this Mei, we need something to counteract ourselves in terms of manipulating the geometry of the map and having that potential with the wall. But this is going to be a lot of percentage game for Fisher Wisp, especially because this Orisa is going to be sitting here, and it's hard for Sigma to just walk into Orisa as easily.
And you can see already that Riker in that corner so far forward, very vulnerable, is attempting to escape, and Rocket going down guarantees that this is an easy conversion here for Maryville. They just have to pick up the last few stragglers, go back to the neutral, and because it's been drawn out a little bit, there will be some distance obtained for sure by Maryville pushing it back.
Really good decision making, though, from False to kind of forego completely the battle against the tank and just walk into the back line and try and take down the squishies, because you saw how kind of disjointed Fisher Wisp were during that fight, and the Orisa needs heals. Like, Orisa's very strong and can play for herself a lot, but if you don't have heals in like extended fights, you're gonna end up going down even with all of those defensive cooldowns that you have.
Now approaching the archway, where the bot will need to be extremely careful in how they rotate around this position, since there is multiple openings on that right-hand side from the attacker. Neb looking to push and prod through that Ant Matrix, but needs to be very cautious themselves. Also use the Immortality Field there to get out, so that there was no follow-through by either King in the back or a stray Icicle by King. Riker playing this very well, though, keeping close and waiting to see if they can get a nice spear onto one. They do. The Blizzard locks down two, though. Great sound barrier in time from Grace, but is it going to be enough to keep Neb alive? It shall not, with False, once again, as we've seen before, blitzing forward.
Yeah, that was a really, really patient fight again from Maryville University. As soon as the Immortality went down, you could see King actually going onto the flank, playing a little bit Genji-esque, throwing that Blizzard into the backline when Riker gets a little bit too over-aggressive, and then the rest of the ultimates comboed along with it, makes it an easy fight win for Maryville, and we'll see if Fisher Wisp is going to be able to recontest in time to stop Maryville from getting the advantage. It looks like they will.
Nice disruptor shot. Cryo Freeze is actually already forced out as well by Rocket, so they no longer have that defensively. Riker's getting blown to bits on this front side as they attempt to pull them in, but instantly maneuvers away. Squid left vulnerable, but Tree comes back tenfold. The trades continue to go on as it still lights up red in the feed. False just gonna give it up for now, and that will be Fisher Wisps able to hold before the new checkpoint.
Singular meter is all that separates these teams now, but we will be resetting, going back over to that neutral. False actually will be opting in for that Orisa. We saw it a little bit at the end of our previous map. It was working still for Maryville University. Can we see the same thing here? The scariest part about this is that there is going to be this Blizzard here from Rocket comboed along with an Ant Matrix. It's just going to be potentially too much for Maryville University to deal with, as they have no defensives.
We'll see. Oh, a couple of shots go whizzing by. I know, right? You can just see that just in the distance, whizzing by as they posture forward, attempting to play around the gelato cart. False runs across the street to hide between the pillars, but unfortunately gets hit by the rail, and there's so much more to follow with False going down. And now you can just see that Riker is watching this backline position, and they want to guarantee that they easily get to this checkpoint. The butt scratch is the goal for now, as they have many more ahead of them, but the staggers onto Maryville are also going to be detrimental.
Yeah, the goal here for Fisher Wisp is to get this checkpoint without having to use the Blizzard, and it looks like the picks are coming through quick enough for them to do exactly that. Will Maryville University opt to try and get back onto this cart? King gets javelin, but not taken out.
Yeah, you didn't even have False jump down below because it was too much of a risk, because if they were left alone, it would honestly, well, they're actually going to go for it. They're attempting to, but look at Fisher Wisp. They're just going to leave it. They have no need to overstay.
Yep, they got the butt scratch. They got all they wanted, and now they got the Blizzard out of King, so they know that cooldown nowhere near in this next fight, and Rocket is going to have one in this very enclosed area in the middle of the neutral. Squid is going to have to be on point with this Ant Matrix, and Juby needs this sound barrier in time to negate some of that damage.
Lukewarm barely getting out as the shots come through from Tree. Oh my goodness, False is so low, but huge movement ability by the Lucio play from Juby to get them out and not force any additional cooldowns. The Ant Matrix actually used more so defensively so that you don't have Fisher Wisp continuing to rush forward so that they're left vulnerable. Now with the return though, sound barrier active, Blizzard holstered, Rocket might look to commit this into it, but if they can get these pickups before even having to utilize it, they can draw it out later as they look to pass. Now the separation, the wall doesn't quite land to keep False away, and now he's in the mix of it. Tree comes in with 2 onto the supports. There's an attempt to swing this since there is no healing capabilities available for Fisher Wisps. It's all on their own self-sustain, which isn't gonna be much.
I mean, Tree is trying to will this fight into a victory, and with Juby here, I think this is possible for them to win. Takes down Lukewarm. This has been Tree getting 4 kills and willing this fight back for the team completely with that overclock and what looked like could have been a disaster of a fight. Much more meterage continued for Fisher Wisp. Tree claws it back, and Maryville is able to get back onto this point and start potentially getting their own butt scratch, but with the respawns a little bit closer for Fisher Wisp, I think Maryville has to back up a little bit and just take the fact that they weren't really just rushed on completely.
Yeah, and Rocket being close has the slow, a lot more of the health pool. Not an easy one-shot target that can be made as you start to push back into the neutral. There is the ultimate available, the Tarot Surge. Nice harassment by False to keep him away from the team, but will look to maneuver forward. Again, Spear Spin down. Still has a defensive ability with that Fortify available as they rush into this. They're aggressing heavily to see if they can find False separated from the team, but what a lob from Squid in the back to get the Immortality Field onto them to buy those few extra seconds. The pull comes in, able to get damage onto King, but unfortunately there's no follow-through, and didn't even have to use the Cryo Freeze since it was still onto the cooldown. Squid pushing back in, the wall is active, denying it. A narrow, fixated line as the Amp Matrix lines it up for both Tree and Squid to put in the damage and to take this back with 2:45 on the clock.
I mean, these fights are on a complete knife edge. Their King lives with like 5 health during all of that, and then Fisher Wisp, after not securing that kill, have to commit so many defensive cooldowns, and they aren't able to have any left for when the Amp Matrix comes in, and Squid just completely obliterates the rest of the team, and now this is going to be a butt scratch, I think, for Maryville University.
Ooh, they're going to touch in time. They have to keep this contested. They don't want to give that advantage, but at the same time, they can't cost themselves their lives as Squid gets one onto Neb. The Amp Matrix is still there, but they're dwindling, they're falling, and the worst part about this is because of how close it was to contest into this. If they win the fight, they'll get the butt scratch and be able to gain that very small micro distance advantage to be able to have the lead in this.
I mean, they're trying to take down Grapes, and if Grapes will eventually go down, and you're right, that lead is going to be secured for Maryville University, and now I wonder, as soon as they get that lead, are they just going to back off or continue to push as much as they can here? They don't have Squid, so they don't have a lot of healing, and they're going to do the smart thing, I think, here, trying to retreat as best as they can.
Yeah, they're going to retreat more so, I think, because they at least wanted to guarantee at least that 1 meter, because if they were both sticking specifically on the 66.4 meters, it could have been actually drawable.
Yeah, I think you needed to definitely take what you could there, but go back, get Squid, now fight in this neutral again. Blizzard's going to be available for Rocket. Oh, gets hit. That could have been very dangerous if Tree had a rail available to him to finish that kill off.
You can see some hesitancy from Maryville not wanting to put themselves out into an unfavorable position. Tree actually, as I say that though, swinging wide into the open. Is there a capitalization onto it? Rocket with the Blizzard, slowing down the Orisa. False gets picked up, doesn't actually manage to utilize any ultimates here, so they're just wanting to see what they can force out of Fisher pushing into this, because they need to now stop them at this next junction.
And Fisher's going to get the lead right here unless there's some miracle that can happen off the back end. Tree still alive, trying his best to make something happen, but eventually ends up going down. And this should be Fisher was taking the lead. Actually, well, I don't know. False is back here with Squid. This is potential that they can get back onto the card. They don't want to lose the lead.
They're wanting to touch it. False has to do this. The Tarot Surge comes in for the extra fortification, and there's a lot of damage to follow up onto it with False down, and they guarantee the push. They've taken the advantage, and now it's all on the shoulders of Maryville.
And now I actually think if you're Wisp, you just kind of leave at this point. Oh, there's a pause right at the worst time, it feels like, with 30 seconds left between both of these teams. I think at this point, you just you get out of dodge if you're Fisher. You have the advantage, just go back and fight in the neutral. The worrying thing is that, like, beyond the Terra Surge and also that Amp Matrix that we're going to be seeing from Neb, not a lot coming up soon.
Yeah.
And there's Overclock from Tree, there's Blizzard from King. Those are 2 ultimates that can completely ruin fights. And it's just like 2 or 3 fight wins, I think, for this Maryville side if they want to get back into this one and win.
Absolutely. I mean, especially when you're going to look to that neutral position, because you do have, like you mentioned, the Amplification Major from Neb coming up, Tarot Surge, so they have that long sight line to work with. But If Tree finds that pick, which we've seen already at the very start of this and in a previous neutral position, that's going to be really challenging because, again, the bot moves so quickly once you start to push towards it. As they have only just the small 8-meter advantage, that's not a lot realistically.
Actually sticking around. They want to try and take this fight. I mean, False isn't here, so that means that Fisher West do have a little bit of an advantage. They're trying to press it as much as they can in this scenario.
If they can get a pick, that's going to put the nail in the coffin for him. Ant Matrix now, the wall comes in, but it is instantly broken as they shift down below. That's a pick on a Squid, though. That's going to guarantee that Fisher Wisp has the aggression and necessary push potential to put this in the grave.
I mean, it's not over yet. There's no way that this is over. You have this ability from Maryville University with the spawns to try and win this one back, especially with the fact that you have Tree available to you. And now we're going to be seeing Maryville University have to be absolutely picture perfect. And it's almost a disaster for them because they have to use two very key ultimates after Squid dies that early. Tree with the overclock is the only saving grace that you have right now for Maryville University. But if there's anyone I want to give the ball in this scenario, it is to Tree. Tree has to make something big happen if Maryville wants to just wrap it up right now and go to the grand finals.
Set him up for the dunk and let the glass shatter. As you do have the overtime active, Maryville has to stick to this like glue. Riker up front holding defensively. Terra Surge aggressing forward, might look to try and utilize it as they do have the Blizzard tossed out first. Nothing yet been gained, no one down. False is eliminated. Terra Surge for 2. They put so many cooldowns to weather the Blizzard and to keep them alive that it was an instant takedown with Riker gaining 3. And that brings us into another map 5.
Well, chat, looks like we're going to have a long day like I mentioned. Here's another map 5er for your skins. It goes the distance. I would expect nothing less from both of these teams. Riker with play of the game, the Orisa Warlord. It feels like this time I think also Rocket deserves a lot of credit. Has kind of been a little bit silent for the most part, but this, for the most part, the May positioning, the May placement of walls has been phenomenal. It's what King was kind of doing in the previous map, but now it's on the other foot this time. And Maryville University going to be going to a map 5 here against Fisher Wisp. Not surprised in the slightest with how close these teams are.
And going back onto Control, there is a lot of dynamics that we can talk about for this, but for right now, we have to give significant credit to both of them because this was really a bloodbath between the two of them, and it was just those micrometers that takes the day, really. And even though Maryville felt extremely comfortable getting the butt scratch, just getting those extra couple of meters, they could not outlast towards the end of this. When False went down, that was just, unfortunately, when things started to crumble.
I think this is a really good moment for Fisher to kind of like have that understanding of like push the advantage, right? Them kind of getting this fight doesn't go like fantastic for Fisher Wisp, but the biggest thing is you got out the ultimates that were so key for Maryville to come back and try and win that one. You got out Blizzard, you got out Sound Barrier. Those are two ultimates that if Maryville have it in this fight, could look potentially different, but the fact that Fisher Wisp played with that aggression, hold W, forced those ultimates out, that really took them over the edge, and that's great macro understanding from Fisher, and I would expect nothing less from them and their coaching staff.
And now, for this final map of Control, we see who gets to lock in that third place position and who ends up rising to the top to face off against Northwood. We'll be heading to a short break before getting into that one, so don't go anywhere, my friends. We're back, my friends, as we are entering into another map 5. And for those who might have missed it when we were making some lovely posts, yes, it is Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming. I have given it my grade, and this is for sure an S+. So,
I've never seen an S+
right
in my life. I've never seen an S+ in my life. I don't know what that grade is.
That's how good today's gonna be right now, for realsies. We've had 2 map 5s already. What does the grand finals have in store for us? We don't know. We're gonna find out. Let's just see that in a hot couple of seconds, as we're gonna be entering into our next map, which we do have confirmation is going to be Circuit Royal.
Yeah, Circuit Royal isn't, for me, this is great pick for Maryville, right? They get to go to a map where Sigma reigns supreme on a map like this. They get to be able to play what they want, when they want, and play more to their style. This is going to also force Fisher to play Iron, which isn't like a bad thing either. Like, Iron is very good at Sigma, but when we've seen Fisher be as dominant as they have been, it's been on Orisa. It has not been in that Sigma mirror. So now that we're going over to a map that is so heavily favored for Sigma, I think this definitely favors Maryville, especially going into that previous series that they played against Boise State, where they were able to pretty convincingly win that map 5 against a very difficult Rhine Rush composition that Boise State was piloting. And we also do have some changes coming in for both of these teams beyond Iron coming into the lineup for Fisher Wisp. That's what we're going to see first. And then one of our favorite players, I think, Rich, between you and I, is also going to be gracing the stage, which on Circuit Royale, I don't know if there's anyone else I'd rather want to just bring in as a super sub for a map 5, close it out, clutch it out. Vision here. This is long range hit scan. Absolutely. Vision is one of those players that, like, if you stick out your head just like a pixel, it's off. It's gone. It's completely gone. So this DPS matchup is going to be incredibly important. Are Lukewarm and Rocket going to be able to deal with Vision in this role that is basically made for a player like Vision, is how mechanically gifted they are?
Yeah, and that's what False even mentioned in an interview that I had a couple days ago with him, just talking about how they're feeling going into this weekend. And I was like, so is Vision going to be at all kind of like the forefront, or is it really just going to be, you know, their main starting lineup with, you know, Tree and King and those kind of things? And they were just like, nope, Vision's only here when we absolutely need it to play the hit scan. And this moment has finally arrived as we enter in onto Circuit Royal, putting on a show for us. That's all we can hope for from Vision as we come out on the defensive side first. And it looks like Squid's actually going to opt to do potentially an alternative support selection as well.
We'll see if Illari is what's going to be sticking here for... I mean, Squid, I think Zen could be played here.
See, I thought that too.
One of the things that you do offer, though, with the Illari is a lot of that healing output. Like, the HPS is insane with Illari, specifically for False, but also Pylon on the defensive end here is such a good, incredibly good cooldown, because you can just put it behind these walls, it's completely safe, and then let your support, let your other support, or let your DPS have a kind of blanket as they go back and need to retreat potentially. So I think this is a fine decision for the defensive end. I do like Zenyatta as well, but just for like having that like extra little bit of coverage, I think Illari works here too.
Will be a nice blanket if you have it with Illari. As now we do see Lukewarm looking for a couple of shots as well. Does go wide. Tree very aware of it now as the Widowmaker comes out. Sidestepping out into the open is the concern. A lot more methodical play here from False. Only necessary moving. Oh, what a shot from Vision! The grapple shot in the picture-in-picture comes in hot.
I mean, that's entirely what this matchup is going to be between the Widowmakers. Can you surprise the other Widowmaker in time with your positioning there? A perfect grapple shot from Vision, knows exactly where Lukewarm is, takes him down, and that means that Vision can play a little bit more aggressively here without the threat of another Widowmaker looking for another shot, manages to not find it.
Couldn't quite get the scope that time around. Tree picking it up, though. Despite Vision not landing the first, the second is guaranteed by their partner in crime. As Vision has to flee, can't quite find value due to them needing that top up of healing. And with those health values low, they're playing a lot more of a slow game, but it's still going to be Maryville holding this corner.
Vision was kind of just sitting there, and he's like, he had to eventually spam the I need healing from Juicy to get the heals of... Juby eventually got them there, so this is still Maryville holding well at the defensive end. Another grapple shot from Vision, doesn't manage to find anything yet again, so it looks like Fisher Whip's starting to warm up to that idea of these grapple shots hitting.
Couple on that balcony. Risky shot, but finds it. Squid gonna regret that peek As now Lukewarm starting to warm up indeed. Attempting to find the second onto Tree down below, really utilizing that statue as a defensive mechanism and these panels as well to the right bank of where that Indy car is. And even False actually really just being the body necessary. A couple of grapple shots as well, and aggression forward. The wall is active, so it denies the accretion, and Lukewarm finds Tree, and Vision cannot punish.
Oh, I mean, the Gravitic Flux only hits one, I think, and Immortality Field is there to cover anyways, so Maryville University is sitting pretty right here. Sight's almost available here for Vision, needing to be careful, though, against that Ant Matrix. Grapes still with an Ant Matrix of their own, trying to get the heals out, but it's traded. Both of the supports, both the Baptistes are down, but this means that Ilari is going to be here, and that's way more healing than a Zen output.
Can't quite thread the needle. Maryville on the defensive side is getting overrun. Rocket finds the arrows, the multi-shots. Vision can't get the second shot because the shield is there, but looking for the Zen, only the body. The second shot goes for a third, and finally, just with the autos, gets it. It's still a checkpoint reached, and now they can work up this rampway.
That's such a knife's edge here, but the fact that Iron lived throughout all of that, an insane deal, and the fact that they were able to focus down False, that's one of the things that the Zen does offer you is once that shield is down and the Discord Orb comes through, that is just an insane amount of damage that even Ilari Bap might not be able to heal through. Gravitic Flux, though, available combo along with that Dragon Strike. That's a combo we know and love, but if you're Neb, you can just hit your own Q button and negate all of that damage.
Consistent use of the kinetic grass to guarantee that shield, so weather a little bit more of that damage that can come through, especially because of that Neb Discord Orb. Flux is active, being very careful not to go too high over the shield. Storm Arrow follows through onto it, which was beautifully done. Tree just finds the angle necessary where it's not wildly out of position, and you can see that there's no real punishment. Rocket actually finds Juby as they press into this, so they've lost again the Baptiste with the healing, but Squid versus what we've seen with the Lucio is going to have quite a bit to help.
Tree looking for a flank here, seeing if they can find Lukewarm. Almost gets taken down. Lukewarm so low here. Finally, will get healed back up by the combination of Neb and Grapes, but Maryville University not backing off in the slightest right here. Gravitic Flux getting close for Iron, but look at Juby a little bit ahead in terms of that Ant Matrix Tree. Body shot, so we're not necessarily dying just yet, but a pick could happen at any moment.
Continuing to utilize the wall, get that elevated position, and to catch them off guard, as we've seen already with Vision prior. Meters continue to close towards this checkpoint. The ultimate available. Flux going to be active. Looking for one. The shots from Vision land onto Rocket. And that's already going to be quite a bit of damage, but there is still a lot of presence here from Fisher Wisp. Neb needs to be very careful. The Immortality Field gives them that extra protection, but Tree is hyper-focused onto it. Only 4 meters left to go, and it's still going to be Fisher Wisps able to pick up the stragglers and reach this checkpoint.
Really good presence of mind from Rocket on the Genji. As soon as that Gravitic Flux goes up into the air, it hits Juby, and before Juby could use that Immortality Field to throw it down under themselves, instantly taken down in the air by Rocket, and that means there's no Baptiste, and Squid is not able to really keep up in terms of that healing output across the way, where it's like you, with Ilari, you need to be kind of next to that opponent, or next to that player of your own, to be able to get that healing output, whereas if you're Zenyatta, you can just throw an orb on them, and they're totally fine. It's basically forget it.
And this window pane in that high ground position is going to be a very, very heavily contested zone for the Widows and also for the Baptiste to find adequate healing, as Lukewarm down below gets picked up. Great shots coming through by Squid, so that stifles the damage, and now with Grapes down, that is an instant retreat here from Fisher Wisps.
2.5 minutes left. Maryville gonna try and see if they can find any picks at the end of this. They want to get this positioning and take it away from Fisher Wisp, but the Fisher Wisp is gonna move over to that high ground and not give up any of that space. Captive Sun close here for Squid. Comboed along with something like a Gravitic Flux could do a ton of damage to Fisher Wisp, but they have to be worried about this Genji Dragon Blade.
Neb is threading the needle right now, barely getting the protective armor back to withstand a few more of those shots, and Vision lurking in the distance, wants to see them poke out, not yet taking the peek, and comes out late. Only the barrel of the gun poking out. As you can see, the Flux active. There's the double tap, attempting to follow through. The Sun comes in. Are they going to be Sunstruck, though? No damage follow-up, which makes it even more challenging. Fisher Wisps take the advantage. The deflect comes out for the first initial shots and finds the blade to cut down Tree, and a second in the back onto Squid. Minute and 50 seconds now to go, looking to complete this round.
Oh, Foss is down 2 to Lukewarm. That's a huge pickup because now there's no one to really stand on this cart and get back on in time. It's nowhere, no how for Maryville University. And Fisher Wisp complete Circuit Royal, a map that we talked about, seemed to favor Maryville University, now getting full capped on it. there's a ton to play for Maryville University. They have to really put their nose to the brimstone right now, because if not, this is just going to be over, and it's going to be Fisher Wisp rematching Northwood in that grand final.
They have to find the motivation forged in the fires to be able to persevere and get this completion. And I agree with you. We saw in the off-broadcast, matchup that Maryville playing very confidently, extremely strong. But again, it wasn't against this type of composition, and they're really having to find this better exchange, and it's been a real challenge. And now once again on the attack, you're gonna really have to see both Vision and Tree get some significant picks.
I also think Rocket switching over to the Genji like halfway through that really impacted, especially because of the fact that you can play like a little bit more aggressive. It's against that double flanker look, and even the supports, like there's not a ton of survivability beyond something like Immortality Field. And if you're a Genji just forcing out an Immortality Field on the flank, you've done your job. Like, you've completely done your job, but just that high tempo that we were seeing from Rocket really took it to Maryville University, who weren't able to match up with that tempo. Maryville University staring down the barrel of going home in third and not getting that rematch or rivalry that they would like in the grand finals against Northwood University.
Yeah, from a team that continues to find themselves in the grand finals, might just be cut down here by Fisher Wisps, a very formidable team, as we've said, one of the top 3 that everyone was looking to, and have been able to prove themselves. As Maryville moves out into the open, seeing what type of risks they'll take with this initial peak. Vision waiting for potentially the grapple to come through, as they do have confidence in coverage to see if Lukewarm's actually going to perform the same type of technique on the defensive position that Vision did. Can't quite grab the initial grapple, goes for the second, finds the body, but not the dome. Looking between the eyes, unfortunately, there's a gust of wind that causes it to fray, and Tree still looking themselves as they hide behind that statue.
I mean, they know exactly where everyone on Fisher Wisp is, though, at the current moment, especially with the recon that we're getting, as Tree's able to take down Lukewarm, an insane shot right there, and now it's just a Hanzo to deal that damage. Can Fisher Wisp weather the storm to get Lukewarm back in time?
Look at how feared this is right now from Tree, from Rocket in the back, not wanting to overextend and being caught out, but now they rush forward, both Tree and Squid just taking them out.
Love that aggression, and I don't know if there's a way for Fisher Wisp to be able to weather the storm here, because now look at all the angles that they have. The poke is so much, and you can see Rocket switching back over to the Genji, trying to bring back a little bit more of that higher tempo, but this is going to be Maryville University capping this first point here and getting a couple of stragglers on the way out.
This is very clean and decisive, and the picks coming through as early as they have really detrimented us with a 5-minute time bank, Kenobi.
And I love the positioning from Maryville University here, just going as aggressive as possible, holding these areas to give basically free cart progress. Juby's going to have, by the time we get to this next point, the Ant Matrix, so even if Juby's a little bit far away from the fight, the Ant Matrix is going to do enough to be able to keep those heals going, and then the ultimates are so much more in favor of Maryville University here that Fisher Wisp really have to make something happen in the neutral.
Getting some decent progression, too, with Squid sticking in the back. And with the Amplification Matrix, you can really just rely solely on Juby to keep them topped up, so it guarantees that there's enough to move that payload close enough so Squid reconvenes with the rest of the team. And Vision and Sight's available. Oh my goodness, it's a body from one and then the follow-through on the other. And this is another great pickup from Maryville.
The Rocket not here, that means there's a lot of shield breaking that's lost as well, and potential, but here comes Great Flux up in the air, down into the ground, and that's going to be a second point cap easily for Maryville University here, who, I mean, I talked about how it was going to be a tall mountain to climb. They are sprinting up here right now.
Oh my goodness. You can just, there you go, yeah! Trees is happy, yeah! And here we go, we get to see it again. What goes up surely will come down, Kenobi.
I mean, I love, it's always just a great feeling as a DPS player to be like playing with the Sigma. It's like, oh, Gritic Flux. They're just in the air forever. I can just shoot them very easily, as on the way out too, Rocket just gets...
He lets him jump into his shot.
Neutral, yeah. That's just it. He read. He had the Eye of Agamotto there. He knew that was going to happen.
As now we take a look at this high ground position again. I talked about that window specifically in the previous swap of sides, and now it will be the same focus once again. Lukewarm, though, getting a nice pickup on Division, allowing them to have the advantage. There's a big flank from Rocket, but needs to get out of dodge very quickly.
And
you can see the pylon.
Damage.
Yeah, you have to anchor in that corner. Oh my goodness, this is a risky play. Tree, you're gonna go for that as we see the counter position by Vision looking for some decent shots onto the Sigma, but unfortunately, oh no, that Dragon Strike's gonna get 2. Had to use the Flux to get out of it, but is punished, so they lose that as well.
Wait, they just completely baited them right there. I think that was exactly what Maryville University wanted. They wanted the Sigma to come and try and contest, and that Dragon Strike was so good from Tree, and now look at all the positioning that Maryville University have. They have all the angles to work with, and Fisher Wisps have to be able to hold this defensively. Lukewarm and Vision staring at each other. Lukewarm wins!
Oh my goodness, finds the angle and catches him off guard. So that's gonna force him back and by a few more seconds of time.
I mean, if you can try and whittle this time bank down as much as you can, this is a very, like, holdable position for this defensive side, especially if you do have these angles to work with Lukewarm being able to kind of move around as much as he can. Rocket being able to try and get down.
What?
I don't, what just happened? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, there's no way that was a real thing that just happened on my screen. There was no shot. There was just no way. That had to be a pause like there.
I can just imagine Tree and Squid taking a hot second and like looking at each other and being
Squid just typed in chat. Like, what happened there?
Rocket, we know. Oh, there's the DC. All right, so we'll give him a moment to reconnect at this point. But yeah, even Squid's like, you okay, fam? Like, even though you're opponents, you're still saying, you okay, fam?
That's gotta be unfortunate for that team. And I mean, when we get back in, that's really disastrous, because now you just have this kind of side angle just completely free, right? Like Tree and Squid can just walk forward. They don't have to worry about a Genji at all, and it's a 4v5 until we get Rocket back into the lobby. Probably we'll get back in time, but like this is a unfortunate thing to have happen in a map 5 scenario where it's like this close. It's a game of inches.
Yeah, well, especially because of the ultimate economy, even if it's a still small margin of percentage, like if you have the ult, of course that's devastating, but even if you're at like a 20, 30, 40%, like those percentages really do matter accumulatively over this, because there's still 3.5 minutes or just over that correction.
He was at like
that they're gonna have to work.
Yeah,
he was up there.
Close.
Yeah, he was
relatively
up there.
close to it, and probably would have gotten it in that next fight. So unfortunate one, but that's the nature of online competition. Sometimes those things happen, but I mean, it's not looking too bad for Fisher Wisps. I mean, they do have a Transcendence to work with that's going to be great at deflecting something like Squid coming in with that captive sun, but I think Maryville University has to play this like very slowly and very respectfully at this point, because of the fact that Lukewarm has these angles that are going to be very good for him, and Vision doesn't necessarily get to decide like when the angle comes through, where Lukewarm is going to be. He has that kind of surprise potential that is hyper important for Widow matchups, right? A lot of it does come down to that surprise factor. We even saw it like on the POV of Vision. Vision's just looking up and Lukewarm's kind of just like looking straight, doesn't see him, takes his head off.
Yeah, and gets clocked. And that's the nice thing about looking to move Tree up towards that angle, because you can get that recombo, you can get that information gathering to see if they're up there, so you can at least communicate with Vision to say, this is clear, pool is clear, bar is fine. Like, look down below and see if you can find that pick. And that brings, again, just even more information and accessibility to be able to get that necessary pick.
Yeah, I mean, no information is still information, right? I think that's the kind of the biggest thing with this matchup too, especially with the Hanzos, where it's like if you're, throwing out recon or the recon arrow, and then you're just like, oh, there's no one here. That's good info. You know that the Widowmaker's not there. You know that that's a potential place where they can't be, and then you just kind of have to go through your motions of like, okay, where are the spots? Because I think Vision and Lukewarm both probably know where those spots could be, and then it's about kind of like that game of chess between the two and how they end up operating in that matchup. It's just very easy on the defensive side to cover behind the geometry. You have some high ground to play around with, and walking into the lines is a lot more difficult than kind of just like setting them up.
Absolutely. Making sure that we give 100% of the time necessary, still within rule and reason, that we can have them come back into this, because you do not want to have in these final moments. I mean, granted, again, even if they do look for the completion, it's still going to give them the chance to, fight back, but the time bank is what's the most significant part. So as we are allowing them to reconnect, we will head to a short break before getting back into the game, so don't go anywhere, friends, as I think we all need a little bit of a breather. Hi friends, the break wasn't that long. We missed you too. As we're going to be getting back into the game shortly, the reconnection has been confirmed, as we are now just guaranteeing that they have all of the full connection and making sure that their mouse and keyboard are working, because I would hate for that to happen where you start getting back into the game. Yeah, I'm connected. We're good. That's fine. Why is my keyboard not working?
Then we have to do another pause, but I mean, people in chat are just like, hey, more time for skins. That's definitely a possibility, but now, again, we talked about it. Rocket will be back into this fight relatively soon, especially with that respawn, and it is going to be a little bit tricky, though, to gain back this area that they took before. As a nice shot from Tree on the Grapes.
Wow.
That means there's no Baptiste. Neb might have to just desperately use this Transcendence to keep the rest of the team healed.
Yeah, they're going to have to really compensate for that lack of healing. The spawn advantage is here, which is the only saving grace. If they can eliminate at least one, Tree gets two onto both Lukewarm and Rocket. It is a floodgate that has been opened up, and even with the reconnection onto Rocket, I'm sorry, you're still going to feel that one.
I mean, Tree is taking over the game right now. Takes down two, takes down three.
Wow.
What on earth just happened? Tree just decided he wasn't going to lose this fight. Just completely just decided.
Tree on that pause right there for the reconnection, just sat back in the chair, cracked the fingers, and said, "All right, friends, you ready for it? Here we go."
That was a first kill on the Grapes with the Baptiste. Second kill through Transcendence. Then just 3 kills to wrap it all off. Like, I mean, absolutely unworldly from Tree there. We talked about this Maryville team in general, like having a pretty good, or having a scary defense, I would say, being full capped all the way. Now you have more time than Fisher Wisp did, and for Fisher Wisp, it's like, is this backbreaking a little bit to them because of the fact that they complete, and then you look over and like Maryville has 3.5 minutes in their bag.
Whew, I was curious at getting that look at that shot, and these are clean coming through all day long. There's an easy one on the way down. No recovery here from Neb.
What?
That's just nutty. Tree, just stop.
Dude. There's some time, again, this is like what we talked about going into this series, where it's like there are times where you just gotta just tip your hat to Tree and just be like, okay, like it's like what LeBron James said about Nikola Jokic, where it's like, yeah, this dude's just like 7 foot and hits a step back 3-point shot from like 30 feet, and you're just like, okay, I can't do anything about that. That's exactly what we saw right there. That's pretty much
all of that. All of what Kenobi just said.
Yeah, I know. Basketball's not your forte.
I mean, I played football and I played soccer. Like, I dabbled in basketball, but, you know, to each their own. As we're going to be heading in now with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Fisher Wisps peeking the corner, but again, have to be extremely cognizant of where Vision and Tree are. I don't believe that Vision's going to take the same risky grapples as we've seen initially due to Lukewarm now being absolutely prepared for it. So it's this angle and this corner that's necessary to keep an eye on.
Luke he's positioning as if the grapple strike is going to come at any moment. Yeah. Like, you can see him kind of looking down, and Vision is able to take down Lukewarm. That means no Widowmaker, and now Vision can play with reckless abandon.
That's so devastating. Lukewarm attempted to just use the grapple to get up to the high ground behind the billboard, but it's still an angle that Vision takes to take him down, as this angle now is even more difficult with only 50 seconds to go.
He's looking for Lukewarm coming out of spawn. Potentially doesn't mind anything with that first grapple. We'll have it back in 7 seconds, though. But now it might be Lukewarm's turn to go forward and try, see if he can find anything as the cart moves forward.
Big shield from Iron. The timing went, oh no! Jumps up and leaves themselves vulnerable for Vision, ready to consume anyone that is left out on the table. And now again, 28 seconds to go.
I mean, the pylon is still here from Squid, which is a big deal. Squid's not in the fight technically, but that pylon can still give that healing over. Vision takes down Neb, and now look at how aggressive the rest of Maryville are going. They want to end it right here, right now. 15 seconds left.
They don't want any more distance to be obtained. They want to set the mark here, the goalpost to guarantee that they find themselves in the grand finals to compete against Northwood. They have set the stage. Now the immortality field comes out by Grapes, keeping Iron alive. The Flux is there. Grapes gets Tree. That's the first step of many that have to continue. A second on to Juby, and despite it seeming like Maryville was going to look for the hold, it's actually swapped over by Fisher.
Lukewarm comes in super clutch there with the pick on the Vision to start that off, because if Vision is still in that fight with the sightlines that he had and with the sights available to him, that ultimate would have completely turned this one over. But Rich, this is a position Maryville is very, very accustomed to. In that previous series, they got capped in that first point. They had about 3 minutes to work with. They stopped him here, and they won. Can Fisher Wisp change up the script, though?
You can see that Neb sticks close to the payload for now, guaranteeing to keep it into the overtime, but also contributing those orbs necessary. A shot goes wide, Flux is active, Squid gets the pick onto Grapes, who's in the center of the rising Flux. Are they able to somehow miraculously persevere through? They only have Lukewarm with that sights to see where the positioning is. Iron is low. Neb has to turn the dial and actually gets the elimination. Dial absolutely scaled up to 10 with a Discord orb, making this much more challenging for Maryville University. They cannot afford to crumble under this. The captive sun is out. There is going to be the Sunstruck onto Lukewarm, eliminating him in the back line. The second one doesn't quite pop, it looks like, to get enough damage for the elimination. And now the blade unleashed, unsheathed, the folded burning steel comes in from Rocket to turn this back around. It's Fisher Wisps are able to capture and still keep it alive.
I mean, it looked like it was a completely disastrous fight after that Gravitic Flux, and they take down specifically Grapes. The healing lost, but somehow, someway, Fisher Wisp are able to weather the storm, and now everything you get from this point on is gravy for them. They also have a Gravitic Flux to work with. Transcendence too. This is very possible for Fisher Wisp to just double cap right now on Maryville University.
And we'll see how Tree and Vision are going to respond. Vision being the initiator on that outskirts while Tree holds the inner window. Oh my goodness, that was scary for Rocket. Coming back to reconvene. The arrows are still whizzing by. The brother on the opposing side looking to see if they can find value. Tree breaking the shield, or at least getting a significant amount of damage on it, is key. The deflect is there, though. Denies the shot. Goes for a second. Shuriken still being tossed out. Vision falling back, looking for the angle. Looks to get the infrasight. Eludes, but no! It still triggers onto Juby, so it forces out the immortality field. False. Rotates back. Drops below. Transcendence active. Neb gonna lead into this to make sure that they are topped up and ready to go for these last few meters. Vision takes out Lukewarm, though. Big pick out the gate with Rocket close in proximity and will not be able to get it either. Vision cleaning up right now. 3 in total. They will stop this payload in the final moments, but still, as you mentioned, Fisher Wisps are absolutely so happy about this.
Yeah, I mean, with 1 minute and 40 seconds, you get it basically all the way to the end of the map. I mean, there's not much else you could have asked for besides just a complete double cap for them. And this 3 minutes from Maryville University, we've seen how easily they were able to snowball those first 2 points on their first offense. Can they do that again? Because 3 minutes will go away in an instant, and that's all they're going to have.
Whoo! Not going down without a fight. Fisher Wisps, they just hunting right now, and everything is just really starting to fall in place for them when they really need it to. Just the timing on the ultimates, the pickups that are coming through, Neb specifically with the Discord Orb onto the Sigma, as you've mentioned. Once that shield goes down, they just continue to have to play these advantages like they have been, and really can look to hold Maryville here and find themselves facing off against Northwood again.
Also, I think a lot of this has to do with Rocket making these swaps over to the Genji, right? I think Genji has been the thing that's really willed Wisp past a lot of these fights. You know, getting into the backline with the dashes. Dragon Blade has been an ultimate that has been incredibly impactful. And Maryville University not switching up their composition too much at all here, keeping Squid on this Illari, which I think works, like, especially on the defensive end, like giving that pylon over, but we need to see maybe just a little bit more of that impact, because for Neb, it's very easy to just kind of just throw that Discord Orb onto False, and there have been a couple of times where False has just got caught completely off guard by that incoming damage.
Shield to block the initial pick, knowing that they were far forward. So Vision just going to stroll forward. Oh my gosh, Tree taking a hyper-aggressive position over that wall. Looking for a shot. The immortality field is down already, so Juvie no longer has that as an asset to use in this next engagement until there's about another 8 seconds remaining. Vision will look for these shots again. The grapple is key for them to get something.
Gonna be looking for where Lukewarm is. Grapple shot coming in from Vision. Can he find the Hanzo? Ooh, not necessarily. Hanzo playing very well this rocket around this statue area, not letting those free shots come in.
Yep, just continue to sidestep back and forth, but Tree still lobbing some arrows through those bushes. Looks for a peek, goes for the damage, gets behind the wall just in time. Lukewarm not overstaying their welcome, necessary for this defensive Fisher Wisp team to survive through the damage.
I mean, the picks aren't coming quick enough for Maryville University at this point. They need to find a way to break this fight open. It's already a minute taken off the clock, and they just aren't finding these angles. Fisher Wisp playing so well, kind of just like playing in these back areas, not playing too aggressive.
Yeah, with the hesitation and overexposing themselves, it's causing Maryville to just constantly whiff or take shots that aren't viable for them. And you can now see again this constant protection coming out onto Fisher. Iron up front is feeling pretty. Rocket gets the counter play onto Tree and finds a second onto Squid. Oh,
for another one. Doesn't find it.
There's
That's
Lukewarm.
That's 3 kills. The fight's completely over now, and Fisher Wisp play that so absolutely perfectly around the geometry. 2 minutes by the time we get back to this next fight are completely taken off the clock right now, and Fisher Wisp, look at the ultimates they're coming up on. Ant Matrix is going to be here soon. Dragon Strike, Gravitic Flux combo soon as well. Rocket has those 2 absolutely insane picks, and it's kind of been the silent carry for this Fisher Wisp teams as they're trying to get back to a grand finals rematch against Northwood.
60 seconds.
60 seconds, as you heard. The time continues to dwindle. Heart rates begin to escalate. Maryville in their final moments now to reach this checkpoint, but they still have another and a long distance to gain. Vision waiting to see if anybody's hidden up top, but nobody is there. They're playing further back. The aggression to force them away is still here. 39 seconds, Kenobi. They aren't able to gain any value.
Neb's Transcendence is a big deal here. If he's able to get that in time to counteract the Gravitic Flux, that's really could be the difference maker in this next fight. And we're looking at last fight territory, Rich. Only 25 seconds.
Shots onto Squid, go wide. Lukewarm with the infra, has all the information needed for 20 seconds, and that's going to buy even more time. Maryville have to fall back. They're not going to risk this because if anybody steps out of line, that's an easy pickup for either Rocket or Lukewarm. Now, as that finally dissipates
4%.
and fades, it's that moment of truth for Maryville to lead in, going for the shot. The captive sun lands in the back. Can they get the follow-up damage? There is a great coverage. Lukewarm gets Tree. It's a 5 versus 4. Desperation now for Maryville rushing into this, but the Transcendence is going to keep all of Fisher calm, cool, and collective. And despite them having 3 minutes on the time bank, Fisher Wisp is absolutely able to weather and persevere over Maryville and push their way back up to Northwood to have their redemption game.
A complete heroic performance from this Fisher team. I mean, you know, full capping with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Then off the back end of that, you get full capped yourself with 3 minutes. And then to have the presence of mind and have the cojones and the cool, calm, and collectedness to just say, it's fine. We're gonna get basically to the end of the map, and they played that defense using the time so effectively, not aggressively peeking, playing as safe as possible, knowing that the onus was completely on Maryville, and it worked to perfection. Fisher Wisp take down Maryville University, and they're saying that now we're gonna be the ones to face off against Northwood, and we're not gonna have the same old tale that we've had the past couple of seasons.
Presence of mind and just the sheer time and communication to understand we can take every moment we want here. Because when you're in situations like this on a map 5 in overtimes, your blood's pumping. I mean, especially with how you had, the disconnect. There's a little probably of, frazzlement maybe, attempting to get back into it. There's so many factors in this, and being able to just take that moment to breathe in through the nose and exhale out the mouth and say, we're good here, fam. We're good here. We've got this, is exactly what Fisher Wisp has been able to do.
I mean, that just kind of proves just the pedigree and the experience of a team like this, right? Where you have like a lot of these players who have been in situations. I mean, Neb and the rest of the Wisp players on this team, like with Rocket, with Raker as well, they're no strangers to map 5s in big scenarios like this, right? Going back to Contenders, they won a huge map 7 against that Saints team in Contenders that we just had recently. Now being able to continuously keep a cool head on their shoulders and go back to try and get that salty run back against Northwood University, a very close series in that winners final. Now we go to a best of 7, which is going to be an absolute barn burner if it's anything like the winners finals.
And I cannot wait for that. But before we enter into that potentially extensive series, we are going to head to a short break so that we can get a word in with Rocket and how they're feeling after that win. We return to you, friends, with an individual at which that we've talked to before and always enjoy. Rocket, how are you feeling, my friend? You have persevered through now so many maps, 10 thus far, more to go ahead of you. How are you and the squad feeling right now?
We're, surprisingly, we're actually feeling pretty, ready to play still. I think over the past few weeks, we've been very, very, very heavily conditioned by our coaches and staff to make sure that we're ready, scrimming a lot. I think scrimming more than probably any other collegiate team at least. So, we're feeling good. We're feeling really, really good, and we're ready to go to the next one for sure.
So before we go to the next one, let's talk about this series a little bit, because this was a interesting kind of dynamic, I think, between both teams. Because it starts out, Maryville handshakes the Orisa composition, and that's probably something that you guys are like, great, we like playing Orisa, especially with Raker in the lineup. We're totally fine with that. And then, as we go to map 2 and map 3, it starts to feel like Maryville has a read on that Orisa composition. What kind of turned it for you guys? Was it some mid-set adaptations? Because I know you started playing Genji a lot more. Like, how did you guys kind of, in the mid-set, figure out how to beat this Maryville team?
I think as the set went on, they started making some adaptations, right? They started going Lucio Genji. They would split their Lucio Genji on angles and leave their core main, and we struggled on those maps to adapt on the fly. But eventually we did. It did take a little bit, and that's why you see coming into Coliseo and finally that last map, we were more like ready. We were expecting what King and Shubi were gonna do on that angle, and that's honestly all it took. It's our bad for not adapting in the moment, but props to them for shifting things, and had we not adapted, the set would have been way different for sure.
Well, and talking about like the preparation and adaptation that's going into this, I mean, you specifically, we've always seen you, of course, like on the Tracer and like those kind of things that we've, consistently watched you, adjusting and making these shifts in your play style and being able to coordinate with the team. How has that been for you? And then also just as a whole for the team, leaning into what we have presently in the composition?
I mean, I think it's the shift has been nice. I mean, obviously I'm most comfortable on that hero, right? But I think I've proven over the past few tournaments that I can play more and lead and get value and create solo plays on other heroes. It might not be like traditional carry heroes, right? I'm playing Torb and Mei, but even so, it's like it's still for me. It's more like a vocal and individual like leadership presence in the team, less so than lighting up the kill feed, right? I'm gonna be there and make sure that Luke and our tanks can light that up for us. But I mean, as the team in general, it's a shift for sure because we do have some new players. But me and Riker especially have kind of drilled the same concepts that our Contenders team, Wisp, had dealt with to help us win Contenders. And it's kind of just like teaching all the new players those concepts. And I think we're doing a pretty good job thus far.
So those concepts have like kind of carried over from like when, because it does feel like there is like I mean, you're called Fisher Wisp, but there does feel like, at least in like playstyle still, there does feel like there's that essence of Wisp still in the lineup. Is that something that like you, with the other players that are on your team, it seems like they've also taken to it relatively quickly in terms of just like that turnover of just being like, if you had turned the nameplates off, I couldn't tell you if this was just like Wisp or Fisher Wisp.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think yeah, everyone's been very, very receptive to, it's a heavy task to come into a team and be like, guys, we're gonna play this way. Me and Riker have these, ideologies and way we want to play the game, and so obviously so does our coach, right? So that obviously helps with instilling those things. But I mean, I think the way we play is optimal, and everyone's been doing a really good job of replicating it, and I can't wait to show some more in the next match.
So we talked so much about, it always being Maryville and Northwood, or even like the time when it was, Redbird Esports in Northwood or Maryville. Now you're here in the grand finals to face off against Northwood. Do you have any words that you'd just like to say with, within reason, going into them for this grand finals match for homecoming? Yeah, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's exciting, right? Because that, even though that's not Maryville, they still have like the core of the Saints Contenders team with Sam and Vega and Mikey. So it'll be exciting to run it back for sure, and I can't wait to get first again. A little second place for them, Mr. Second Place Vega.
I mean, kind of just like going to that like fact about like them being on Saints. Does that, like, when you move over to Collegiate, is there still kind of that ideology where it's like, we know what this team is like capable of because we've seen them so much? Like, you obviously like played against that Saints roster, and Northwood is similar. Do you guys kind of keep those same ideologies playing against this team that has these players on it when you're moving over to Collegiate, even though it's like a tiny bit different?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think players, no matter what team they're on, just individuals have a way they like to play the game, and it doesn't. That's no different for both Northwood and for us. So I think they'll also have like a mutual understanding of kind of the little like ins and outs of our game. Yeah, we're both familiar with each other's game, so I think we're in for another long set, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, we couldn't help but bring anything more than a long set. We want to guarantee that these viewers are going to have a thrilling evening. And with already having 2 map 5s, I wouldn't be surprised if you just, even if you did start out dominant, want to just slow the pace a little bit, bring it to map 7, just
for the content,
for the content. Well, thank you so very much, Rocket. It really, really does mean a lot. I hope you have a wonderful little moment here to recover, take a break, to breathe, and go into this grand finals against Northwood, my friends.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys as always.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Rocket.
Oh, Kenobi, that's just so good. I'm so ready.
It's starting to be a little pattern that we're interviewing Rocket towards the back end of these tournaments. It's starting to become a pattern that probably Rocket's very, excited to continue going into this. It would be great, I think, for Fisher, this team that kind of like comes not out of nowhere, because obviously there's like this program has been kind of like creeping up and up in terms of like getting positioning wise and like seeding wise, and now being able to topple. Rocket called him Mr. Second Place, but Northwoods has they've won it. They kind of broken that curse a little bit. So hopefully, if you are Fisher University, you can continue that trend. But if you're Northwood University, you want to go back to back here and kind of leave no doubt that you are the best team in Collegiate.
Absolutely. And with that being concluded now for the interview, that means that the main event is just around the corner. After we take a short break, so don't go anywhere, friends. Get ready. Strap yourselves in, because this one's going to be a good one.
Ready or not, here I come. Oh yes we can. Oh yes we can. Oh yes we can. Oh yes we can. Ready or not, here I come. Oh yes we can. 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 Oh yes we can.
The moment you've all been waiting for, the time is now, and let the games begin. We enter into this grand finals matchup between two teams that I think we realistically said could have been here, but that last match only proved why it is a Northwood versus Fisher Wisp game. As we can take a look at the bracket and how we got here, Kenobi, it's been an adventure.
I mean, no longer a Maryville versus Northwood grand final that we seem to have time and time again. It is now Fisher Wisp coming in from that loser's side to face up in that salty run back against Northwood University. We saw this matchup earlier in the day. It was an absolute nail biter between both of these teams, and what a journey it's been for both these teams to get here. I mean, a lot of really good competition coming in that we've seen through the bracket. You know, Maryville University, no slouches, getting third there, almost losing to Boise State University earlier, but Fisher Wisp just at the very end on Circuit Royale, clutching it out and taking us to this grand final as we can look at the schedule and how we got here today.
Yeah, for those that have been maybe told by friends or those that are tuning in to this match maybe just now, since everyone was like, hey, we had 2 best of 5s. Now we're going to go to this best of 7. It has been 10 maps so far for Fisher Wisps, and they now possibly have a 7-map match ahead of them. So they have been through the gauntlet right now, and the energy has to be so high. And even like the interview is that they're ready to go. They've been conditioned, and this is no difference of any other competitive game than they've played before.
Well, I mean, Rocket said there was going to be a very close series here, so I would not be shocked if we just get another 7-mapper right here. Goes the full distance, potentially 8, but let's not count our chickens before they hatch. And as we get right into things here, looking at the lineups for both of these teams, definitely, if you've been watching today or been watching throughout this weekend, you are familiar with these rosters. They need no introduction. Fisher Wisp here starting things out, and one of the key factors that we're going to have to be looking at throughout the entirety of this series is that tank spot. Raker coming in, playing the Orisa more so than anything, swapping out from time to time with Iron, who is playing that Sigma style of composition. One of the things that Wisp is so good at is adapting in the mid set, depending on like their different picks that they want, different DPS or different supports. They are very good at that. But on the other side, no slouches in their own right. Northwood University trying to go back to back here and seeing if they can get another 2-time.
And you mentioned the back-to-back factor. Again, talking to TubeSox and understanding that let's be real, Kenobi. You and I have been seeing, at least for the last 3 years, that Northwood has not ever been in a grand final situation. They have always been there. They have been competing and fighting to a position, specifically at least with this homecoming title, where now you're going to have them in a position to where they can get that back-to-back. They won just recently in championships, and it would mean the world to their squad to be able to get another semester here in this 2023 homecoming before the end of the year and just put their heads up and hold them high to know that they have been able to take this victory.
And I think the one person that sticks out to me when I look at this Northwood University team, it's gotta be Landon. I think Landon brings so much to this team in terms of being able to keep their heads cool, like having so much experience in Alpha for the past 2 years on that London Spitfire team, coming from Northwood, going back home now to where they kind of originated as one of these players that could be very good, has a lot of rapport with the rest of the players on this roster too. So I think for this Northwood University team, having someone like Landon could potentially be that small edge that Northwood University has, because these two teams are very, very close with each other. And I think it as well with this Northwood University team, it feels like this meta is just perfect for them, right? You have 2 very adept tanks that are good at either the Sigma or something like this Orisa with Mikey. You have Landon on his best hero, bar none. One of the best maps that we had, I think, in Overwatch League. Now coming here, potentially being the best map that we have in Collegiate. Vega can play anything. Sam has looked fantastic on Echo. I think one of the main factors of a lot of these matchups with Northwood University is just Echo, because I don't think a lot of other people are playing it. Not just in general, but just like as well as Sam is. That's the other thing. Sam is very, very adept at this hero. So I think we're in for a lot of switches up in terms of the tank line between Orisa and between the Sigma. And I think the DPS are going to change a lot too as we go through this series.
It's also just having that designated BAP play from Landon, is that they get to be able to have that freedom of playing elsewhere, and where they've never really had that as of late, where it's just this refined, extremely excelled Baptiste play. Because TubeStock said that too, where it's like, you know, it's so nice to just have this level of confidence that we have an extremely prolific BAP player, where we can just have that no concerns at all for the role that they play in a support, as we do have confirmation heading on to Lijiang Tower, where we enter first, and I'm excited to see how this unfolds. And as you can see, all of those maps are what we might potentially see, Kenobi.
I think there are people in chat who are hoping we go the distance so they get the
Right.
percentage up on the skins. But we gotta just get the appetizer out of the way, and then we'll eventually start seeing if we can get to that 7 mapper. But Lijiang Tower is where we're gonna start things off here. Interesting map for me, especially with what I'm seeing with the lineups already, and feels like it's gonna be mostly Orisa play with Mikey and with Raker in those lineups. The only difference would be like what we're seeing in terms of the DPS. I think May on a lot of these maps, very good. I think there are a couple of maps like Garden and like Night Market where Sam on the Echo is something that has to be worried about and has to be countered by this Northwoods or by this Fisher West side, because I don't think you can just let Sam absolutely unabated in the air like that on Echo. It's going to take you out if you do not respect his damage.
As we enter in, it will be Night Market first, so there is a lot of verticality to this and being able to play in that outskirt area where you can funnel damage in through those windows and that flanking angle, but also how they're going to opt in to get to this point initially and look to capture it first. And, you know, we've been continuously saying we need your predictions, and now that they're still here, make sure that you get 1 in for Northwood or 2 in for Fisher Wisps. This is the most important prediction of your evening and the conclusion of Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming, so let's see if you've got the chops to get it right.
We'll see what the chat thinks, and at this point, you're right, this is the last prediction that we're going to be having. It all comes down to this for both of these teams. Grand Finals, Northwood looking for that back-to-back that they haven't gotten before. Just recently got their first Collegiate Championship, now looking to double up on that, and Fisher Wisp coming in to try and take a crown for themselves, something that hasn't been done in a very long time, taking it away from the big boys in this Collegiate roster. But here we go, Rich. Night Market is where we start, and already Sam, not on the Echo, but on the Bastion. This is something we've been seeing not that much of in the previous series, but now Bastion coming back to the table here.
And as the fire sprays across the open field, no one yet opting for the point to see what type of value they can gain. Javelins whizzing by, forcing Mikey back. Heavy damage instantly onto Northwood as Fisher Wisps continue to slowly progress forward, and Lukewarm gets the first elimination into this Grand Finals match and takes down Sam on that Bastion. Now rounding the inner corner, Neb looking to fuel the team, does stutter back, making sure that he's got enough to keep them going, and Mikey falls as well.
Yeah, without Mikey, this fight is completely over, and this is one of the things that this composition in particular, and the difference of DPS that we'll see continuously if Northwood University stick on this, is that Lukewarm is going to have a lot of potential to just kind of sit in the back and really threaten with these rails and one-shot potential, because Northwood University don't really have a way to match it. That's going to, with Sam on Bastion, you kind of get one chance with the wheels mode to really impact the matchup, and kind of you can see Lukewarm right there landing a little bit late on the rotation, gets taken out by a rail.
And now you can just see Lukewarm fall back, making sure that they've got both of the angles covered if necessary. Northwood at this point doesn't really have much confidence going into it because they need that healing. Great Javelin, though, to dislodge Lukewarm from the back, making it extremely challenging. The cryo freezes out, so there is recovery available for both. But now they've got Landon back into this and are looking to see how they want to enter.
Yeah, without both, there's no way to enter here. They don't have that Megan. Again, this is Lukewarm just really taking advantage of the space that's being given to him in these scenarios. Every time we're looking at him against this composition, he's always got that rail, and we know Lukewarm, when Lukewarm gets going and starts collecting those souls, he is so deadly on the Sojourn.
Watching the corner, disruptor shot to slow any transition through that back door, but oh my goodness, Landon getting shot a second time here so far with 60% already accumulated. Northwood is just having one hell of a time being able to counteract it. They are on the point to swap it over, so that's worth something, but again, it's solely onto Vega, and there's just not enough healing.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just how much they committed there for Northwood to try and just get into that back line, but the Ant Matrix was perfectly placed and actually gave a very easy sightline for Lukewarm to take down that Baptiste in Landon. We'll come back in this next fight, last fight territory for both teams. 4 ultimates available for each of them. This is going to be a huge particle fight, but again, Lukewarm with that overclock has the range advantage, and for Northwood University, they have to respect that coming in with the rotation.
Artillery shell from Sam. Shot 1, dislodging from the high ground. Shot 2, chasing down, looking for the third, doesn't quite find the execution because the health pack is there, grabs it in time. Now losing value with that usage, 90+% and climbing. The Blizzard frigidly chilling Wisp to the bone as Fisher attempts to recover and just guarantees the 99 into the overtime with Northwood able to isolate them out.
And while the Bastion ultimate didn't really get a ton of value in terms of the kill feed, what it did do was push Lukewarm completely out of that fight. Lukewarm was nowhere to be seen. That means the overclock is not there. That means that one-shot potential isn't there. And that's when Northwood University can put the pedal to the metal and try and be a little bit more brawly. It is a scenario, though, where they have to basically play perfectly from here on out on this submap to try and win this. They have an Ant Matrix relatively soon. They also have this Terra Surge from Mikey. So walking into this is going to be a little bit difficult unless Lukewarm can find a pick in the neutral to start.
And Lukewarm holstering that overclock for the moment. Just eludes the spear. Beautifully done to make sure that it is not going to lock you into the corner for a quick follow-up to guarantee even more percentage for Northwood. Patient play, Spearspin is down. Mikey's in the corner, alone, needs to be very careful as the Fortify is down. Once it drops, that is Lukewarm taking the rail shot right between the eyes. And now with 51% and having no tank on the point, this is going to be extremely challenging for Northwood to stay here. It swaps back over, they zoned them off. Lukewarm gets the rail onto Landon as we've seen time and time before. And now as they fall, that's going to be round 1 on Night Market going in favor of Fisher.
And that little just tiny area of the window with Mikey sitting in the corner just completely obliterated him. I don't think that Mikey thought that there was enough damage and was completely safe in that area, but just a tiny little bit was enough to push it over, as now we go into Control Center as our next matchup. But oh my god, those crits. I mean, after what we've seen today, this definitely makes sense. If Dora was here, this would be like 50-50 for sure, because he's got the curse for it, but this is insanely close. 5-vote difference.
Yeah. We're being notified by Prod that it was a 5-vote differentiator. So you are all putting your eggs in respective baskets as we enter now into the second round, which is Control Center, to see if Fisher is able to close this initial map out or Northwood takes it to the third.
See Lukewarm staying on this Sojourn. The thing about this map in particular, though, is that this is going to favor, I think, a little bit more of this brawly style for Northwood, right? It's much more enclosed. Lukewarm can get caught potentially, and it's not really going to be a great position for him if he's just out in the open against a Bastion and a Mei. It's going to be a lot more enclosed. But Lukewarm already positioning relatively well here, just trying to stay away from Northwood University's composition as much as possible.
Yeah, and you can see Sam attempting to rotate, already has the configuration out. Vega gets a great pickup onto Neb early. The Immortality field could not last long once Sam went into that configuration, so it leaves an opening for Northwood to take the advantage of this. The harassment continues by Vega, playing around that inner wall, and is able to take this first.
And I think this is one of the things that Northwood University is so good at, is just like these mid-set adaptations where it's like, they've clocked now that Northwood University, Fisher's composition is going to be reliant on Lukewarm, essentially, and they're rotating around, making sure that Lukewarm is being pressured out. You can already see not getting as much value in those first couple of fights as they did on our previous map of Night Market. So if Northwood can continue that and shut Lukewarm down, Fisher Whips has got to find another way to try and win these fights. And with Rocket going down, I mean, that's just, the fight's over now. You have to retreat.
Yeah, that guarantees reaching that 50% marker where you're feeling a lot more confident on the swap because of your ultimates that you can utilize. And at this point, there was nothing that needs to be committed just because of that single ability.
I mean, that's always the way you want to win these fights in the neutral specifically. You get to keep your ultimate economy in a great position. You get that time, and look at Landon coming up towards that Ant Matrix. He's been deadly with them in the past, but Neb has one in their own right.
Artillery, as we've seen before from Sam, very slow and methodical, but this time quick and decisive, as it doesn't quite land to eliminate anybody. The Blizzard tossed out, zoning away. Barrier going to be placed. Ice block gone for Rocket, but they have a Blizzard of their own to cycle back into this. But no! Boat goes down, can't quite get the wall up to give extra severing in the later portion of this. And even that amplification matrix really isn't getting much value from Landon because everybody from Fisher Wisp is rotating around and eluding that frontal damage. But Sam finds one onto Neb. They've lost that mobility. Vega gets another. It's just lighting up once again here, where Northwood is trying to keep this as long as possible and are ever approaching the 99% until that 77 is the break point.
77, not a bad haul for Northwood University in any respect. I mean, both of the teams use their Blizzards. I think Vega just a little bit behind in terms of that sound barrier is going to be something to keep an eye on if this fight continues to go as long as it is. But now the good thing about this for Fisher Wisp is Lukewarm has a lot of sightlines to work with. You look at how aggressive he's playing. He does have to be very careful. If Mikey hits one of those spears, Lukewarm is not long for this world. You have to respect Mikey's potential on this Orisa.
And we've already seen it twice. The Javelins getting so much value and an elimination to boot. Lukewarm now in the back, playing towards the wall. keeping a watchful eye on the stairway, gets a rail shot to eliminate Mikey, guarantees the execution, sending them packing as they are at a 40+% now guaranteed, and with soon to be almost 5 ultimates.
I mean, these walls from Rocket have been doing so much in terms of just disrupting what Northwood University wants to do. They're trying to be aggressive, get onto that back line, but with Rocket having those walls up, there's no way for Landon to follow up with that healing or with Immortality Field, and they're completely split apart. That was very dangerous from Boat. Could have gotten his head taken off, but now he's able to survive and recontest.
Nice retreat, though, from Riker, moving in and regrouping with the team because there is so much aggression by Northwood, and because they've backpedaled, they're out of the sightline of the amplification matrix, but they've forked the position, at least for now.
And that's a little bit of the respect I was talking about. Lukewarm gets caught by a spear, ends up getting taken down, and you have to respect that there is going to be that potential to just get insta-killed, and now you have to wait and recontest this Fisher Wisp, 90% taking for Northwood.
And Matrix up, there's a wall to block. Vega able to withstand it, 3 shots instantly land, but unfortunately, again, missing the mark. Not nearly as valuable as we've seen previously. Lukewarm gets a rail onto Boat and denies that Blizzard. That is a massive pickup of anyone on Northwood that you want to pick. Vega falls shortly after in the Terror Surge to also eliminate the sound barrier that still has yet to be gained and now take it back.
And by the time we get to this next fight, Rich, it's going to be last fight territory. Fisher Wisp is 1 fight win away from taking a 1-0 lead in this grand final. And look at Lukewarm again, having that overclock available. The big deal here is Vega going to be able to find a way to get this sound barrier? He's most likely going to get it, but he has to respect Lukewarm here's potential to one-shot him during that fight.
Vega hugging the wall. You can see the shots peppering the wall, attempting to get some decent damage to either get the elimination or deny them comfort of entering in onto this. Mikey consistently also being forced back. The javelins have been landing to not allow that close proximity, but Mikey finds Rocket again. This is the 2nd time so far in Control Center, and now Grapes is down. This is dire in the final moments, and it is a beautiful takedown. An even quick wave from Boat saying, bye-bye, friend. We're going to see you in round 3.
That's got to hurt if you're Rocket. I mean, having that Blizzard still in your back pocket at the end of a fight is just very unfortunate. Huge credit to Mikey, though. In that map in particular, had so many just perfectly placed spears that completely ruined what Fisher Wisp was trying to do there. Getting one onto Rocket in that last fight, getting rid of the Blizzard. Also, when Lukewarm was posturing aggressively, there were a couple of spears that Mikey hit that took him out. So I think if they can continue Northwood University to ride the back of these spears from Mikey, that seems to be their way into this fight.
And when you look on the opposing side, Rocket's really going to have to keep an eye out for it. Got to reel it in a little bit, not getting themselves in a vulnerable state for those javelins to land, or at least keeping track of potentially when they are back online as the 30 seconds commence for this point to be active. And we see them battle in the middle.
And we'll see if the DPS from Fisher Wisp reel it back a little bit. It's a little bit more open in a map like this, but this is also a very good point for Bastion to set up on. Fisher Wisp have to be careful and not in these enclosed areas. Grapes is already down, though. That means there's no speed. Neb down too. A complete and utter obliteration from Northwood University comes out, and that's an easy fight win to start things off for them. And this is a bit of a tricky situation for Fisher Wisp now, because you don't really have a way back into this. It's going to take a long time to make these rotations, and you always have to be worried about that Bastion just going into wheels mode and completely negating your rotation.
And the wall was such a bait by Boat. It came up and then instantly dropped as they just rushed through. I'm guaranteeing that Fisher Wisp was not anticipating the drop and the follow-through like that and so quickly, as now continue to climb in percentage for Northwood. Lukewarm having to be cautious, playing the outer side. Shots instantly on to the Bastion, which unfortunately doesn't really yield much because the Immortality Field is there. But as they look to use that Immortality first, Fisher Wisp is able to hold on to theirs longer, and they keep the extension of their cooldowns to manage and take this fight.
No, this is winnable, though, coming back in. Landon has used the Ant Matrix, and it's just a Lucio here, so there is that damage potential coming back from Northwood University. Can they get someone back into the point in time? That's going to be the biggest thing.
Immortality Field active, slowing them down. The Javelin goes wide. Rocket guaranteeing that they will not be hit this time around. The Amplification Matrix boosts the icicles that are tossed into this. Cryo Freeze is active. The Blizzard is here, but will they look to commit it? It's actually a Blizzard that comes out from Northwood first, since they do have numbers on the point. They are ever approaching to surpass Northwood's percent, but that sound barrier from Northwood guarantees that they have the coverage and can zone the rest of Wisp away. So Fisher, oh wow. They're going to look to try and pull him back in. There's the Terra Surge, able to get one onto Vega and follows up onto Boat, and they sidestep back and make sure that Fisher can keep this. Oh my!
there are a lot of ultimates that are just being thrown into this matchup that like feel like they're just ultimates of hope, I call it. Like, they just are trying to desperately win these fights, and I think Fisher Wiz end up winning the fight, which is good for them, but they use a lot in terms of their ultimate economy. But if you're Fisher Wiz, you're like, okay, well, so did Northwood University, so we're totally fine. The biggest thing they have to worry about, though, is that Mikey's coming in with this Terra Surge, comboed along with the Bastion ult. That usually spells disaster, and there's not anything Fisher Wiz has to deal with it. It's really going to be looking out for Lukewarm with this overclock to potentially get a pick in the neutral rotation.
And Northwood taking the white room angle, already having that wall active. Lukewarm forced back with the Javelin. Artillery active. Neb. Oh, Grapes! So low, but is topped up instantly by the reaction time from Neb. Mikey, as you mentioned, though, the Terra Surge is here. Will they look to use it after the defensives have been dropped? Boat goes forward. Riker is down, and it is actually going to be held onto because Mikey actually gets picked up. Lukewarm finds it. It's still going to be Fisher looking to try and hold on to this to the 99%. And will they be able to get enough recovery here? The Lucio is also giving them swift movement around this.
I mean, they don't have the healing, though, because the Baptiste just got here from Landon, and against the Ant Matrix, is just too much damage for them to deal with. Neb is just completely pumping it out, and Fisher Wiz looks like they're going to be able to take this first round.
Terra Surge back in, gets only the Immortality Field. There is no hope remaining with that pickup onto Mikey coming in from Lukewarm. They no longer have that front line brute force presence that is necessary to keep them holding strong, and that will be a map 1 going in favor of Fisher Wisps.
Fisher Wisps take this first map and starting that salty run back in a good way for them. That sub map was a little messy, I'll call it. There were a lot of ultimates kind of thrown out. There wasn't a ton of like macro being used. It was just like, let's try, we can win this. You know, Vega 2-man sound barriering in a scenario like that almost won the fight, but just it was a lot of just ultimates being thrown out in desperation there, it felt like, and just those small moments and small advantages that Fisher Wisp had really turned the tide. I think from Fisher Wisp, though, they really did a good job of enabling Lukewarm throughout the entirety of this map. I think when we like saw Lukewarm at the start, like on this map in particular, the sub map of Night Market, he was really just taking the ball, taking all the advantages that were given to him, and really, really starting to carry on this Sojourn. And I wonder now for Northwood University, as we go into these next couple of maps, do we see a change up in terms of how they're going to be playing against Sojourn? Are they going to mirror it? Are they going to change something like a Genji in their back pocket? Is Sam going to play Echo? Those are the questions that I think need to be asked, because I don't think you can let Lukewarm just sit in the backline like this uncontested on Sojourn.
Well, and we could see how significant Lukewarm was even against a team like Maryville, where you've got Tree, who is extremely scary, Vision, who's extremely scary, and still being able to match individuals of that caliber. And now I agree with you that Sam and Boat and what they have really need to be able to find a corrective action to deny what is continuing to be capitalized on. They at least had the right idea, because them getting Rocket with these Javelins and finding those initial picks was extremely helpful. Same thing with a couple that came through onto Gardens, but I will agree with you, this was scrappy as all heck.
Yeah, this felt like a first map of a grand final, where it's like the nerves are kind of settling in. There's a lot of ultimates just flying out. Like this combo, I was like, I don't know if you needed both of these ultimates. And then Grapes also sound barriered after that. There was just a lot going on in this map, and I think it's just those nerves settling in, like we talked about, because this is a big matchup. I mean, these two teams fought earlier in the bracket. It was insanely close, and now as we go to a first of 4, it gets even more stake heavy as we go into this one. But yeah, I think the biggest thing for me going into these next couple of maps, especially with the fact that it's going to be picked for Northwood Universities, what are we going to do about Lukewarm? How are we going to play our DPS? That really, for me, is going to be the big thing. On top of, like, do we see a swap of tank? Is going to be Cowman coming back in? Is Iron going to come in to play like the Sigma? That also is another aspect you have to be looking at.
Well, and with the decisive decision moving forward, it looks that I believe we have already the decision made, and there's going to be an adjustment as well, and it will be Numbani. And this makes me think Echo, elevated play, potentially some variation as well. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen Ashe. I don't think we'll have that kind of come to the forefront, but like, it's more of just seeing this lean into that, especially with us having the adjustment for Northwood, Cowman coming in and getting that synergy with the rest of the squad. Sigma play all day.
I think actually the biggest sub in this matchup is going to be Haven. Haven coming in tells me that this is going to be Sojourn play all day, because Haven's best hero is Sojourn, and we've seen in the previous series, in the previous weekend, that Haven has that potential to carry, even going back to Contenders when we've seen Haven play.
True.
This tells me that they're not going to be opting in to kind of match up with like this Bastion May play. They want to have Haven here to play the Sojourn. They've realized that they cannot let Lukewarm just sit in the backline for free. They need to find someone to match that one-stop potential. And if there's anyone who I'd want to like do that in a map like this, it's probably going to be Haven. Haven is very, very good at that. So bring in Cowman, bring in Haven, definitely obvious kind of decisions for me to try and bring this one back to a 1-1.
Yeah, Haven gonna collect some souls of their own. We've seen a lot of soul collecting, but able to put a little bit of applied pressure against someone like Lukewarm, who really did so much with that previous map of Control. And on Numbani, we've not really been able to get to see much of that, if not at all, on the broadcast. So that'll be nice to change it up a little bit from what we've had more consistently. Eichenwald just recently in our previous one being the go-to. So this change up as well, I think, is something fresh that Northwood is going to feel confident in playing, and also how Fisher Wisp is going to counteract it, since they've not as much fielded it.
And it's not like Lukewarm is like a slouch where he's like, oh, you know, now that we have a Haven on the other side, this matchup's going to be a lot more in the other favor. I think Lukewarm, especially in that previous series, really stepped up to the plate against two very, very incredibly adept DPS. Now going up against Haven, who is like, I think, one of the best Sojourns that we have. This is where you really kind of have to like show your stuff, though, if you're Lukewarm. And he's definitely has the potential. We talk about the soul collecting that we have from Lukewarm. Once he heats up, even people like Haven, like Tree, like Vision, it's hard to stop him.
As we enter in onto the map, it will be first Northwood on the attack. We will see them come out to set the stage and be able to hopefully take the advantage here, while Fisher will look to hold the goalpost and deny the score and completion. We've already been able to see how they play defensively on these types of maps and what they can really hold, and I've got a watchful eye onto Rocket, and also the combination with this 76 that they're specifically bringing in by Lukewarm.
And that's interesting to me that we're going to be seeing the 76. I think this is actually a read from Fisher Wisp, where they're saying, like, most likely there is going to be an Echo on the other side. It's Sam. We can kind of guess that that's a potential. On the defensive end, you have a lot of opportunities as Soldier 76 to put pressure onto that Echo, because we know that Sam, I mean, Rocket is a very adept player on a lot of things, but if I was like a mono Rocket versus Sam matchup, I would probably take Rocket, but having Lukewarm here on the Soldier 76 is going to aid in being able to win that, or help with that matchup for Rocket.
You can see already out the gate, nice denial here from those initial couple of shots. Sam, though, getting a little aggressive there, peeking the corner, taking quite a bit of damage, but has the health pack to recover. And with this Echo v Echo play, I'm curious to see who has the betterment. These sticky bombs. Oh my goodness, almost gets the pickup onto Grapes, but there is an immortality field forced out, no longer having that as a safety net, with Landon funneling healing through the stairway, guaranteeing that they have enough to withstand it. But Rocket finds the pickup early onto Northwood, which makes this a little bit more challenging, especially if Rocket's gonna play forward like this onto the support.
But you can already see, like, the Lukewarm Soldier is working really well, because it has to be respected by Sam, and just a little bit of chip damage is enough to get that focusing beam down from Rocket and instantly take out this Echo, which really doesn't have any healing to them in the air.
You can see Vega chasing down 76, but has those legs to run away, but the focusing beam just nips him on the way out. And now with Northwood easily taking the numbers advantage after the initial fight, can guarantee that they transition this into the payload phase, but there are still a couple underneath. If they get those pickups before the recovery of the team, that gives them an opportunity to get this easily. Captive Sun even going to be active, doesn't land. The reposition from Raker on that Flux allows them to elude it, and now a counterplay comes in from Neb with the Sunstruck landing onto Cowman.
I mean, this was a fight that was really, really well played from Fisher Wisp in terms of just, like, being patient. They gave up those 2 ticks, and we're like, okay, we have some ultimates to be able to survive through it. Gravitic Flux was going to be the biggest one there, comboed along with something like that Illari Captive Sun, and this time bank that Northwood University had has been dwindled down to about 2 minutes left in their bank. Sam, a little bit ahead in terms of that ultimate charge. Lukewarm being on the Tracer is a little bit worrying, because it's not the Soldier 76 now, and Lukewarm has to work really hard to try and get some kills in the backline here.
And we'll see if they're able to step up now with that Tracer play. Duplicate available from Sam. Getting some decent shots onto the wall, and the focus beam just clips Rocket as they descend, hoping to find themselves covered by the landscape, and a rail shot from Haven gives even more ground for Northwood to capture this point, and everything starts to dissolve with that 4 minutes now on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, Rocket unfortunately just not being able to get that duplicate gets instantly blown up by Sam on that Echo. Northwood University take control of this first point. 4 minutes moving through second towards third. Rocket this time is going to be the one who has a little bit of survivability with that Echo duplicate in their back pocket. Breaker coming up towards the Gravitic Flux. You're going to be looking at Landon in particular to be able to hit something like an Immortality Field to try and block some of that incoming damage, but with an Echo in the back pocket, it is still very difficult to play. That was a fantastic rock from Calman, I think from across the map that took out Lukewarm, and now this is just free push progress for Northwood University. They're in a great position.
And that'll guarantee that they can anchor around that corner, so they have realistically a major fight left to be able to take it if they can move quick enough. Rocket, though, very far forward, left in the open, is going to draw back ever so slightly with Raker playing this outer corner, really denying a lot of that spam from Sam.
Get a contestation here. Low health bars here for Northwood University, but healed back up. Both support ultimates available for Northwood University.
Captive Sun active. Vega goes in for the dive. Unfortunately, not able to do anything. The accretion lands 46 HP. There is a nice counter onto the duplicate. Rocket can't do too much with it, and this Flux has also been committed, so now it's going to be able to recover for Fisher Wisp and hold on that corner.
And this is a very scary position to be held at as well, because you're at the point where you don't have necessarily too much semblance of a respawn advantage. So these fights, if they're drawn out and very long, you don't have any type of advantage to get to the point quicker. You actually also give Fisher Wisp a lot of good positioning here. Haven coming in, though, with that overclock. We know how good Haven has been on this Sojourn in the past. Combo that something along with like a Gravitic Flux. You can just easily kill one person in that backline, whether it's going to be Grapes or whether it's going to be Neb. Take out that one member and then win the subsequent 4v5.
Breaker having to fall back quickly behind the payload since there was a high ground advantage. Haven also going to stick close as the Fluck lands onto one. You've got the Immortality Field, but it is not going to be long for this world, so once it is eliminated, that is Haven finding a pickup, and Lukewarm counteracting with a second on the overclock as well. Both supports are down for Northwood.
It's going to be very scary right here. I mean, Grapes is still alive, trying his best to see if he can live, but Sam is going to end up taking him down. Raker is going to go down too, and that's going to be a second point cap here for Northwood University. Fisher Wisps on the defensive end. Lukewarm's just going to go off and try and reset as fast as they can, but 3 minutes, still a pretty decent time bank for them to move forward with as well. And you can see Fisher Wisps swapping their composition off wholly. I mean, Raker, we know as the Orisa player, the Sigma was okay. It's just not the same with this composition. And in more like enclosed areas on third point, I think this composition plays more to the strengths of what Fisher Wisp wants to do.
Especially when you're in this underpass, that can be so challenging to work through. Payload already starting to persevere through it, which is necessary. Javelin comes in very quickly onto Haven, but nice reaction time from the supports to keep them topped up, so there's no instant follow-up. But look at the high ground. It's going to be both this positioning from Grapes and Rocket left out in the open. Sam takes advantage of it with the stickies and now draws back onto the point to collapse with a focusing beam onto the Orisa, which Raker is having to run rapidly from, and it's still going to be Northwood able to capture position on this and look to push the final meters.
And I don't know if there's a way for Fisher Wisp to get back into this one. There's going to be Rocket going onto the Genji, Lukewarm onto the Tracer just to stall. If they can stall long enough, Neb can potentially get this Ant Matrix to try and turn this fight around, but it's still so difficult with the ultimates that North would have too.
What a rock to land, forcing out the recall. Diving back in again, Lukewarm has no other lifelines, has to solely rely on the healing from Neb, but Sam is there to duplicate the Tracer, bob and weave into the back line, and isolate the remaining few. No spawn advantage is going to help you here, as it's basically just Grapes holding on for dear life alongside Raker to give them enough to get back into it. The sound barrier gives another lifeline, and Northwood are actually having to draw back around the corner.
Neb desperately swaps over to the Kiriko too, so they have the healing with this team, and now it's just about trying to get back into this fight. Neb, or Vega rather, poking with this Illari, but Sam, great focusing beam down onto Rocket.
Huge pickup with Haven following after, even though there is a deletion onto Sam. Oh, Lukewarm's being able to do some work, though, onto the support line, harassing into the back, but that's not long for you, friend, because Vega's here to stay. With a Sunstruck active, the debuff is present, the damage just has to process through as it's under a meter to go. They will be eliminated, and it will be a round completion here for Northwood.
Northwood University, I mean, this is kind of why they brought this map to the table with this composition, putting in someone who can take it to Lukewarm, who is deadlifting right now on their team, but has been nowhere near as strong as it's been back on like that first control map, right? They've definitely, I think if you're Northwood University, really figured out how to put that pressure down onto Lukewarm. This was just a perfect play as well. Not giving Lukewarm that space to carry and saying like, okay, if you want to opt into a Echo 1v1 with Rocket and Sam, we're totally fine taking that trade.
A couple of really key shots, and even that one that we saw earlier with the accretion landing, there's been a lot of value brought to the table here, and with this completion, they're feeling very good, at least confident, now as they're going to take a swap to the defensive side. This just got so crazy towards the end, too, where just this duplicate along with the others to keep it attempting for contention. Even with the respawns, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, we've had little moments of scrappiness between both these teams in our first couple of maps. Again, it is the grand finals. There are nerves on the line. I think a lot of these players have been in these situations before, but still, it's never. You never truly feel it, I think, until you get to that moment, and it's like, man, that one little mistake that I make could like make or break the difference, and I just got to play so carefully there. As Fisher Wisps, I don't know if they'll bring back out the Soldier 76. I think that it's definitely possible if they don't want to opt in for like the Echo 1v1 that they were having beforehand with Sam. But I like that Raker now is on that Orisa. I think that is something that I like to see, because with the Sigma mirror, Cowman almost like lives and breathes Sigma, and Raker we know as like an Orisa player. The Sigma looks okay, but it's nowhere near as adept as Cowman's is, and looks like they are sticking on the Soldier 76.
So we'll see if that yields the best return with this selection. Patient play, though, before entering into this. More so to see, I think, what Neb's going to be able to find on the outside. Really gathering that intel. And then the rush comes in. Rocket is down. Landon finds a pick, and that's extremely unfortunate to have so early in this. And with a second one down, specifically being the Orisa, that's back to the drawing board.
I mean, Landon is not someone you can just dive easy peasy like that. If he hits, like, he is incredibly lethal as a DPS player. We've seen a lot of Baptiste in the history of Overwatch have those moments. The one I can think about is Shu versus Chengdu Hunters on Glads, where you can just turn fights around completely just by the virtue of your damage. And Fisher Wisp, I mean, I like the idea of what they're bringing to the table with this composition, trying to focus down at long range, you know, make sure Sam isn't really just taking over the lobby, but that does leave you a little bit lost in terms of that assassination potential that the Echo yourself would bring.
Patience is a virtue here. Nice accretion out the gate. Wow, they had to instantly use that immortality field too to just cover not only Rocket, but Riker as well. Rail shot comes in though. Fisher able to open up the door, but once again, it's gonna be the Orisa going down so early in this fight and making it that much more challenging. But Neb, having that extra damage, as we talked about earlier from Landon, is still coming through. It's a trade back and forth. Ant Matrix duel on the back between both Landon and Grapes. Landon gonna give ground for now as the shots come in onto the pylon, so no extra healing thus far from Vega. And the Flux will be able to guarantee that they take the advantage here.
I mean, Riker is back on Doom, but it's not going to matter too much. Yes, Cowman ends up going down, but it's just stall tactics at that point, and Lukewarm's actually going to be caught, I think, here, and just, yep. Head to the drink. I guess the buildings, that's not really it.
Yeah.
Okay, what? I was going to say, if Riker went over to Junker Queen, I was about to just lose it completely. I was not sure that was actually coming out, but going over the Sigma matchup, I think, is good. Cowman actually goes back, switches to D.Va, and now has to switch back over to the Sigma, so we'll be a little bit late to this fight, and maybe Fisher Wisp, we're going to clock this and try and take this positioning a little bit aggressively.
We'll see if they're able to do so. Minute and 35 seconds on the clock. One tick is valuable, since you at least have something to work with. The Captive Sun lobbed into the left room, and nobody hit by it, and no follow-up. Now there's a counter. There was a burst to drop Vega lower, so they didn't actually land nearly as much with the lukewarm shots in the back attempting to be counteracted. And you just saw all those shots going right into the kinetic grasp from the Sigma play up front. A minute and 10 now, 2 ticks obtained, looking for the third. The duplicate from Sam, giving that extra healing to keep Haven alive on the high ground for Northwood defensively as they punish down below. Fisher in the small room, you can see they're not lasting much longer since there is just such a focus here. And Fisher able to take down Haven is something. They've reduced the damage. Rockets snowball alongside Grapes, and they will be able to take this and move into the streets phase.
And with Fisher Wisp's composition, one of the things that they can do so well is scrap in these long elongated fights, right? If the soldiers is kind of left to their own devices on the flank, Rocket can get a lot of value. It hasn't worked too well, certainly, as we've seen in that first point where it took them a bit to kind of get going, but now with Rocket having this Tac Visor in their back pocket, they can create space with it, also comboed along with something like an Ant Matrix, that could be incredibly deadly. But this Soldier 76 pick, I think, something that we weren't expecting too much, but it has done a decent job of negating Sam's value.
keeping such an eye onto Vega there. Getting really dangerously low, but Haven gets a shot, finding an opposing angle, and there's a Helix Rocket to counteract with how Vega was playing so far forward over by that tree, and Rocket still resides near this health pack to get coverage and also have the ability of sustain.
And Matrix available for Grapes.
And they use it, find a channel that is necessary to get enough damage out onto potentially either the shield, or when they peek the corner, that opportunity has risen, and you can see how quickly Calman's health gets disintegrated with its activation. The kinetic grasp and the shield gone. Captive Sun is active, lands onto Neb's pylon for the moment, but there's no follow-up other than Sam with that focusing beam, cleaning up now all on their own, just weaving their way through these corridors.
I mean, the Soldier 76 does a good job of negating Sam's value, but you got to keep track of him, because if you lose track, that's exactly what happens. The assassination potential from someone this good on an Echo is something you just can't be denied with, and Fisher Whiffs look like they're trying to continue to stick onto this composition, but I mean, even playing against this composition that feels like it's almost meant to deal with Sam statistically is still playing very well, and Rocket's going to forego this experiment of the Soldier 76, now going back onto the Echo themselves.
Go blow for blow. The duplicate soon to be online for Sam. Haven, and basically 4 with Northwood in the next 20%. Lukewarm, nice shot out the gate onto Vega, so it's solely Landon that they have to work with. And that duplicate actually not getting much value early. They're attempting to shut them down, but will actually get topped up. Landon, with that amplification matrix, gives enough sustained healing to keep them going defensively, and now bring it down to only 60 seconds.
Grapes is going to go down too. That means Fisher has lost a lot of their healing. Sam gets another one as well, and this Echo is popping off, but Rocket is able to trade one back. Can Sam find any more kills here?
Ooh, could get the focusing beam so low. Neb getting out by the skin of their teeth and still looking for some shots.
Sam.
Oh my goodness, Sam! Oh no! Riker comes in with the Sigma play. They retaliate against it, and Rocket with the duplicate has enough healing to gain the checkpoint.
Yeah, don't put that one in the montage. That's one we keep out of the montage. Sam is probably kicking himself that he wasn't able to secure that kill. Because if he secures that kill, he can go back and try and deal with Riker, who was just in the backline completely for free. And Fisher Wisp, I mean, have a pretty decent time bank moving into third here to try and match what Northwood University brought to the table on their attack.
And it's really only Calman up front while the rest stagger to the outskirts, holding the angle and anchoring here. Nice stun onto Calman as their follow-up. Kinetic Grasp, the Flux. It's going to land onto 2. You are able to see Sam elude it, though. Not close enough to the ground to be grabbed by it. Immortality Field now expended. Sunstruck onto 1. There's the damage. It was only the body, and there's the follow-up with the extra assistance from the front line to bring Haven out of this mix. With Rocket focusing beam guaranteeing that Landon is no longer helpful to keep this defensive hold. Fisher Wisps is only meters away from being able to conclude this round, and they want to do it with as much time as possible. They're clearing them out quickly, but with Landon back and getting the damage onto Raker, it's now going to be a real challenge for them to hold on, as it's only 5 meters left.
They just didn't have heals throughout the entire fight. The heals were gone so early that the fact that they weren't able to secure those kills, Haven coming back onto the Tracer, being able to find a couple of picks, completely ruins what looked like a good cap for Fisher Wisps. And now Northwood University here going to try and continue this defense and try and get into the overtime, or just not let them cap at all.
Oh, Landon. Oh my goodness, 8 HP. Barely able to swift step out of there. Lovely reaction time, but once again, Sam, super low. The health bars just teeter-tottering on the edge. As the duplicate now looming in the dark, waiting to see if they're gonna copy the support of the DPS. The fight continues. The meters are being gridlocked. Vega on the defense leads in instantly onto the support line, and the duplicate gains nothing here. But again, it's securing it with only 15 seconds left. That Wisp isn't going to be able to get back into this.
I don't think there's a way in. I mean, Neb has gone over to the Lucio. Grapes is still on that Kiriko just to try and get someone back to the point, but Neb getting taken down extremely low, gets taken out, and I don't know if there's a way back into this one, Rich.
It's so far, and even with the swift moving heroes, it is no way, no how, as Northwood manages to even the map score for a 1-1 on our adventure to potentially a map 7.
I mean, hey, we talked about it. This could be a close one, and it's definitely showing it. I like the idea of the Soldier 76 coming in from this Fisher Wisp team, you know, trying to focus down Sam, but Sam, to his everlasting credit, really was playing phenomenally around all of the incoming damage that was basically for him, and then was able to really pop off. I mean, statistically played incredible too. Rocket, I think when he was back on the Echo, like, the matchup was a lot better, I would say. It's just the execution just not necessarily there for Fisher Wisp on this composition.
And even despite those few little pitfalls, Sam realistically was still having such an impact through and through. And Wisps at this point from Fisher were just unable to get that last collapsible moment. And when they've been losing their supports very early, it's so much time lost.
And I think like now it's going to be interesting to me because we've seen Fisher Wisp play with Raker and kind of flop a little bit between the Sigma and the Orisa, because I think that one of the things the Raker was doing kind of in the previous series was not playing too much of like the Sigma. It was really not too many adaptations, and now we're seeing a little bit more of that freeform potential coming in from Raker, and I think that the more that Raker potentially plays the Sigma, the better it's going to be in terms of finding a way to win that Sigma matchup, because it's not something that Raker's very much known for, but it does seem to be getting better and better as the tournament's gone on.
Absolutely. As we head to a short break before getting into our third map, don't go anywhere. The action is still here to unfold. Hello, hello, hello. As we've said many times before, we're back and ready to continue. Because with this, I'm just gonna say it now. We already know it's probably gonna go the distance. And knock on wood,
I hope so. Let's just do the entire thing. Let's get 8. Let's get 8, dude.
Yeah.
Why not? Just get 8 while we're at it at this point.
You know what? On the push map, you just gotta let it just sit in the middle, just neutral 10 minutes, and then just draw it.
We draw. I'm trying to.
So it could be that, or like I said, they both get to the butt scratch, and nobody is able to move it past the butt scratch. I think those are, it's like two of probably the more realistic ones. But I mean, escort, that's so hard. Like, that's
It's
so
very-
hard on
Yeah, I mean, it's
Escort.
difficult for push too, but hey, we want to get everyone the content and most importantly, their percentages on their skin. So we're trying to make this one go as long as possible for all of you, since this is the last stream that we're going to be having. And Northwood University and Fisher Wisp had a great series earlier today.
Yeah.
This one's definitely looking to be one. I'm very surprised at what our map is because I don't
What?
feel like I've seen this map at all. This is going to be, for the first time, New Junk City coming in. And I mean, I guess this makes sense if you're Fisher Wisp, because if they want to play like more of a brawly style, this would be the map to do it in. Like, this is a
Yeah.
very good brawly style of matchup. So I'm definitely liking what Fisher Wisp is cooking with this composition and map choice.
My goodness. Well, friends, you know, we wanted to give you some spice, not only with a long series, but we're also giving you some spice on going to New Junk City. I was talking about trash earlier, but apparently there's gold amongst it all. As we do have an adjustment here coming out from Northwood University. We are going to be seeing Mikey coming in to the roster here versus what we had previously from Cowman, but Haven is going to stick in as well. And I'm not surprised with that fact, though.
Yeah, I think Haven coming in is good as... Oh, I guess Boat is in, so we're
okay.
not going to be having Haven. Which is interesting, though, because if Boat is
Yeah.
going to be in, that means that there's not going to be Sojourn. And that was one of the things on Control that I was, like, slightly worried about, was the fact that there didn't seem to be a Sojourn player to match up against Lukewarm. But with if Northwood University is going to kind of opt into not having... Or, like, opt into, like, more of a brawly style... then I think having Bowden to play like the Mei, especially with how enclosed this map can be, Mei Wall is incredibly deadly.
Absolutely. And with them being able to really zone off and control the space and how the rotations are going to be through this, some of the doorways that you have to maneuver through with the Mei can be really, really problematic.
I mean, even in just arena, like the first fight, there's like those two like opposite doorways, and it's just like it's a very like narrow hallway to get into that kind of bowl area of arena. And one good Maywall just completely wrecks the entirety of what a team would want to do on their engage there. So we'll see how this operates with Raker and Mikey in the lineup. I expect this to still be Orisa more so than anything else. The one thing I would wonder though is like, do we see I think because of the fact that this is Flashpoint, this has to be Lucio app more so than anything. I don't think this can be a Lari app. I think you can try, but I feel like on like Flashpoint, like Lucio is almost must pick a lot of the time.
I mean, especially when we talk about the transition between points and maneuverability of after taking or even getting to, like there's just so much factor that it brings into it. And I agree with you that it won't yield as much value. It can be done, but we're in a grand finals moment where I don't think anybody wants to risk it.
Well, I mean, hey, to be fair, Fisher Wish just came out on legs, kind of just like out of nowhere. So, you know, maybe you got some stuff cooking in the in the back area with the coaches and with the teams. But as we go into New Junk City, I mean, this is definitely cooking because it's a map we haven't seen a lot of, right? This is very good for what I think Fisher Wish wants to play and how they want to operate with this composition. I do slightly worry about how enclosed this first point's going to be and how good it's going to be for Bastion. Bastion here can just absolutely nuke a team as they go through the engagements. The Maywalls are going to be incredibly important to trying to deal with Bastion Wheels mode.
And for fun little trivia fact, I think this is our first ever New Junk City that we get to cast together, you and I. So that's a little bit exciting. We get to have fun with this. We're gonna wing it, friends, and hope that you enjoy.
Hopefully, I remember the.
I know, right?
I got arena down, so I'm one of one so far.
Yep, you always at least get the main one because that's where they head to. Instantly rushing into this, and you can see again, there's more encapsulated awning on three sides. So there are those windows, and look at this rotation. It's a roundabout, but they find Riker low underneath, drops down, but Sam is kept out in the open, and Grapes gets the pickup, the trades, the bloodbath. It's a mud pit down here. They're just absolutely basking in it as they finally look to lean ever so slightly in the favor of Northwood, isolating the rest of them away.
I mean, it's going back and forth here. That was a very good immortality field time from both Landon and from Neb there, but Northwood University just have the little bit extra with a little bit more late immortality field to win that fight, and Landon does a little bit more healing and more damage. Now is going to be a little bit on top of the ultimate charge coming into this one for Ant Matrix, and you're going to be looking at Fisher Wisp to try and just basically play keep away from Northwood University. They don't want to fight anywhere near close. They want to get Lukewarm on the flank to try and just poke and prod and take these kills away.
Round in the corner, nice evasion of the Javelin, as we've seen getting a lot better when Mikey is playing on the Orisa. Lukewarm going to break those walls quickly, but has to be extremely cognizant of Sam when they are in the configuration since that damage is so high. Beautiful immortality field to keep the Mei alive, but then they shift focus. Neb in the back is vulnerable since they no longer have that immortality field to use for a personal, and that's the second time here that we're going to see Northwood able to take this and guarantee not only this point, but then look to transition favorably to the next.
I wonder if this is kind of Fisher Wisp being like, we have to lose first point because it's so difficult. You saw how many times that Northwood University could just get onto the backline, force out so many cooldowns with just one singular wall from Boat, just completely nuking the team's ability to enter into those fights. And now for Fisher Wisp, they get a great... Oh, this is like, I mean, this is probably the best they could have asked for in terms of spawn positions.
Yep, moving over to the refinery since it's close to where their positioning is. They'll have the advantage for now, but there's still an entry point because, again, there are so many different doorways that you can work through specifically and obstacles to maneuver around for this one. So you have to be extremely cautious in how close it is, the blizzard and the wall, able to put them into a frozen state. Sam goes instantly down. And now with the immortality field gaining a recovery, it gives Northwood actually, again, a chance to be able to, have to take the fight loss with Fisher Wisp taking the match.
I think one of the things about Refinery that's good, though, is that this is a little bit more open and not, like, as enclosed in terms of just, like, where you are adjacent to the enemy team, where Lukewarm now gets that potential to just escape from the enemy team, right? This is one where Northwood isn't going to just get, like, a free Mei wall and win a fight. You have to work a little bit harder for them to try and win this one. And Fisher Wisp now have all of the positioning and sightlines in the world to work with Lukewarm, who can just shoot through this alleyway and this door and get value.
Configuration active for the initial burst of damage onto Riker. Does hesitate and fall back with the rest of the team. Artillery's launched. One down below and two up top. Still can't quite land anything. Riker is a MVP right now, taking down Mikey, who had the Terra Surge. Ultimate's committed, and Sam is going to light it up right now. Able to take out 3 and swap this quickly back over at 70.
I mean, that's really good from Northwood University in a 4v5 where they just understand that we have the Bastion with that turret mode. We also have a Blizzard. Sam's going to melt through the entirety of the members, especially without Riker in that fight. So Fisher Wisp have to recontest, get back into this fight. 75% tick, or not 75% ticking upwards for them, but if they win this next fight, they're going to be able to basically just win this point. And they have Lukewarm still opting in for this overclock.
We'll see what value it can bring. Transitioning between these doorways is so key to find an angle, but those two central circular pillars on the outer sides give great blocked value, and that will be also a grenade that strays right in front of Lukewarm. A Blizzard is actually committed down below, but then there's a cryo freeze from Boat, and they're just sitting pretty. There's no value from that.
I think that's one Rocket's going to want to have back. I mean, if there's any member you don't want to solo Blizzard, it's got to be the Mei on the other team. Like, there's, especially with Ice Block still being available, that's one that Rocket, I think, will definitely want to have back, as it's Northwood University who's going to take this next flashpoint, go over to our third one, looking very pretty in terms of being able to take a 2-1 lead here in this series, depending on where we go to next. We'll see where the rotation is going to, and actually, okay, fantastic for Fisher.
Yeah.
Getting into bomb flats is literally the best possible outcome here for them, because now they have all the control of the sightlines.
Yep, they can hold on here, seeing that they have everyone from Northwood moving into their general direction. And if they're... Oh my goodness! Vega gets a pickup onto Lukewarm. This is just, unfortunately, a misplay from Fisher Wisp. They were too far forward that the damage came through lightning fast. There's a Terra Surge coming out from Mikey, looking to put them off the map for right now, and Fisher Wisps again getting the short end of the stick.
This is something, though, that we have seen. It is starting to become a pattern where Lukewarm positions a little bit too aggressively in the front of the fight, and Mikey hits a spear and completely takes him out of the fight, like, at the start. Like, he's getting first picked a lot, and they need Lukewarm to really be the essential damage dealer. He's been holding on to this overclock for quite a while because the fights just have never been in their favor in terms of how they want to operate, but now, switching over to the Sigma and having this sound barrier, you can potentially be a little bit more aggressive with an overclock.
And with that overclock live and well, shots already onto Mikey. First rail comes out. There's a cryo freeze that's already been used by Rocket. Look at the damage that they're pumping onto him. And then they also have the blizzard thrown into this. Sam looks for the shots. The immortality field is down, so there's this regroup and the reposition by Lukewarm onto the backside, but Rocket's the one who's actually getting the eliminations and pieces up another one.
And this is good for Fisher Wisp. They can, stop the bleeding, stagger here a little bit with Sam on this Bastion. Morgana ends up going down eventually. I think I saw Golden Gun on that, and I wonder if I like a Bastion with a Golden Gun.
I don't know how I feel about that.
If we interview Sam, we're gonna have to ask about that. We're gonna have to.
I'm more wanting the Lego skin. Where is it? I mean, you just having the tradition. You having the traditional cap. Why you do this to us, Sam?
That's true. Well. I mean, to be fair, Northwood is in grand finals from winner's side, so maybe they know something we don't.
Well, there's something we know that they don't, is that you don't want to step out in the way of Lukewarm, even though we've seen Lukewarm get picked up a little bit, and Landon's going to have to come back to spawn.
Yeah, that's the other side of the coin, where it's like if Lukewarm can posture this aggressively and find ways to get these rail shots and hit them, then it's definitely worth it. But again, still needing to respect Mikey's potential to hit a spear and the rest of the team of Northwood to follow up.
70% now. They're encroaching this point win. Oh my goodness, Grapes, you are threading a needle. As the configuration comes out, nice mitigation with the kinetic grasp. They get the extra shielding, so Riker feels comfortable. For now, Immortality Field out. Second as well comes in from Landon, but there is hyper focus onto it, and Wisps from Fisher are able to take this dominantly and now give them another lifeline so they can focus on the next point. But the question is, where does it lie?
Yeah, we'll see where it is in terms of the rotation. It's going to be on the complete other side of the map, and this looks like it's going to be in the Ducks, so this is good.
Yeah.
I mean, now Fisher Wisp has to walk into Northwood here, and against Bastion compositions, that's always a tricky situation, especially when Northwood University is coming up on Ant Matrix. Neb had to use theirs in that previous fight, so if Northwood University gets a good angle, Ant Matrix into the Bastion turret mode could just wreck what Fisher Wisp wants to do if the cooldowns are all taken away from Riker.
Well, there was also a very hesitant engagement onto this position by Northwood, so that gave Fisher, despite them being farther away, the opportunity to get here first and capitalize on it. Now, with the amplification matrix from Landon, hopefully to dislodge Fisher in this position, couple of great shots. Immortality Field is there. They don't actually rise high enough because they're underneath that awning, so they have still some decent coverage. Sam now getting rid of Grapes reduces that mobility from Fisher to maneuver through these corridors, and you're even separated Rocket in the back behind the wall, who's gonna go down, and especially a Terra Surge getting rid of the Immortality Field.
As soon as I saw that Lukewarm is committing, actually overclock to this, gets one.
What?
I don't even know if this is possible. This seems like very desperate from Fisher Wisp, and maybe Lukewarm changes here, but Lukewarm's good at Sojourn, don't get me wrong, but that overclock felt like it was very, very desperate and almost like a 1v5 type I can carry ultimate, when you could have had that one in this next fight that's going to be a battle because of the fact that you're going to have both these sound barriers available, and if you're going in with overclock and sound barrier, you're much more of a tanky target as Neb goes down!
They gotta run. They gotta run quickly. Oh, and they're gonna be picked apart right now. They've been left vulnerable and separated. They're body blocking even to keep Riker and stagger him out.
Oh, this is so, I mean, this is disastrous. I mean, Riker can eventually just take himself out, but now we're at 70% and ticking upwards. Fisher Wisp have to find a way to get back onto this point and proc that overtime, but look at the positioning from Northwood. They want to make Fisher Wisp fight for every inch.
They're playing aggro. They want to just deny them from touching this. And again, since they're going to have to rush in onto it, it leaves them a lot more vulnerable than moving in as an entire unit. It's a 2-3 split. They find it, drop below. There's the grenade. It lands onto Rocket again. Sam, as we saw on the Echo, really being monumental in the previous map, is now going to be able to do the same with these grenades and really catch Fisher off guard, putting them up a map.
Love that aggression that we saw at the end there, just being understanding that like if they can't touch the point and we can like be aggressive, they're gonna have to force mobility cooldowns to stay away from us, and that was just really well played. Sam comboing on with the Am Matrix a lot, had a really good map on this Bastion, and I think that it's something that now, if I'm thinking about this for Fisher Wisp, like, do we start to try and match the Bastion? What? Because I think Lukewarm has been great in a lot of these matchups so far, and a lot of the time that we've seen him. This map in particular, though, relatively quiet, and I think it was, Mikey doing a great job of focusing him down, same with Bo and Sam, but I think now you have to kind of, like, start to ask yourself, like, do we need to opt into the Bastion ourselves in this conversation?
Well, the interesting thing is because we're going to push next, we already have full knowledge in where we're going to go. So that's, well, that's where you kind of take a look at, all right, this was a map that Fisher Wisp played so well, like extremely dominant, and it was the comp dip, and that's what was even discussed when it came out to the interview. But now you're going to look to try and see in this moment, is there going to be those subtle micro differences that will change the outcome? And has Northwood been able to learn enough from it that they can deny that type of dominant play from Fisher?
I think the other thing too, Rich, that I'm really wondering about is, are we going to see Iron at all? Because it's been Rikers throughout the entirety of the time, and yeah, it's 2-1, so like it's been relatively close. I think that map in particular, I think Northwood just really took hold of the game and never really let it go. But there have been a lot of times where we've seen Riker go over to the Sigma, and I think that if you are opting into that, Riker is a very, very adept Orisa player, but the Sigma is just not at the same level. And if you're Northwood and you're seeing that, you're like, okay, great, we know that this is kind of a white flag moment, and you've changed your composition to something that we wanted to force you onto. So I think if you're Northwood University, if you're continuing to see Riker, you know that you have someone at an advantage if you can force them off that Orisa composition.
Yeah, and again, with the next map selection, we are so looking to see what type of potential adjustments that can come out here, and I definitely agree with you.
It's got to be Coliseum, right?
It's got to. I'm literally just fixated on the chat and the information gathering that we have here from our production in the back end, because that would be, again, a wild question if we ever go away from it, because it's something that plays so well to their strengths, and even with the Maryville competition being that much closer, it still was just extremely well thought out, understanding the tempo, knowing when they needed to re-engage into these fights, when they backed off. It's just conceptually, that map specifically, a very well-oiled machine from them.
I think also, like, they played the first 3 fights for Northwood University perfect. I don't think I would have made any changes. They understood that the Maywall was going to be the focal point. They rushed onto the team that didn't have a Bastion, and they just completely melted them. And I think that that's something that they definitely had planned going into that one, where they're like, okay, we know that we have this May Bastion composition. It can definitely do a lot of work. And you see Coliseo as our next map here, one that Fisher Wisp, I mean, very adept at. We saw earlier against this very Northwood University team, a full cap with 4 minutes left, but Sam did say a little bit of comp diff there, so hopefully they've learned their lesson if you're Northwood University fans.
And speaking of Sam in the interview, we're going to get Sam back into the mix here for Northwood, and hopefully going to have learned their lesson in what they can do to keep this a competitive game. But if we do see the same type of dominance, it's going to be Coliseo making it an even 2-for-2. So again, Haven and Sam working in tandem here, because when we talk about that long-hauled neutral area, Haven is going to be someone you really also have to keep a watchful eye out for, because they will take your head off.
And I wonder what this means for Sam in particular in terms, I think Echo is definitely something that we can see. I don't know, like probably May too, I think is something that is possible, but that was more what Boat was playing beforehand. So what Sam plays will be interesting to me. I think Genji is also something we can't discount here, but with Riker still in the lineup and with Mikey still in the lineup, I see Orisa at the start of this, but then we've seen a couple of times this series where Fisher-Wisp has been forced onto the Sigma composition, and then I think if you're Northwood, you're like, okay, we have an advantage already because they're playing something they're maybe not as comfortable with as a tank player.
Alrighty, seconds dwindle as we get to take a look at what is here. It felt like it was only moments ago that we were talking about gelato here, and like, even though there's been a lot of things that have happened, it still feels like
I was like, yeah, that seems like that seems like a right time,
right? All right, as we do have these final seconds dwindling to have them approach in their decision making, we'll see if Fisher is able to make this an even map 2-2 scoreline, or Northwood is able to topple the force that we've seen twice already today on the broadcast.
So it is going to be the Genji here for Sam, and on the other side it's Lukewarm and Rocket kind of sticking to their tried and true. The thing about Sam here is he does have to play like slightly carefully because of Spear, like you just saw, but also if he gets too aggressive and doesn't have a way out, Rocket is just going to be able to hit him, like burst him down with his left click, and then there's no way for the Genji to really operate in these fights. So Sam has to play a little bit more of a pokey style at the start before the fight devolves, and then maybe you could slice and dice the back.
And you can see Sam to the right, just ever so slightly, the outline of where they position to actually move in a little bit closer, playing more towards the team versus off on their own for that damage, as you mentioned. Aggression, though, going to come through. Lukewarm trying to take advantage of the positioning onto Mikey, but there is a reconvene opportunity towards the bot, as Neb already forces out the Immortality Field, now pumping in the healing to keep Riker alive, getting them out of there scot-free, thankfully, by just the skin of their teeth. But oh no, a Javelin from Mikey. It's right back as we felt on the control map, and Rocket goes down from it.
Oh, and the Immortality Field is so perfectly placed to keep Mikey alive and the rest of the team too. Can Northwood find the rest of these kills?
Matrix, they might be able to turn it if they can get the damage through the window. Neb takes down Mikey. That's very important to get rid of that tank line and keep Riker fueled on the front. Neb gets a second and starts really pumping out the damage as we've seen Landon do before.
And Grapes got that sound barrier so quickly. Vega throughout a lot of that mid-fight was kind of in the backline just poking and prodding, not really healing the rest of the team in those enclosed areas, so wasn't able to find the same ultimate charge generation as Grapes was. But now when Vega comes back in this one, sound barrier is going to be available, comboed with Haven Overclock. That's going to be a recipe for a fight win.
There's a big separation here between those Orisas playing in the far distance. Mikey is very low, but there is a long overclock shot coming in from Lukewarm on the high ground and now chasing down the remaining few of Fisher, and that will be a very clean take back.
Even with a nice shot with the rail overclock, and now they're going to be able to take the lead going into this next fight. Still having that sound barrier is going to be a big deal to negate what Lukewarms bring to the table with their own overclock, and with potentially Raker coming in with this Terra Surge as well. The Dragon Blade is the biggest thing to me, because is Raker going to have to use this Terra Surge defensively to just deal with this Dragon Blade, because there's no other defensive ultimate to deal with it.
Immortality Field already been forced out though by Northwood. Mikey and Landon having to fall back. There's the pull. The sound barrier is active by Vega, and a sweeping strike comes in from Sam and activates the blade. Gets a second shortly after. And now you can see that things are getting a little bit more dicey. We're in the pig pen, and it's muddy as those shots come out by Landon to hopefully turn this back. But Rocket moving in front of it doesn't actually get the damage amplification, but everybody else is still swarming back, so Northwood can take this.
Vega is schmoving and grooving right now. It's not showing up in the kill feed too much, but Vega is everywhere on the map. I mean, just booping people left and right, playing almost Reddit Lucio-esque, but just exuding so much mental RAM from Fisher Wisp that they don't really know how to handle Vega and how aggressive he's been posturing.
It's consistent combatants in the archway. The bot just sticking still for now until, oh, there's a dash in, almost gets Neb as the Ant Matrix comes out. They are absolutely rushing onto Fisher Wisp, but they've got the sound barrier. Grapes is still getting extremely low. Rocket finds Vega, so they no longer have that mobility as we've seen before, and the overclock being unleashed by Lukewarm wants to take down the counterpart as Haven sent back to spawn.
Well, that's a very expensive fight for Fisher Wisp. Sound barrier, Ant Matrix, and the overclock as well to try and win that one. And I don't even know actually if they're going to be able to get the lead here as they come back into this one. I think Northwood University has a chance to get back onto the point before it takes over in the lead.
They're needing to move there quickly. There's the dash across the way. They're collapsing onto both Lukewarm and the team.
Oh,
they've got it. They still managed to get the advantage, even though they took a subtle step away. They regrouped back towards the point, but now Rocket already has to force out that defensive, and then the Immortality Field as well. Mikey is doing beautifully to separate him away, but is still in the outskirts of the Blizzard. And with the blade now coming in from Sam, that's the only opportunity that they can have to shift this back over. It's still going to be Fisher Wisp taking the advantage here. Mikey doing their best with the back line to heal through it. Landon now in the corner,
Great
javelin, and there is a huge recovery tactic from Mikey.
Worm's still alive. It ends up going down, though, so actually this fight, with the respawn advantage that Northwood University has, ends up going completely back and forth. Yes, I think this is great for Fisher Wisp. You get that 20-meter advantage for yourself, and with how scrappy that fight ended up being, there's not really too much of an advantage for Northwood University to move forward. The biggest advantage is going to be this overclock combo along with the sound barrier. Grapes is not near his at all. It's kind of been disjointed in each of these fights. The sound barrier seems to be the thing that makes the biggest difference.
And you can see that both Riker and Rocket are holding those two pillared positions to keep that bot steady and not moving any further forward. Sam dashing forward to regroup with the rest of the team as most of Fisher Wisp fall back. Overclocked by Haven is instantly popped and then procced onto Lukewarm. Though the sound barrier is down, they no longer have that available. The Terra Surge active, overlapping. Riker will go down first, though, with a javelin to follow, since you did have Mikey activate it first with the damage, but it's still a turnaround. Fisher Wisp is able to recover from it, despite that contributed into it because the amp is there for the extra fuel.
That was so clutch from them. I mean, being able to get the healing, but also the damage output really helps them win. And this stagger is absolutely beautiful as well. As the bot's moving away, and with Northwood University having a Lucio in their back pocket, there's no way you're going to have the healing to be able to recontest this one unless you're going to be, 4v5ing Lucio sound barriering in. But nice wall to stop Northwood University from getting onto the point.
And with 4 minutes left to go, if they can reach this checkpoint, that will be monumental for them to secure even if they do lose a couple of fights, that they have that opportunity to recover further down the line. Rocket super low, though, has the Blizzard. The Immortality Field is forced out by Neb. Landon sticking close, locked in, frigid to the core once again. And this will be a checkpoint reached as it lights up blue from Fisher Wisp.
He's able to get 2 kills off the bat.
Oh my gosh, are they going to turn it?
Mikey's 1 health. Haven's still alive right here. Ends up going down. Neb finds 1, but the checkpoint will eventually. Lukewarm's the only one here, so Lukewarm has to get this kill. Vega's back on. Overclock used.
They've booped him back. He finds the shot, and he actually comes out clutch, but there is a cryo freeze to deny it. They're looking to get the follow-up, and Lukewarm has to bail.
How on earth did Northwood University turn that? I mean, that was absolutely absurd, and that's not a checkpoint. If they don't get those kills off the back end of that fight, that's a checkpoint completed, and Fisher Wisp were able to come back into this one, but no checkpoint reached. That means that Northwood University still have a way back into this fight. Very expensive fight as well for Fisher Wisp, trying to get that little edge they needed to get the checkpoint.
Mesmerizing moment you see with 3 HP in a dream as Mikey lobs the javelin to take them down and reduce the numbers, and now we find ourselves back at the neutral. 2 minutes and 42 seconds. It is still Fisher Wisps with the advantage, though. Denied the checkpoint, and now you can see the spear spins active to push them back. Overclock active from Haven, looking for the shots to land, and Rocket finds it. And now going to continue getting picked up here. The Blizzard isolating and forcing Fisher Wisps away. That is Ultimates committed because they want to guarantee that they reach this checkpoint.
Yeah, I think with how many ultimates they committed and how quickly they won that fight, I think they can potentially get to this checkpoint, especially with the aggressive posturing that we're seeing from Northwood University here. It was very expensive, though. Make no mistake that was a lot used for Northwood University. If they don't get the lead here, their ultimate economy for the rest of this map might be completely cooked.
Yeah, Matrix now to work their way through that wall. They have a few seconds remaining before they have to blitz onto this to guarantee that they keep it contested before the checkpoint reach, and also surpassing their distance. Rocket needs to be so careful. The Terra Surge is available. Riker is dropped below, instantly going to pop it. They're attempting to flee. Landon is low. A sweeping strike comes in from Grapes, flanking behind, and that guarantees an easy counter and denies what they had from Northwood.
Good understanding as well from Fisher Wisp, macro-wise, to be like, okay, we only need this 1 Terra Surge. Northwood University has nothing to deal with it in time, and even if they had a Soundbird or something, we had the ultimates to follow it up. So now, going into this next fight, 3 very key ultimates for Fisher Wisp going forward. The Blizzard going to be the big one because this fight's going to happen on that low ground in that overpass, and it's going to be very tricky for Northwood University to enter.
And Fisher Wisp just want to run the clock a little bit here, because that Blizzard is a win condition for them. They've got the sound barrier. Rocket, and oh, the cryo freeze so early. They wanted to guarantee they're not going to be picked up. Riker now with the coverage, has the support. It's going to be Mikey, dislodged from the team. The Blizzard is there. There's going to be a encasing of ice, though, for Sam to withstand it for the moment. An Immortality Field is lobbed into it, and it still actually kills coming through. Vega gets the melee onto Neb, but it's still Fisher, time and time again, coming out strong here with 45 seconds and cleaning it up, and this will guarantee them that checkpoint.
They're going to get the checkpoint, and for now, Northwood University has to play perfectly from here on out. There's no room for error if they want to take a 3-1 lead. Fisher was trying to get us to 2-2 and going into a map 5 here. They have such a good lead right now, and also because of the fact that Northwood University never got their checkpoint, that means they're going to have to wait even longer, and I love this decision. Just get a little bit what you can, rotate out, take it back to the neutral, and make Northwood University fight for every inch to try and get to that checkpoint.
And we're right back here to the moment we began with. Now is towards when we end. 70 meters accumulated, and only 9 more, just under that actually, for Northwood to get to be able to claim this and make it a 3-1 match point. But oh no, Haven gets a shot onto Lukewarm. There's a spear onto Neb, lobbing him into the gelato stand. Can they draw back far enough, though? There's a boop onto Haven. They're chasing Neb for life, and Mikey is so low. They're cleaning up Fisher Wisp, but because of the staggers here, though, they might be able to have one last chance because, again, the timing of going through the butt scratch.
But look at all the ultimates that Northwood University are going to have. Yes, the timing is going to be bad, but now if you're Fisher Wisp, you have to walk into a Blizzard on this corner right here that just completely encompasses the map. How is Fisher Wisp going to get this one? It has to be from Lukewarm or Riker finding a pick with the combination of a Terra Surge and maybe just a rail shot.
Javelin in the Ant Matrix now looking to counteract it. That's the first stage as Riker down below is covered by that great immortality field, but it's popped up. There is the Terra Surge onto Neb. Lukewarm, though, in the back finds a rail. Overclock is active. Haven here wants to close it out. Northwood in a position to put themselves on a match point. There's the second counter Blizzard, locking them in. Mikey and Sam are down. Is it going to be a 2-for-2? They've turned it back. It's going to be Fisher with saying no, no, no. No matter how many times we're on broadcast today on the map of Coliseum, we are not relinquishing control.
I mean, Rocket, unreal clutch at the very end. They're getting this Blizzard is the difference between it being 2-2 and it 3-1, and it's like match point. Like, that was an unreal play from Rocket, who we talked to earlier, who was like, yeah, you know, I'm not really playing those carry type of heroes. I'm playing Mei. That was a carry style Mei performance from Rocket. Absolutely unreal from him at the end there, when it looked like Northwood had everything. They had all the ultimates they wanted, but just at the very end, Rocket manages to clutch it out.
Words stripped from my mouth, it would feel, as the way Wisp has been able to turn this around. Fisher, in the depths, are able to come out on top and now make it an even score. Everything about the way that they've played this, and I agree with you. It was, what was it, 4 ultimates? 4 that they had to go into that fight? I mean, come on!
Yeah, going into that one. I mean, it didn't even look like Rocket was going to be, like, this is the fight, or there was a fight, like, I think before this, where, like, Rocket had, like, 60% to his ultimate or something like that. I didn't think it was possible for Rocket to even get a chance of getting that Blizzard, but the fight lasts long enough to where he eventually does, and that Blizzard was the complete difference maker. Same thing for Grapes, being able to hold it. Like, yeah, look at this. Look at Rocket's ultimate charge, like, from here. He's at 83% right here.
And then just climbs.
He's climbing.
I mean, the execution onto Vega, getting that pickup too, just being able to put that damage in, deny the utility so they can move out of it. Everything just falls perfectly.
How low the health bars were also of Wisp. Grapes, yeah. If Grapes does not have that sound barrier, I don't even know if the Blizzard's enough. Like, Grapes getting that sound barrier, they were both sub, like, 30 health. Like, that is an unreal clutch from those two players. And I bet they're, you know, it's something that I think Wisp is very adept to right now, is playing these very elongated series, making our hearts race. Already had a 2-3. I mean, we're getting technically a repeat of what we saw earlier. Yeah. It's 2-2 now going into map 5, but we have some extra credit because it's a best of 7 right now. So everyone's going to be happy that we're getting this extra time to get those skins and also get some fantastic Overwatch.
100% agree, as we are going to be heading to another short break. Another 2 maps are down, the score tied up. So don't go anywhere, friends, because we'll be back in a minute. We have amassed 14 maps for Fisher thus far, and it's going to continue on at minimum 2 more, my friends. And you know what? I was talking about, you know, the grade and everything. No. We're gonna do like plus. We just having a good old time with this. We're gonna just keep it going. We're gonna trail off into the side if it continues to go into this direction. But realistically, Kenobi, that last fight and just ability to take that victory was disgusting.
I mean, it's literally the difference. I think they were, looking back at it, they're both like sub 30 health, and I think Grapes actually triple dinks someone and gets like sound barrier 5% away. Like that's just miracle plays. I mean, it's obviously, I think there's some like voodoo that like is good for Coliseo for Fisher Wiz, where they just can't lose that map, it feels like. But I mean, an unreal clutch from Rocket, who when that fight started was like, I think 65 or 70% towards like alt. So like charging it that quickly, unreal. As we do have our next map is going to be Escort, not Control this time. Interesting. So this is going to be weird because what do we do here? This is a Winston map that I'm used to, and it's like now I know. Okay, now based on like who's going to be in the lineup, I kind of can guess what we're seeing here in terms of the compositions we're going to be seeing. But this will be a very interesting one. Specifically with the DPS, we're going to be seeing Sigma from both these teams. This is a map that has always kind of benefited around having really, really good long-range to mid-range hit scan. We haven't seen like too much of it, but like this would be a map where it has to be brought out, kind of like Circuit Royale.
Yeah, and that's going to be the exciting part. And because, again, we talk about the different dynamics of this in compared to Circuit Royale, where, you know, again, there is a lot more of, like, the enclosement. There's also the map changes that have gone through. You can see that there were some adjustments going in for Northwood, but there's also adjustments as well coming in for Fisher. No surprise, Cowman and Iron going to battle it out. Sig v Sig. Let's go. Shoeless homies unite.
This is the first time we're seeing Iron in the series, and that's the other important thing, is that this kind of, like, when you see Cowman and Iron, it's like, it's going to definitely be Sigma versus Sigma. I don't think we'll swap on anything else. It would be very shocking to me if we saw like anything like Winston. The other thing I could see is like maybe Diva, because you have to, you know, move around those high grounds, and it's very important to potentially use there. But I would expect Sigma v Sigma, and then the matchup becomes Haven and Sam versus Lukewarm and Rocket. That becomes like really where we really saw, because it was kind of that way on Circuit Royale in our last series, where it became like Vision and Tree versus Lukewarm and Rocket, and actually it was Lukewarm and Rocket who came out on top.
Yeah, we'll be able to see if Haven and Sam are able to puff up their chests, get their peacock tail feathers out, and start putting on a show. See you there. I don't know why I went to peacock and feathers.
I also don't know why you went to peacock.
I don't know. It was just.
I would have just let that one slide, but you know, if you want to bring it up, and
I know. I don't know. Because I even said it. I'm like, wait a second. We just gonna, if anything. The funny part was is nobody could see it. I put my hands behind me and was just like doing the physical gesture. I'm sorry. This is what happens after I'm already a part of so many maps. I can't imagine how they are playing them.
We do have a tendency to always just get map 5s no matter what.
We do. It's our voodoo.
No matter what. Like when we did Pro-Am, it was map 5s. When we were in Allo, it was map 5s. Now every time we've cast Contenders and like playoffs, it's been map 5s. Like, oh my god, we just do map 5s all the time.
It's the Radnobi special. We're just gonna call it that right now. As we have the time bank begin, 4 minutes onto the clock, you can see that Sam's coming out on the Echo, more to have that elevated position, while Haven takes the hit scan battle, going in with the Widowmaker to counteract against Lukewarm, looking for these grapple shots, but the wall is there. There's not enough focusing damage onto the shield to drop it fast enough for the shot to come through. Timing was very close, but just ever so subtly off.
But look at what Cowman is playing here. Cowman is on that Diva, now is going to be threatening that high ground with those dives, continuously waiting and trying to push Fisher Wisp off this high ground like they're doing right now.
Doesn't quite get the knockoff though, so everyone still resides on the high ground position, and drawing their attention away for the moment is necessary so that these shots can come in from Haven, but everybody is able to tuck behind that barricade. Cowman gonna look to try and cycle this a second time, but gets heavily damaged. The defense matrix isn't enough that time, even with the immortality field being tossed in from a distance from Landon. It's still gonna be Cowman going down.
Great immortality field from Nebis, actually able to keep Iron alive, and that was all Grapes there, booping Cowman away from the team, but Vega does end up going down. Rocket able to take down that support. So now Northwood University in a bit of a pickle here. Yes, they get like a good amount of progression under that car wash, but the way that Fisher was played against this D.Va kind of onslaught that we were seeing from Cowman was really, really spectacular. And you can see Cowman is just going to forego the D.Va altogether, go over to that Sigma. The Widowmaker also not going to be ending up working out here, so Haven's going to go over to that Sojourn and try and offer a little bit more of that consistent pressure with the Sojourn.
Big adjustments, wanting to see if they can gain value with it. Fisher, though, on the defense. Lukewarm, oh my! Had such a micro pixel of health, and Sam said, I will not let you live. And now there's going to be this interesting rotation here through the server position because they've got the amplification matrix looking to funnel damage out, but Sam's going to take the off angle. The payload is still decently pushed, and the duplicate now coming in. If there's enough damage to generate this Blizzard, that could really turn the tides here, especially since Cowman is able to get that elimination onto Rocket and deny their generation towards this Blizzard.
Yeah, Northwood University are completely taking over right now on this attack. Great dupe from Sam there, being able to just use it as a defensive ultimate and being able to stay alive and also offer a little bit more survivability, because you saw how aggressive Fisher Wisp wanted to be there, going for that Echo in that area, but Duplicate completely negates all of that, and now Fisher Wisp making some swaps with their composition. Lukewarm's actually going to be on the Ashe here. You talked about Ashe a little bit earlier, but on a map like this, I think it's a great decision to put Ashe in this matchup to deal a little bit with Sam in the air, because you needed some sort of counter to that Echo.
Haven's fully aware, too, now. Shots coming through. Now, with the Captive Sun thrown into the Immortality field, they're attempting to eliminate it, so the follow-up damage is there, but Iron says, my friend, I have an iron fist, and I will set you to the ground.
Going back and forth here a little bit. I mean, Fisher Wisp are trying to, I think, bring this one back, and it looks like they're going to be able to do so. Northwood University need to get out of dodge, and this is where it becomes scary for Northwood University entering into this, because Lukewarm is going to have all the positioning in the world, and if you've ever played ranked and you've been in this position against like a very good hit scan player, you hate it. It is, even with the changes, you still hate it. It is very difficult, but it's really going to be on Cowman trying to find these angles with the shield to negate that value that Lukewarm wants to have on the high ground with the Dynamites.
Cowman's already on the payload, though, so it's at least getting distance, but look at this high ground aggression. The rally giving coverage and looking for a stun. Sam barely gets out of it, and now forcing them back to drop below. They leave Cowman so isolated, and they just pick him off.
Fantastic aggression from Fisher Wisp there, just knowing that if we can take out the rest of Northwood University's backline and make sure that Cowman is just left by themselves, it's going to be an easy kill no matter if there's an Immortality field there or not. And now Ant Matrix available from Neb on this high ground. They do have to be worried, because Gravitic Flux is a great way to just brute force your way through this area and try and take Fisher Wisp off the high ground.
Vega playing the opposing catwalk for now, alongside Sam. The pylon also perfectly anchored to guarantee that if they just poke out and take some chip damage, they can sustain back up. The Amp Matrix, though, is available. That was a quick Immortality field, but there is now a turn to go down. Haven and Sam are just blown to bits, and that's Fisher Wisp still holding on the defensive side. There's at least a one trade here, getting rid of Lukewarm, but it's still blue.
And now, I mean, this time back that Northwood University had is starting to dwindle down to about 1 minute and 30 seconds by the time we get to this next fight. Fisher Wisp still have control of this ship high ground, and again, it really is going to be off the back of Northwood University having to commit a treasure trove of ultimates just to get Lukewarm off that high ground, who has Bob now to make this a 6v5 fight and make it that much more difficult.
Gonna brute force it in, as you mentioned. Nice accretion. It's putting some pressure. They go for the flux on top of the ship to put two up into the air, but the Immortality field is there from Neb, looking to top themselves up quickly. They actually bail off the high ground with Sam aggressing forward as a support, and since they've got Sam up front, it's gonna now be the backline that's getting completely throttled.
I mean, Neb and Lukewarm have done such an amazing job as a duo up on that ship. Neb just committing so many resources from Northwood University to try and take them down, but they're always surviving, never getting taken down, and it's almost impossible for Northwood University now, without any ultimates, to get rid of this power position of the Ashe on the high ground here on the ship.
60 seconds remaining.
60 seconds remaining now. Things are starting to look dire, as they have pushed only roughly about a quarter of the way through this docking bay. And Lukewarm still holding up top alongside Neb. As you mentioned, they have been clean thus far through holding those 4 points of entry. Lukewarm, though, getting Disruptor shot for the moment. So they have to zone back patiently until it fights. as they look to now potentially get an accretion down below. Rocket gets hit, and he is denied using the Blizzard. That is so big to take the advantage of. Northwood now has to capitalize onto it. They cannot afford to lose this as they've got 24 seconds to go. And with Haven finding the pickup onto Lukewarm, things now start to look dire, at least in this confined position, and everything starts to go in favor of Northwood so that they can reach this checkpoint.
I mean, what an unreal clutch from Northwood. Cowman being able to stun Rocket out of that Blizzard could have completely turned that fight. Sam is able to take down Neb, and it looks like they're actually going to be able to cap. That's an unreal clutch from Northwood University there. Taking down Rocket with the Blizzard and also taking down Lukewarm, so Bob was not in that fight at all. Absolutely absurd from Northwood University. You can see Rocket going back over to that May, still wanting to have that wall in their back pocket, but it's a minute and 20 seconds left for Northwood University. But I think at this point, with how scary second was, you'll just take getting to third. That's totally fine for you.
Yep. And you can see, when is the moment to strike? That's the question. You can see already high ground going to be taken by Vega so that they can put a lot of healing in that wedged corner for the moment. Though, Amplification Matrix going to be funneled down below Captive Sun as they press out. Eaten by Iron says, no, 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 my friend. You may have the power of the sun, but I am a black hole, and there is no light to be seen. With Sam now coming back in, has the duplicate available, dropping down below. Will look to put some damage in as well alongside Haven onto the support line. You see the elimination onto Neb come through. Northwood able to completely overwhelm them despite losing the ultimate, and they are looking to clean house in the last 32 seconds to guarantee that they've got this completion and pushing them back. Bob onto the point, keeping it contested though. They are going to isolate them away with the Flux Iron again picked up instantly. The focusing beam will persevere through the health value, and just with 2.3 meters to go, they have to focus fire the last two. The May Blizzard is there, but you're only locking Cowman in place to guarantee that the payload reaches the end.
That felt very backbreaking, honestly, for Fisher Wisp. I mean, with how good second was, it felt like they had complete control of that, but the stun off the Blizzard and the kill onto the Ashe with Bob in their back pocket, and then they just got ran on from there. That felt like, you know, Batman getting his back broken by Bane. Like that's what I'm envisioning right now. Like that was a heartbreaker for this Fisher Wisp team, who was playing so well, but just those two key clutches from Northwood turned it on its head completely, and they complete the map.
I could just hear that line, you merely adopted the dark. I was born in it!
What did he say? Is it, what breaks first, your mind or your body? I think was like the other quote.
Oh, no, what was it? It was like, I won't break your body. I'll break your soul. We just having a good old time now. For all those out there, I'm excited. As now, we've got these 30 seconds before the map begins once again. Defensively, we can see the lineup here for Northwood, and they're going to opt to stick to a very similar composition. Haven, again, I'm going to be watching heavily on these Hanzo arrows as Cowman sticks on to the, of course, Sigma play.
Yeah, I think this is way better than the D.Va, especially on the defensive end. Like, D.Va here would be very difficult to maneuver. I think you could still play it technically if you wanted to just like juggle card as much as you possibly could, but I think overall on the defensive end, the Sigma just makes way more sense. I love also that Rocket, well, I think he's going to still stick on the Genji after this TP, right? I imagine?
Let's see.
Yeah. I think this is a great pick. I think this is a great pick for Rocket because now you can play a little bit more high tempo. If they are these flankers from Northwood University, like Vega goes on an off angle, Genji is very good at dealing with those, so I think this is a great pick, and we've seen Rocket perform very well beforehand in the series.
Keeping an eye on those ricocheting orbs. Oh no, Rocket gets picked up. Headshot comes through. Was not expecting it. You can just see Wisps kind of locked in a really troublesome spot because Sam is putting so much pressure onto that back door. And again, Lukewarm is down.
Oh, and they're just stuck right here. Sam is going to be able to pump out so much damage with these stickies. Actually, good eat though from the Sigma Iron's able to negate a lot of that incoming damage.
Just having to draw back. Fisher really has now 3 minutes to work with. First 60 off the clock. Northwood wanting to really put salt in the wound in the way that they're playing. With Neb down and another pickup. This is just consistent staggered picks onto Fisher.
Yeah, the assassination potential from Sam and just the spam potential as well. It's just very difficult with the DPS that Fisher have to deal with an Echo in the air. It really has to be Lukewarm finding these shots or Rocket finding some sort of poke potential, but beyond that, there's not a lot to deal with it, and Sam is definitely taking advantage of this matchup already with the duplicate right now, and it's very, very scary. Lukewarm going over to that Widowmaker just to offer some sort of protection.
Oh my goodness, just vaporizing Rocket the second they're low enough. That focusing beam on point once again, Kenobi.
So difficult
they
for
can
them
do.
right now. I mean, Lukewarm has to find shots here.
Yeah, seeing what they can do. Looking up towards that. Ooh, doesn't quite land the shot. Sticky's hit on target. Not enough of them, though, to bring them down. That water tower is a place of defensive prowess. This rotation now from Iron Flux inside. Is there a follow-up? Vega goes in once again. Looking to shed some light onto the picture in front of us. With Lukewarm eliminated, they no longer have that damage and solely have to rely on the last remaining 4. Fisher Wisps right now feel broken under what Northwood has brought to the table.
Graves is getting down, taking insanely low. 2 health goes down. No one's looking at Sam throughout these fights,
No.
so Sam is just in the backline, completely wrecking havoc in Fisher Wisps. I mean, this time bank that they had dwindled down to only 1 minute and 30 seconds, and they committed heavily for that. Gravitic Flux, Amp Matrix, and also the Rally. This is like, it's disaster for right now for Fisher Wisps. They only have the Dragon Blade to work with, and that really has to be Rocket just taking this fight on his back and trying to carry.
We'll see if there's enough backpack space to put him in it. Will Rocket be the Samwise Gamgee that the Frodo needs? The dash into the back goes on for the support line. Deflect has to be activated. Oh no, Haven finds a pickup onto Neb again. They've lost a significant value of healing. 60 seconds to go. They have to get back, regroup, and have one last shot to go the distance.
Need to get out of dodge here. Don't want to take any more staggers with how low the time bank is already.
Oh, no.
Oh, Crepes is going to go down. Rocket actually dives in, but the duplicate is there defensively for Sam, and now they're just going to try and push the advantage.
Yeah, they want to punish this now that they got another stagger into it. The accretion lands onto Rocket. Everything is just unfortunately crumbling in front of their eyes, with now only 30 real seconds to work with.
Fantastically timed from Sam there, just as soon as that dash came in, knowing that they had that extra life available to them, and now we see Fisher Whip still. It's the same story as it was previously. Lukewarm and Rocket need to find Pager with these ultimates.
Patience in how they enter this. Lukewarm down below, keeping the payload moving, so it bypasses the underpass. And seeing how Fisher can drop down to give assistance. Dragon Strike right through where they're walking. There is a dash that comes in by Rocket to escape. Iron is 1 HP, and Cowman finds them. Now, the sun once again shines brightly for Northwood as they are on Watch Point Gibraltar. It is a beautiful day. The skies are lit, and that will be a rocket being sent to the moon this day in favor of Northwood as they put themselves now on a match point.
Match point, 1 map win away, Rich, from getting that back-to-back championship that they want so bad. This map, I mean, that defense, Vega and Sam absolutely went bonkers. I love the way that they were positioning as well. Sam just always in the backline, peppering down that damage, and Vega was so good at just playing for himself in a lot of these fights. You saw Rocket was trying to get into the backline, but we know Vega to be mechanically incredibly gifted. If you like are going to get onto Vega, you need to come correct, because he will just take your head off, especially on a hero where mechanics really matters like Ilyara.
And we haven't been able to see it as much, of course, when it came to like day 1, partially into day 2. But now you're getting to see a lot of it and starting to get in the groove of things. And Vega has really found so much value through and through the longer that Vega's been playing this on this broadcast.
I think it really just the combination between him and Sam was just so well. But Captive Sun there onto the Genji, just getting deflected back into their face. Always feels bad on that one. But Northwood University are 1 map away, 1 control away from getting themselves that back-to-back championship that they really, I think, want, because there aren't a lot of teams that have done it, right? I think Maryville is one who's done it. I don't believe there are that many other teams who have been able to complete that back-to-back championship. So Northwood University wants to kind of go up there with their, I'd say, sibling in terms of the powerhouses of Collegiate, but Fisher Wisp, they want to try and get this one to a map 7 to try and write their own story as one of the best Collegiate programs we have.
Absolutely, because of course the Maryville one's a little unique, being like winning back-to-back championship series where they weren't participating in the homecoming one. So Northwood taking the advantage of saying, no, we're gonna go back-to-back semesters this full year. It's all us, 2023, no one else, and that's the mark they want to leave on this. And again, with bringing back Landon, being a part of the team, almost even mentioned as like old wood is how they, they were talking about it.
That Northwood team when Landon was there was really good. And I mean, again,
yeah,
I couldn't think of a better person you'd want to come back to your program when it's a BAP meta. Like Landon has been fantastic. I don't talk about him too much because it feels like he's always just doing the right thing. We kind of talked about it earlier with like what TubeSock says, where it's like it's just nice to have someone who you know is always going to be good at BAP. You don't have to worry about it at all. They're just going to be calm, cool, and collected and have that Overwatch League experience bring to the table as well. So I think that this has been a great performance from Northwood University, but Fisher Wisp can't count them out just yet. We've been through this before. This team was also behind in grand finals of Contenders, so there is that potential that we do get that map 7.
Yeah, and I love the quote too that we got where Landon states, I want to just be an old man and chill and play BAP. Like, that's it. Like, that's all Landon wants to do. Like, nothing else.
Why not? At that point, just kind of just, if that's it is the hero that I think Landon, even back when, like, we were talking about that old wood, right? Where it was like, that's what Landon was known for. The BAP was always the thing that kind of brought Landon up to the forefront of being an incredibly gifted player. So I think that having a BAP like Landon in this BAP meta has been an incredible boon for Northwood University as we are going into our potentially last map in control here, and Fisher Wisp do have some swaps.
Yes, they do. Riker going to be coming in as we do have the pairing of Lukewarm and Rocket to work alongside them, and really excited to see how this Orisa is going to fend off again, kind of cycling back into it, and if Northwood's going to be able to outmatch it.
See what happens here. Again, what I would be worried about here is just a little bit if Riker on the Orisa is like, the Orisa seems to be what Fisher Wisp is the best at, right? If I see them get forced off of it, that's where I start to worry.
Yeah. The concern starts to surface to the top. It boils very, very quickly. So if they're able to maintain that structure and that foundation of the Orisa, something that I, of course, love truly in what we've seen so far. I mean, the Javelins have been nuts, but Mikey, to be fair, and like has been playing it, and that's what I'm also looking at. I'm curious to see if they're going to take Cowman out specifically for this, because he's technically still fielded for the moment as we wait for that conclusion. So it would make me think that they would want to adjust that, unless they have a feeling that Cowman has some sort of element to this that's going to counteract what they know Riker is going to bring to this.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if there are, and it looks like, I mean, there's no subs that are coming. They're ready on the side of Northwood. It looks like, oh, well, actually, Northwood is not ready. I think that we're waiting. Just Fisher has their team ready. But the thing about, like, if we do see Mikey or not, one of the things that Mikey has been doing so incredibly well is when Lukewarm takes those aggressive angles, Mikey is punishing it very heavily with the rest of the team.
Yes.
If we're going into a map, like a deciding match point like this, Lukewarm, I think, needs to like bring it back just like a tad, because I don't think that you can give Northwood any, like, if you give them an inch, they'll take the entire mile, right? So you need to kind of wind it back just a little bit.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of these moments that we talked about and have seen already. There was that hesitation and that well-received understanding when they were facing off against Maryville, and I would be not surprised if they look to do the same thing here. They know how to be reserved. They know how to dial it back when they need to, and it's at this point on control. It's their last opportunity to be able to turn this over and convert it to a success. The big question, too, is if they win this, and then they do have to cycle back to Escort, that's a whole nother ball game in and of itself, but we're going to focus specifically on this map of control, which we've seen them play so strategically. As we even have an opportunity, again, for those that might be coming in, we can take a look at the bracket here and how they are going into this. We've already...
A lot of 3-2s.
Yeah, a lot of 3-2s. We go in the distance all the time. The Radnobi curse is still here to stay.
I think it's really awesome to kind of see these two teams, and just like the teams that we've had in general just play very close in and of itself. Like, I think that having the top four be this close, I think it's the closest probably that I would say I remember in a long time, where it was just like if like one or two things change, we could have had a totally different grand final. We could have totally different losers final. Like, this was very on a knife's edge, as we do have confirmation Mikey is going to be in this round. So now, again, my eyes are going to be on Lukewarm. If Mikey is able to find spear after spear like he has in the past, Northwood has a great chance to get to that victory line.
As we are entering now into this, we head on to University first. Almost kind of poetic since we are discussing Collegiate here, as this could be the final location. But again, we have seen Northwood persevere before, has been year over year always a grand final competitor, where Fisher now looks to come in and bring this into a map 7. We cannot count them out. You've made those detailed points about Mikey and what they can bring to the table, and we'll see if that can continue, or Riker is able to step it up and get some spares of their own.
It's wild, too, because Northwood University, like, historically, I remember when we used to talk about them Collegiate, like, even Rocket mentioned it in the interview, Vega's always second, right? Like, Northwood would always get there, you know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Finally, last championship that we had, they got over the hump and were able to win. And now if they can, you know, double that in a championship right here, I think they truly have gotten rid of the second place curse they used to have. But map 6 here, all to play for. Match point for Northwood University. And we have mirror compositions, or I couldn't ask for anything else.
Oh my! But there is an icicle that gets Grapes instantly with some extra support. Sam right now comes out blazing and will chill you to the core.
I mean, that's one way to just come out and punch him in the mouth right there. Fisher Wisp was not expecting that whatsoever. Sam comes in with 2 huge picks, and now Northwood University can start to take up their percentage towards that championship. They have all the sightlines to work with too, so now Haven can start getting towards that rail shot. Lukewarm is going to be looking out for him to see, but gets speared again. Mikey is doing such a good job of focusing down.
Oh no! Another shot comes in from Sam, who is absolutely just skyrocketed in elevation of gameplay right now. These have been monumental, and there's even the separation. Riker down below is separated, and they're just dismantling Fisher.
They seem to be just completely and utterly. They want to end it. This feels like already in this first like 20 seconds, they want to end it here. They just want it to be ended here. They don't want to go play a map 7 with the way Sam is playing, with the way Vega is moving. They want it to be done right now and right here on University, and as we go into our second map of Oasis. But Fisher Wisp still have some ways to get in here. And Matrix used aggressively. Nice wall, though, to counteract.
Yep. Big wall and also a huge transition. Mikey, though, still gets Rocket. They cannot fully escape that rotation and the damage boost that comes in on this. Fisher Wisp right now already seeing 50% of this just vanish in front of their eyes, and a javelin to put you, as you commented earlier, into the drink.
Mikey does go down in the back end of that, so there is going to be a slight respawn advantage for Fisher Wisp here, who might try and go aggressive because they have both their supports with them at the meantime.
Rocket now getting some decent damage. On to Haven, who is alone on the point. They will be able to chip away at the remaining health value, but 70% is still something to feel really good about.
Big aggression from Northwood University there, but Fisher Wisp have a 5-pack of ultimates in their bank to try and bring this one back to more of an even field here. It's going to be a lot of check marks thrown out in this next fight. Rich, you better be ready.
Looking for fireworks. I love digital display where it's high-res action as you've got another headshot coming in. Northwood right now has rallied the pack, and they have heard the songs of their wolves howling in the distance, and they are just playing with such power right now.
They're just firing on all cylinders right now. They're going first. They're the ones being aggressive. They are never letting Fisher Wisps get the fights that they want, and now the sound barrier has been used from Vega, which is a big deal. But again, look at Landon with another Ant Matrix. Fisher Wisps have to walk into this one, and it's last fight territory for them. They need to win this or they're going to go down 0-1.
Yeah, this for... Oh, no! Landon finds another time and time again. These picks have come out where Fisher Wisp is unable to do anything as a full 5, always with a 10-pound weight strapped to their feet, dragging across this field. 99-28, going to eliminate the last few, as this first round is one of the most convincing that we've seen from Northwood against Fisher.
Yeah, I mean, Northwood right now, I wonder if this is finally where Fisher The amount of maps that they played is finally getting to them because they've played
Right?
a lot of Overwatch today, and that has been the most convincing I've seen Northwood look during the entirety of not just this series, but the previous series that we saw from them as well. They are just on it right now. They're clicking. Sam is playing fantastic. They're always being the aggressors. And something else that I think I haven't talked about too much during the series, Vega is just on a tear right now. You can look at like wherever you see a Lucio just in the backline, it's almost Red Lucio-esque, but Vega is so mechanically skilled that he's able to get out. And Fisher Wisp, whenever they see this Lucio, they're trying to take him down, but they're all looking at the Lucio and not looking at the other 4 members who just come and instantly take you out.
Vega's got the gown and is looking down the aisleway saying, I'm gonna be the bride today. I'm not gonna be no assistant to one, as you do have the 15 seconds available and remaining before this point becomes active, but Haven getting a shot out the gate. Removing Riker from this is once again another advantage, and now you just see Fisher floundering.
Without the tank here, there's no way that this is going to be a fight win for Fisher Wisp unless some miracles happen, but potentially Fisher Wisp have used all their miracles in previous series, and now Northwood University, just 100% of this control point separate them from that championship. Fisher Wisp have to make a long climb up a mountain to try and bring this one back, especially with the fact that now Haven has all of these sight lines to work with. Sam also has been hitting these icicles and comboing along with those body shots from the rail, has been getting these picks early and often.
They've opened the switch in the car. The nitro fuel continuing to blare. Now we've got already, so nice stun though onto Sam, who is still barely alive. Landon giving the assistance necessary to keep them topped up. Down below though, getting a little bit risky. The dive from up top, Mikey looking to flank around the pillar. Capitalizing onto it, gets Rocket again. This is the final submap that they need to claim a second championship title, and they are growing ever so closely as they push with Haven. Overclock aggressively into the back. Mikey takes down Riker, and again, another fight win.
That was amp committed as well from Fisher Wisp, but 2 perfectly placed walls from Sam completely negated what Fisher Wisp wanted to do on that engagement, and now 60%. And look at Northwood University, they're taking as much of this map away from Fisher Wisp as possible. And Rich, walking into an Ant Matrix from Landon, walking into a Blizzard from Sam, is there a way back in for Fisher Wisp here? It has to be a perfectly played sound barrier from Grapes if they want to have a chance.
So much riding on the shoulders of Grapes in a moment like this to bring them to another round is necessary. Grapes looking to lead into it. Nice wall to divide Riker for the moment. The spear spin is out. Can they break the wall fast enough? The Ant Matrix is there. They're going to give these last few seconds until it drops because that's the only chance they have.
Both Blizzards available for both teams here, but it looks like Sam is going to have a much easier time hitting his because he's on that low ground.
Javelin goes wide. Sam now with the Blizzard looking to drop it into the back line. Now that they no longer have the freeze, the sound barrier is there. It comes out to give them coverage. Can they work their way through it? They attempt to get the pick. The pull-in is there.
That's
the Terror Surge locks it down, and that's going to be Northwood able to absolutely dismantle Fisher Wisps in the final moments. We can hear their howling screams all the way from the university because Northwood is able to hold their hands high as they claim a back-to-back title.
Northwood go back-to-back and finally, I think, just completely shatter this idea that they were always the second-place team. Now they sit alone as one of the best in Collegiate after a phenomenal performance from Sam at the end of this. I mean, he played absolutely out of his skull piece throughout this map on the May. And it felt like, Rich, that like Fisher was just they ran out of all this steam. Yep. They've been playing so much, and just at the very end, Northwood University was just too much for Fisher Wisp to handle. For a new team like this, I mean, I don't think you can be angry at second place. Yeah, it's not going to feel great, but I mean, for this team to get as far as they did, beating the members that they did to get here, I think it's a great accomplishment, and this Fisher team isn't going anywhere, but man, oh man, does Northwood University look like the new hotness on the street.
And above all else, GG's in the chat. Sportsmanship indeed. They all realize the adventures that they've had today. Northwood coming out on top, and my goodness, I bet you they're all looking at TubeSock right now saying, we did this for you, my friend. We want this back-to-back title. Let's go.
I mean, yeah, I'm very happy for TubeSock, who's kind of been like with this team for a very long time. Back when they were Double Shield University, right? Like we have shirts, and like they were always that team that just could like never like get to the ending point. And then finally, in these last 2 seasons that we've had in Collegiate, they just completely sweep the year in terms of championships, and they are very deserving of being, I think, considered the best team in Collegiate right now.
Oh my. Well, we have been able to now finally take a breather. Fisher fighting their hearts out, but after, what is it? So 4, 6, 10, 16 maps?
16
I
mean,
math.
it's a lot to ask for, man.
Yeah. It really is.
Rocket was like, we're conditioned. But I feel like there's almost
There's
like
a limit.
There's gotta be a limit. It felt like just at the very end, it's just like the boat just ran out of steam just at the very end there. But a great, I mean, again, hats off to Fisher completely for their performance throughout the entirety of this tournament, beating who they beat in the bracket, playing Northwood as close as they did. I mean, this was a 4-2, but we can't forget how close these maps were before this one, how close it was in the winners finals before this on today. Like, this is just a great performance from them, but Northwood University, I think, rightfully deserving to be your champs.
Hoisting the title and the trophy in their minds at a distance at this moment. They feel just for what they've put into the work, but we are going to head to a short break before getting into an interview to just see how excited they really are. We've come to the conclusion, my friends, and I know we've had interviews over the course of this weekend, but we've got the most exciting one now, not only because we get to speak to the winning team, but we actually get to do it with 3 individuals specifically. I'm going to list this off. We've got TubeSock, the manager, we have Cowman, the one and only tank, and of course, Landon on the solo old man BAP support player that wants nothing else to do with life. How you doing? How's everybody?
Good to be here.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. We're doing good.
Overwatch.
Seeing that
Thank
one.
you for the content. That was really good. I was very appreciative of that. But like, I mean, for you guys, like, we've been casting Overwatch like Collegiate for like quite a while, and I think like when we started, you were all part of that. What I think TubeSock called it like Oldwood, right? Where it was like that team that could like never get over the hump, right? It was always like, oh, we lose to Maryville or lose to like ISU, I think was the other one that happened. Now that you kind of have come back to this team, obviously there was the championship earlier in the year, but now with Landon back in, gets his first win. I think you had that one homecoming win against ISU, but now gets come back with the Baptiste. How is it for you guys to kind of have that back-to-back now with Northwood?
Who wants to go first? Donnie? I can talk about it. I'm just the manager.
Definitely feels good. It's nice and relaxing. You can just watch all the matches go on in the winners bracket.
Got to get your studies in. Got to make sure you know what you're doing.
Oh yeah, I got some homework to do.
Yeah, we got a lot of homework to do after that.
Okay. Well, for Landon again, you've been out for a while, like working with Owl and a part of Spitfire, and then coming back here with the old blood, just being able to join your fellow players again. How does that feel for you and being able to gain the win?
Northwood was always a lot of fun to be on, and I was really grateful that I got the opportunity to be in the league, and if anything like that comes around again, I will be there and I will be competing. Like, I'm still first and foremost a competitor. But getting a chance to return to Northwood, get closer to finishing my degree, and then win an event with these guys is so much fun. Glad things worked out.
To hear that. So
I mean, I'm glad it worked out for you too as well, because I think your stint in Overwatch League was great, and it was great to see like kind of this collegiate talent really rise up to the Overwatch League level and perform well. But kind of like coming back to Northwood and like playing with this team. Obviously, the team like looked a little bit different in terms of like who was on it, but Cowman was still here. Did it kind of feel like a little bit like still like the old Northwood, where it's like riding a bike, where it's like, oh, you know how to play with these guys, it's totally fine, I know what the culture is like in an organization like or a program like this? Was it really easy to integrate you back in?
I played with most of this group in the offseason in like some World Cup qualifier tournament, so I had some experience with most of them. And then especially for me and Donnie, like, me and Donnie have been here since the beginning, like, and we've always mained BAP and Sigma, so it's slotting in and playing it, like.
I remember double shield you. I remember.
Yeah, we can do our own thing.
Yeah, you got the shirt.
I did. Yeah.
Yeah, those shirts were legendary, and to see the growth and the direction that you have gone has just been a real treat for the time that Kenobi and I have been involved in the collegiate scene, and this one's going to be directed more towards Tucson. My friend, we've been along the ride for you so much. What does it mean to be able to get these 2 back-to-backs, being able to just have Landon return and being able to see them excel in such a way with your management and leadership?
I mean, like, I guess for me personally, I mean, it just means a lot, like, especially from like where I started out at Collegiate, I wouldn't ever like believe that I would like be here, but after just getting to know the boys, this is like technically year 3 for me, but I started grad school and everything for this, so like I'm just happy to see them win, and after a lot of second place again jokes and everything, like we're finally able like I guess able to like cement ourselves as like we are the team.
And like, does that feel like, I think it must be like a lot of retribution for you guys, because I remember back when you like played Northwood, you would always get like 1 map away, and it was always so close, but then it would just fail at the last hurdle. Now that you've gotten, like, did you feel like you needed to get the second one? Like, was it kind of like a thing where it's like, if we don't get the second one back to back, like, we're always going to kind of have this second place thing looming over our heads more so than we would have liked?
I mean, I don't know about the players, Donnie, if you want to like talk about this a little bit after me, but like at least on my end, that's kind of how like I felt about things. It's just like, yeah, like we're gonna forever meme ourselves, as like the second place team until like we could show that like we could like consistently win, right? Because we're competing with like Maryville and stuff, and like good program. They've won. I think they're technically like back to back with like the championship, like
the
spring
championship
semesters.
one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's like, hey, we won now 2 homecomings and a championship. Like I feel like, especially like with this now, like just cements us as like we are just probably like the best team or best program for like
100%. And then your opinion on it as well, Cowman.
I mean, we're just here to win everything. I don't really care too much about winning 2 in a row. I want to win like 5 in a row, 4 in a row.
Oh, so you're going for 3. You're going for 3 is what I'm hearing for next.
I mean,
right?
there's another semester.
Oh, am I at 3 in a row right now? Was homecoming
no
last year? No.
No.
Oh no, we didn't win that first homecoming last year, damn.
the realization
bad.
starts to sink in for Cowman, just being like, oh man, that means next semester we gotta do more. All right.
Yeah, you gotta go for 3, buddy.
Yeah, Jordan did it. You got to go for 3. Jordan did it twice, so like, you know, you're in good company right now if you win that 3rd one.
So, okay, this is just more of a personal question. Cowman, when you play Sigma, do you take your shoes off like I do and your dad?
Why did you-
I don't know. I just had to ask that.
No, I make sure my feet are firmly planted. I have noticed if I put my feet up too much, it just feels weird. Like I probably play worse.
All right. So as we're approaching, the tail end of this, and we want to respect your time. I know there's a lot of celebration. I'd like to go top to bottom from Tubsock, Cowman, and Landon in order. If there's anybody you specifically want to shout out, or people that have contributed to this, and those that support, whether it's the university as a whole or yourselves, so the floor is yours on that one.
All right, so you start with me. Shout out Cody. Cody Evolve, our director, for kind of just
absolutely.
keeping the vibes up. Assembling, I guess, like the God Squad of Collegiate, whatever you want to call it. Also, shout outs to Fostis, our coach. He's been doing a lot for us, and over kind of the past couple of years, he hasn't been able to do much since we've been scrimming now, and what's the point of a coach if you don't scrim, right? So it's been nice that he's been actually been able to develop a lot of work and really help these guys get better, especially in this weird lull and off season where there's not really contenders or anything going on, right? It's just a lot of direction. And then can I plug myself real quick?
Go for it. Yeah, what you won?
Floor is yours. Yeah.
Okay, everyone out there, right? Scholars Awards, vote for me, Aiden Frosch, for Student Leader of the Year.
Let's go.
Get to it.
Right there.
Get to it.
Get to it.
We got a lot of people who got skins.
Every day until November 20th.
They've been bringing you all these maps for an extended period of time to get you your skins. Give this individual the just that is needed.
All right, Donnie, I think you're next. You're gonna shout anyone out.
Yeah, go ahead, Cowman.
Shout out my parents as always.
Of course.
Yep. As always, see him on Twitter all the time. And then we got Landon, final one. All right, give us your shout outs, my friend.
I have to shout out Cody, our director, too. When I first joined Northwood, I don't think I'd even been in Contenders trials yet. I was firmly in tier 3, And then while I've been at Northwood, I've gone from, an open division player to a trials to Contenders, then Owl. I'm getting to come back now and play again for the program after all this improvement. It was a lot of fun.
Awesome. Exciting to hear, my friend. Again, it's an adventure and a roller coaster, but I can guarantee you that it's probably an amazing one. And for all those that have been supporting you and just the university as a whole, it was a good one. Absolutely. I mean, even the predictions just ever so slightly in your favor. Those 5 people made the difference. That's what was it. All of you? Was it all just the 5 of you that voted to get it to the other side? That was our predictions. But
I always vote for the other team, honestly.
Yeah, we like to vote against ourselves. Got to keep.
Everyone underrates us, anyways.
Right?
Yeah, somehow
It's okay.
consistently we are number 2, number 3 on the Alco stuff.
I don't think I can do any. I don't think anymore. I think now it's we need to start putting Maryville in number 1 in the AP coaches poll. We're at that point. I think after the back-to-back.
Well, awesome. Thank you so very much for your time. It has been an absolute pleasure. Again, Kenobi and I are always thrilled to get to see you on the broadcast and do it in such a way, my friends. So have a wonderful rest of your night, your weekend, and looking forward to whatever's on the horizon for you.
Thanks. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, Kenobi, that's just fun. Again, that's us going back years and just thinking about our time with these individuals and chit-chatting with them and seeing their progression and just understanding the growth and development they've had. It's been an absolute thrill.
Yeah, I mean, this was a fantastic tournament. I talked a little bit about it at the start of the broadcast, how close this top 4 was, how exciting it was to watch all these teams duke it out in terms of, these close matchups that we had. It could have gone either way, I think, for all 4 of these teams, right? A few changes here and there. This bracket looks completely different. This tournament looks completely different, but there is something to be said about this team of Northwood. I love the story that they have now, where it's for when we started, it was always Northwood, they'll get to the finals, they'll get second, they'll lose to Maryville or something like that, lose to ISU. It was always like that. And then now, finally, getting to put the kibosh down on something like that against really good talent. This isn't a fluke victory or anything. Even the first one that they had earlier this year, not a fluke either. This was a team that has been incredibly potent, had to play a lot of good teams to get here, and it's nice to also see a player like Landon, who we kind of talked about how he started in Collegiate, going into OWL, then coming back, get a championship for himself. So I just really love the story that we saw from Northwood University. Definitely deserving of our championship, and very happy for all those guys that we talked to because we've known them for quite a while.
And again, you justifying the storylines, I've just always even admired just the way that, you know, you've brought like that to the forefront, because it really is something that we have to admire, and how we highlight that and have never truly lost sight of those stories. And, you know, being able to round it out for this year, 2023 for Homecoming, has been an absolute pleasure. And being alongside you for as long as it's been, it just only feels like
2019 was the first one I think we did. So
yeah, it was.
But I don't want to think about the fact that that was 4 years ago. So. It was a completely different person back then.
Time flies when you're having fun, my friend.
Oh, boy, does it.
But, you know, it's, again, cannot say enough how much of a pleasure it's been. And from all of us here at the broadcast, and for those of you that are tuning in and continuing to support, it has really been a thrill, start to finish. We've given you a show today that we hope that you all have enjoyed. You've been able to get your skins. I can only hope for those that are probably close to your percentage. Sorry.
We're going to keep yapping just a little bit to try and, like, keep, you know, there's someone at, like, 99% who, like, is going to get it in the next 30 seconds that we're continuing to do this. We're trying to, we do this for you, Chad, okay? We just want you to let you know that we use our Map 5 powers and Banger Series powers for you, so don't forget that.
And we hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Take care. Happy gaming. It's a pleasure. And we'll see you next time.